I've always believed that ants are among the top most captivating organisms on the planet. And over the past 14 years that I've been creating videos of my ant colonies on this channel, living within their prodigiously crafted ant farms and terrariums, together we've marveled at how intelligent, resourceful, mighty, aggressive, and diverse ants truly are. But if there's one lesson we've learned time and time again, to really appreciate the true brilliance of ants, one needs to see them within the context in which they exist in the real world. You see, there's just something about seeing ant colonies living like they would out in the wild, interacting with real elements in their environment, hunting and killing prey, forming important symbioses with other creatures like springtails that have a pact with the ants to eat and clean up the ants' garbage. In nature, ants come face to face with other species of ants, and usually it's overlapping foraging trails, and on rare occasions, a full-out ant war over nesting territory and hunting rights. It's undeniable that watching ants in nature in a more true-to-life way is insightful and fascinating on a whole new level. Don't get me wrong, keeping ant colonies alone in an ant farm or terrarium like we usually do is an utter delight. But keeping pet ants in this way is still seeing a limited picture of the ants, like eyeing a tiny set of pixels that actually belong to a greater, more complex, and beautiful ecological tableau to which the ants actually belong in the world. Now for years, so many of you AC family, you awesome subscribers to the channel, have requested and pleaded for me to produce an ultimate ecosystem tank, a vivarium as they call it. But time and time again, I've dismissed entertaining such a request, mostly because I felt like I wasn't ready to tackle a project of such scale. I mean, how does one realistically assemble an entire ecosystem within a glass setup? With just the right balance of plants, fungi, prey creatures, predators, parasites, detritivores, decomposers, etc. Sure, you could create what is called a community terrarium by simply throwing in a bunch of organisms and plants into a tank, seeing how they interact. And many people have already done that. But for me, this is not a true ecosystem tank. In fact, technically, I don't think anyone could create a true ecosystem tank unless the tank itself was massive. And I mean the size of a room massive. The reason? Creatures, especially larger ones, need space to thrive, breed, and establish territory. And the bigger the enclosure, the more likely you are to create what resembles an ecosystem tank. Okay, but what about an ecosystem like vivarium? Now this could be possible. I began to think further. Now in my old ant room, creating such an ecosystem vivarium was simply unfeasible because I just didn't have the space for a huge tank. But now that we have moved into our new ant room 2.0, I do actually have the space at my disposal now. I knew, however, creating the ultimate ecosystem vivarium would require me to apply my greatest of terrarium building skills and put my knowledge and experience of biology and animals to the test, and would be the most ambitious terrarium build I've ever done. But what finally pushed me to ultimately decide to take on an ecosystem vivarium project of such scale was this. After some thought, I realized that creating the ultimate ecosystem vivarium, from an antkeeper standpoint, could allow me to circumvent two very golden ethical rules of antkeeping that I usually never break. First, many of you long to see our ant colonies form hunting parties to kill living prey. But ethically, I always felt it was cruel to place living prey insects into an ant farm with no chance of escape or way to defend themselves like they would in nature. So I've always fed pre-killed feeder insects to minimize the suffering. But in an ecosystem vivarium, the prey insects would have more of a fighting chance, more space to run away and places to hide. And only the weakest and less apt prey insects would end up being killed by the ants. That would be just natural selection. which ethically, I could jive with. Second, many of you over the years have also requested for me to mix ant colonies together into a single enclosure to see what would happen. But again, ethically for me, this was cruel and tantamount to cockfighting, as the losing weaker ant colonies would have no place to retreat if they wanted to. But in an ultimate ecosystem vivarium, with an ample amount of space, weaker ant colonies finding themselves in an altercation with other more powerful colonies could have a fair chance to retreat to safety if they needed to, much as weaker ants would in the wild. Another advantage I foresee is that the ant colonies in an ecosystem-type vivarium would have natural population regulators, as some ants could fall prey to predators like frogs, lizards, or spiders. So the colonies wouldn't be able to just grow and grow unchecked, which has happened to me in the past. So, in light of all of this, I finally decided the time was now to give this ecosystem vivarium build a try. So AC family, for all of you who've been wanting for years for me to create the ultimate ecosystem vivarium, those of you who've been requesting for me to mix my ant colonies together in a single enclosure, and indeed, even those of you who've wanted to see the ants hunting and killing live prey, and not just pre-killed insects handed to them on a plate, I'm pleased to announce that I am finally ready to take on the challenge in the name of science and document what would happen if I placed multiple ant colonies in one massive ecosystem-type vivarium. With this project, we'll finally get to marvel at the true brilliance of the ants in their natural element, within the context in which they exist in the real world. This is part 1 of creating an ecosystem vivarium, ruled by several ant colonies of mine. But the ants will not have it easy. For the first time, they will have to contend with the elements, predators, hunting challenges, dangers, and each other. Will we be able to build the ultimate ecosystem vivarium? Will the various ant colonies we choose to place into our grand ecosystem thrive, or will they falter at the hands of the vivarium? It's time we lay the groundwork and find out. Welcome to the story of how I build the ultimate ecosystem vivarium for ants, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. Guys, it's my greatest honor to start this huge ant vivarium project with you all, as I've been waiting for just the right time to begin. And I figured there couldn't be a better time to embark on such a vivarium building journey with you guys than now, as it would be the perfect celebration of reaching 5 million subscribers on the channel. At the time of creating this first episode, there are a little over 21,000 subscribers left until we hit that milestone. So guys, my hope is that the AC family finally reaches 5 million subs at some point during the course of this long-awaited ant ecosystem series, for which I have some very big and exciting plans. So, if you are watching and haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do hit that subscribe button so you too could follow and be part of this truly groundbreaking milestone ant experiment. I truly appreciate the support and cherish every sub. Alright, so before we go over the plans for this giant vivarium build, let's start from the beginning. An ecosystem vivarium. I had so many questions and lots of decisions to make for such an ambitious project to work. Like, how big of a tank are we talking about? Where in my ant room would we build it? What type of habitat and design would it be? What animals and various critters would be living inside it? Would it have a complex aquatic portion to it? And of course, most important of all, what ant species and existing ant colonies of ours would be moving into the ecosystem vivarium? All of these questions burdened me night and day for a good few months. But in this video, I'll be answering and addressing all of these very important questions and going over all my plans for our great ant ecosystem vivarium. But guys, do stay tuned until the end, because I will be needing your help with certain decisions, especially with deciding which of our currently existing ant colonies we will be adding into the vivarium. I want all of you to be an influential part of all this historic AC ant lore. Oh, and I'll also be showing you a concept sketch for what our great ecosystem vivarium might hopefully look like. So do stay tuned for all that coming up. So AC family, let's begin. Let's start with the plan, location, and size. As mentioned, the ecosystem world needs to be big for it to truly work, but I needed it to be small enough that I can still get in and properly film all the action going on. So, I've decided that we will need to create a floor-to-ceiling glass enclosure. Something really tall, really wide, but something not too deep. This here is a lifeless terrarium I built using fake plants, currently in my bedroom. I foresee something kinda like this, but using real plants, more soil, and a ton of animals and critters living inside it. I also need to make something much bigger than this for the ecosystem vivarium to actually work. Because, as mentioned, a massive terrarium would allow for plenty of space for the creatures within to thrive and proliferate, hunt, escape predation, and breed, as well as for various ant colonies to establish safety zones and individual territories. So let's move on now to the ant room and talk tank size and location. Here is our ant room 2.0, a very large space to work with, which is perfect because our vivarium will truly require plenty of room. After lots of thought and consideration, I was thinking this area would be best. So guys, get this. We would simply have to relocate Volcania, our fire ant paludarium, somewhere else, perhaps off to the side, and then set up our massive ecosystem vivarium here. The side of it would be pressed up against this pillar and extend all the way to the middle of the ant room. That makes the entire tank over 10 feet long. It would be as deep as the pillar, so approximately 33 inches deep, and would have upper housing for lights, as well as sit on a little riser, so we don't have to sit on the floor to watch the action, making the entire vivarium approximately 6 feet tall. In total, this makes the entire tank over 1,200 gallons in size. 1,200 gallons! I have never in my life built a terrarium that large, let alone a vivarium with various creatures living in it. Speaking of which, I'm sure a lot of you are now wondering, AntsCanada, what creatures will you be putting in it? Well, I'll tell you what I have in mind, but before I get to that, we have to address this very important detail first. Biome type, meaning to say, will our vivarium be a desert-type habitat, a semi-aquatic marshland-type world, perhaps a grassy plains-type ecosystem? Well, AC family, I've decided to go with tropical forest for our ecosystem, simply because I live in the tropics, and all the ant colonies I keep are tropical ants for my yard. So it would be much easier to source the plants, ants, and cohabiting creatures that will be going into our ecosystem world than if we were to go with some other type of biome. I will simply keep adding in more and more animals and creatures over time, as I find them outside, to biodiversify our great vivarium. Now, one thing I wanted to address is a water feature. I do want our ultimate ecosystem vivarium to also have a water feature. But here's the thing. Originally, I delighted at the idea of an awesome waterfall feeding a cool river, running through the setup, and emptying into a pretty sizable pond, housing a ton of various tropical fish, beautiful aquatic plants, and other creatures, as many tropical forests do have waterfalls, ponds, rivers, marshes, etc. But the thing is, our space, though large, is still somewhat limited, and my hopes is that the vivarium will host a broad array of terrestrial species, ants and otherwise. And most of the land species I hope to add don't typically live right next to a sizable body of water, and probably won't do well in soils that are overly wet either. My fear in adding a large marsh area, for instance, would definitely look really nice, with lots of fish, shrimp, snails, perhaps even a newt or axolotl, but it might also be a drowning hazard for many ants and critters I'm thinking of adding in, who typically don't live that close to bodies of water. If our setup was the size of an entire room, then yes, perhaps it might be safe to add a larger aquatic area. But for our somewhat limited vivarium parameters, I foresee a ton of earthworms, ants, and other critters crawling into the water, drowning, fouling it up, and just causing a lot of complications. Unlike fire ants, which can form cool rafts on water and are actually quite proficient living around bodies of water, most ants do not do well living around deep water 24/7. So I'm still undecided whether or not we should add a complex body of water in the setup. If ever, more of a little waterfall emptying into a kind of shallow puddle, a place for our ecosystem creatures to drink. Or in the case of amphibians, have a good soak. But that's it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay. And now it's time we go over what animals I've been hoping to add to our great ecosystem vivarium. Let's leave which ant colonies we want in for afterward. I wanted to mention my wish list for animals first, as this may or may not affect your choice regarding which ants we choose for the vivarium. Now, it took me a while to come up with this list, but I think you guys will truly love it. Listen to this. First, let's start with the most basic of creatures, the soil creatures. These will be the most abundant of creatures in our ecosystem, as they play a very important role in the ecosystem world we create. Now, the soil I'll be placing into our ecosystem terrarium will be bioactive, meaning it will host a plethora of living soil creatures, namely earthworms, isopods, springtails, mites, millipedes, and even land crabs. These terrestrial creatures will be important at converting decaying and organic material in our ecosystem world into valuable fertilizer for the plants of the ecosystem to thrive. Speaking of plants, as you may have guessed, I will be using a variety of tropical plants and mosses to bring life and vibrancy to the ecosystem. It will help provide cover and habitat for the array of creatures and even ants living in our ecosystem. I may also consider adding carnivorous plants, if you guys think we should add them. But what will be controlling the plant growth in our ecosystem world, you might ask? Well, herbivores. I plan on including a team of herbivorous creatures into our ecosystem world, including native crickets, forest roaches, snails, and others that I can find. These herbivores will have all the space and plant food they need to thrive and freely multiply as they would in the wild. But their populations would need to be controlled. What then would be controlling the populations of herbivores? Of course, predators. This is where things get interesting. For predators, I hope to include a team of various spider species, centipedes, maybe a mantis, toads or frogs, geckos, possibly native agamid or skink lizards, and of course, the ultimate stars of our ecosystem world and of this channel, ants. And so, AC family, now that you know the parameters we're working with, the time has come for all of you watching to be part of this channel's history and ant lore, to choose what species of ants we will be moving into our vivarium. So please listen carefully, because I'll be explaining why I think each ant species and colony may or may not be a good fit for our ecosystem. I'll be asking you to give me your preferred ant species list as a comment in this video at the end. So, you can start a working ant list now as a comment, then hit send by the end of the video to post it for me and everyone else to see in the comment section. Feel free to also give your reasons on why you choose the ant species you did for our ecosystem vivarium. Seeing all your feedback will surely help me decide, as you guys never fail to have brilliant ideas and input on this channel. Sound good? Now, I should mention that our goal should be to choose ant species that will not undoubtedly annihilate each other, but hopefully coexist together. And by coexist, I don't exactly mean hold hands and sing kumbaya, forming peaceful alliances, though if that did happen, that would surely be cool to see. But rather establish clear territorial boundaries and foraging trails within the ecosystem that the colonies will simply defend as they would in the wild, and not go into full-out war over. In nature, ants encounter other species of ants all the time, and don't end up going to war with each other, as this would be costly, both energy-wise and worker force-wise. I think we should try our best to choose ants that occupy different niches within the habitat. For instance, trapjaw ants nest in soil, and the chances that they would end up going to war with arboreal ants that nest high up in the wood, like our chromatogaster ants, is pretty slim. because they just don't nest in the same type of space. So, in choosing the ant species, guys, I hope to limit the amount of ant species that nest in the same niche to simply 1 or 2 ant species max. Cool? Alright, here we go. First, let's start with soil-dwelling ants. I have a few in mind that I think would make great residents within our tropical forest ecosystem. The trapjaw ants, whom we have recently named the snapdragons. This colony has been thriving in their current setup for years now. The colony is composed of several thousand ants, but within our large ecosystem, I don't think they're big enough to completely dominate all the soils from the get-go, which is good. My hunch is they will claim a large chunk of soil, perhaps under some large driftwood or rock, and simply grow steadily outward from there. They're also amazing ants to watch and hunt living prey. So I think our trapjaw ants would make epic additions to our ecosystem. If you think the snapdragons would make worthy additions to our ecosystem tank, add them to your official ant species list entry now in the comments. Next, our spades, our cute Meranoplus bicolor ant colony, a species dear to us, as we were the first in the world to discover they existed in my country of residence. They've been completely thriving in their new open-concept bowl terrarium I placed them in. And though they also nest in soil, I think simply due to their smaller size, ferocity, and protective spiny hairs, they won't be in too much danger if they ever come face to face with the trapjaw ants. This is my educated guess anyway. What do you guys think? If you feel the spades should be added into the vivarium, add them to your official ant species list entry now in the comments. In terms of our Dracula ants, I actually prefer not to add this colony because I'm still trying to film the process of the workers drinking the blood of their larvae for scientific purposes. And if we add our Dracula ants into the mix, they'd surely disappear into the darkness of the soils, and I won't be able to do that. Perhaps if I find another Dracula ant colony, I'll consider it. But for now, no on the Draculas. Sorry guys. Now I know what a lot of you are thinking. Fire ants. And to this I say a flat-out no. I don't want to include fire ants into our ecosystem because, as they normally do in real ecosystems, they become totally invasive and throw off the ecological balance, outcompeting, displacing, and even killing other terrestrial ant colonies. Remember that our aim here is to establish an ecological balance of sorts, not a stark plot of Earth ruled by one dominating ant species. Adding fire ants into our ecosystem would be a terrible mistake, in my opinion. Same goes for our black crazy ants. They would totally wipe out the setup clean of life. Non-negotiable, they aren't going in. Sorry fire ant and black crazy ant fans. But what about the fire ants' native counterparts, our marauder ants, named the leviathans? Yes, we could add them to our ecosystem, and they are native ants. However, our leviathans are just so big and powerful that they would surely wipe out all prey insects within the ecosystem enclosure, as well as any and all soil-dwelling ant species. If the ecosystem enclosure was as big as a room, maybe that could work, but for our current plan, I don't think the leviathans would be a good fit for our ecosystem world. Sorry, leviathan fans. Alright, now let's move on to another niche, wood-dwelling ants. I have some carpenter ants that would truly make great additions to the ecosystem. I have a very active and exploding colony of a yellowish-orange species of carpenter ants, as well as a large black species, both currently living in an AC test tube portal starting setup from AntsCanada.com. Both colonies are just about ready to take their next step and be moved into a larger home. I believe with enough rotting wood slung all over the vivarium, we just might be able to house both species of these carpenter ant colonies in our ecosystem world. Again, this is just a guess, and I'm not 100% sure it would work. We could err on the side of caution and only put one carpenter ant colony in, but let me know in your species list if you feel one or both carpenter ant colonies, or none, should be moved into our vivarium. Another ant that lives in wood that I think could share the niche amicably with the carpenter ants are our unidentified chromatogaster ants that currently reside on an open concept island This species is also of scientific significance because they just might be a brand new undiscovered species. Still waiting for the results, but due to their tiny size, I think they could be added to our ecosystem too, choosing wood unoccupied by carpenter ants without problems. Let me know in your species list in the comments. Our blades of Mantis, our huge Polyrachis ant colony, who create debris nests among wooden structures, could also be added to our ecosystem. But they're truly a big colony, and I'm unsure how they would do in our vivarium. I suspect they may or may not go to war with carpenter ants, sharing the branches, but would definitely win if it ever happened, simply due to the numbers game. So I'm inclined to say no to the Polyrachis, just to err on the side of caution. Sorry about that, Blades of Mantis fans. Now, AC family, there is one other species of ant that I'm unsure would work, but in my mind, could. You see, it's one of my favorite ant species of all, and if the ecosystem is designed correctly, these ants just might actually work. But this brings me to my biggest question of all for you guys. Do we add an apex predator ant species to our ecosystem? Asian weaver ants, perhaps one of the most powerful predatory native ants of the tropical ecosystems they're part of. Certainly the apex native ant predators in my yard, if added to our tropical forest world, would nest within the leaves of any tree or bush we place into our ecosystem, but would forage for their food at all levels of the tank, from the highest of treetops to the soils. I currently don't have a weaver ant colony in the ant room, but we can certainly collect one from any of the trees in my yard. But my fear is if the weaver ant colony gets too powerful, they could totally wipe out all prey insects, as well as predators, including lizards, and possibly all other ant colonies within the system. Nothing really would be safe from a massive and ravenous weaver ant colony foraging all corners of the tank. But what if we added a young weaver ant colony with just a few thousand workers? Would a young weaver ant colony be of danger to the system, where some workers fall victim to biological population regulators like predators? I actually don't know. Here's where I would love to hear your opinions though. I'm totally okay with not adding weavers to the ecosystem too. Let me know your thoughts in your species list. Alright guys, and these are my initial plans for our ultimate ecosystem terrarium. You can now hit send on your recommended ant species list comment so I can see what you guys think. In terms of this whole ecosystem vivarium project, it's definitely ambitious. But if we can get this ecological experiment to work, it would definitely shed new light on how our ant colonies live in the wild. Because for the first time, we'll be able to watch the ants living with the plethora of interconnected species of creatures and plants with which they share their habitat. It would be a true milestone in the husbandry of ant keeping and an interesting experiment to watch play out. I know, with your help, we can pull this off together. Do let me know if you have any other ideas for our ecosystem that I may not have covered. I didn't want to start building our vivarium without hearing ideas from you guys first. A team has already come into the ant room to make initial measurements in order to start manufacturing the glass and parts needed to make this project happen. It will surely take time to have it done right, so I don't want to rush things. And I want this ecosystem world to be a collaborative project with all of you, the AC family, who have over the years walked an incredible journey of nature discovery with me. And again, hopefully somewhere along this ecosystem world building journey, we will have hit the big 5M subs. And when we do, I have something very special planned. So again, please be sure to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with all your friends and family to get them involved as well in this ultimate ecosystem world creation. I know deep inside, this will be the greatest of ant worlds we'll have ever created. I can't wait to see how it all comes together. In part 2, after I've heard your feedback on what ants we're putting in, we shall begin with our next step, which is to lay the foundations for the vivarium build. This will require plenty of thought and preparation, but trust me on this, it will be so fun. Until then, thank you all for watching and supporting the ants. It's Ant Love, forever. Oh, I almost forgot. My sketch. Here's what I hope our vivarium will look like. What do you think? Guys, I'm doing it. I am creating the ultimate ecosystem vivarium in an over 1,200-gallon custom-built tank. This ecosystem vivarium will be the biggest terrarium build I've ever done in my life. Complete with living ant colonies of mine, an array of tropical plants, fungi, predators, prey creatures, parasites, detritivores, and a waterfall and pond. Animals will be breeding and dying. They'll be eating plants. Animals will be eating other animals. And some will be breaking down dead animals to help fertilize plants in a constant biological cycling of nutrients throughout the vivarium, much like it happens out in nature. But managing such a food web is no easy task, and this vivarium project has honestly already forced me to apply all my skills and knowledge on animal husbandry, ant keeping, and biology that I've acquired over my entire lifetime. But you guys, the AC family, my beloved community of ant and nature lovers who watch this channel, have already been such a wealth of knowledge and supremely helpful at giving me advice on this undertaking. And this week, I ran a poll on my community tab asking, if you were to create the ultimate ecosystem vivarium, who would your apex predator be? The choices were a python, a chameleon, a tokegecko, and a tarantula. And based on over 60,000 votes, you guys voted for python, then tokegecko, followed by chameleon, and last, tarantula. But the poll spurred a huge debate in the comment section. One person said, so many votes for python, but do you have any idea what it'd take to sustain one? They can't exactly live off insects and other invertebrates in an enclosed ecosystem. This was true. I would still love to see a tokegecko, another said. A chameleon is much more fitting, as it would not be attacked by the ants, could contribute to maintaining their population balance, but wouldn't directly attack them, said another. Tarantula seems the most balanced for other small animals around it. Will be in one place a majority of the time and not need to eat everything it sees, someone postulated. Which, if you know tarantulas, could for the most part also be true. But what most people in the comment section insisted was this. Have to say, I'd rather see some smaller predators competing for resources than some OP apex predator just dominating. Smaller predators meaning frogs, smaller geckos, spiders, mantids, etc. Well, what if I told you that actually there is a way to house all of these apex predators and even the smaller predators in our ultimate ecosystem vivarium? But dear fellow animal lovers, don't scream at me yet, as I've had time to think this through, and I can't wait to share with you how I plan to do this. This is part 3 of creating an ecosystem vivarium, where I will have to manage the great food web that exists within the 4 glass walls that will make up our enclosed tropical world. Will we be able to build the ultimate ecosystem vivarium? Will all the creatures we choose to place inside form a successful ecological balance? Or will we fail at managing the food web and cause a complete collapse of the ecosystem we hope to build? It's time we talk about our final plans and discuss. Welcome to the story of how we build the ultimate ecosystem vivarium here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Guys, the glass for our grand vivarium arrives in just 2 more weeks. And it's my greatest honor to be constructing this huge ant vivarium with you all. And as mentioned in the past 2 episodes of this vivarium series, there couldn't be a better time to embark on such a huge vivarium building journey with you guys than now, as it is the perfect way to celebrate reaching 5 million subscribers on the channel. At the time of creating this 2nd episode, there are less than 1,000 subscribers left until we hit that milestone. So close, guys. So, if you're watching and haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do hit that subscribe button so you too could follow and be part of this truly groundbreaking milestone experiment. I truly appreciate the support and cherish every sub. Alright, now to address the big question, how do I plan on housing a meat-hungry python an aggressive tokegecko, a voracious chameleon, a massive tarantula, and a whole assortment of other smaller predators all in one tank, without it being a massive bloodbath, prey food famine, and ecosystem collapse. Well, I'll be explaining how I plan on pulling that off, as well as discussing 2 things I have to address regarding last week's episode on predators. You see, first, there's a type of animal a lot of you have wanted me to include in the Vivarium species list, but after thinking about it for a while, I've decided that I cannot, under any circumstances, include these animals you guys wanted in, due to personal safety reasons, which I'll cover later. And finally, regarding the wild-caught animals I featured last week, there was a surprise I saw when looking into their tank that left me baffled. I'll be asking you a ton of questions today, as I will be needing your help and opinions again on things. So like always, please stay tuned until the end for all that coming up. So AC family, let's begin. First, I want to address how I plan on working out having a python, a tokay, a chameleon, a tarantula, and other predators in a single tank, and it favoring an ecological balance within our vivarium. AC family, you will love this. And if you've already posted a comment against mixing all these animals together, please do leave it up in the comment section. But feel free to edit it if you change your mind by the end of this explanation. Alright, so let me start by defining what exactly I mean when I say we are creating the ultimate ecosystem vivarium. What does that actually mean? Well, have a look at this. This here is a terrarium I created a few years back, in a jar. A challenge and collab from my boy Serpa Design, who by the way makes some awesome terrariums. Shout out to the Serpa squad. Now this particular terrarium in a jar was created for an ant colony, but even without the ant colony in it, this terrarium contained living plants, mosses, and a bunch of critters in its bioactive soils, like springtails and isopods. I could have completely sealed the whole thing up, and it would have been able to sustain itself and all the life inside it for years and years without me doing anything but giving the entire system some sunlight. The water would just continue to cycle inside the jar, animals would breed, feed, and die, and plants grow, get eaten, and also die. The entire system would be a mini, self-sustaining ecosystem in an enclosed space. Some of you may recall this terrarium, where I created a very bioactive forest floor around a tree stump. This was also created for an ant colony, but just like the jar terrarium, I could have sealed this terrarium up completely, and it would have thrived without my interference for years, with sunlight being its only requirement from the outside. I would call both these terrariums, had we sealed them up completely without ants in them, autonomous ecosystem vivariums, because they could simply self-sustain, self-replicate, self-provide, and I would only need to provide sunlight and watch as the living things within formed a perfect balance of sorts to continue thriving for years and years. But AC family, because both these worlds later became homes for an ant colony, they no longer could be sealed up completely, because the ant colonies would need extra food that the systems within could not provide. Namely, a regular supply of prey insects like crickets or roaches, and some sweet foods like honey. Yes, technically prey insects could breed inside, but the prey insects would eat up all the plants within the system and need more plant food to survive. So I would need to go in and add veggies or more plants into the system for the prey insects to eat. Plants take time to regenerate their leaves and grow, and if you know crickets or roaches for example, you know how quickly they can demolish a piece of lettuce. Suddenly the ecosystem isn't autonomous anymore. It's heteronomous, because we're going in and adding in a few things to keep the animals we need alive. So you see, the simple act of adding a larger creature or creatures, like an ant colony, necessarily takes an autonomous ecosystem vivarium up to the next level, a heteronomous ecosystem vivarium. And the more creatures you add, and the larger these creatures are, the more heteronomous the system gets, meaning to say the more we humans caring for the system would need to directly and actively add to the system from the outside, if we expect to achieve some kind of conservancy of the various living creatures we hope to be living within. And so, as it relates to our ultimate ecosystem vivarium, which we hope to stock with an enormous amount of life forms. For the purposes of our project, it must absolutely be a heteronymous ecosystem and not a completely sealed autonomous ecosystem with no influence from us humans from the outside. If we tried to make our massive vivarium with all its various animals an autonomous ecosystem by sealing it all up and not adding anything in afterwards, it would surely lead to a ton of animals dying and an overall death apocalypse for so many life forms, as the sealed system would achieve its own simpler balance to make up for the lack of provisions from us on the outside. Plants would be overeaten, certain animals might overpopulate, certain animals might exhaust food supplies, and the entire system would collapse. So what does all this have to do with being able to add all those different apex and smaller predators mentioned at the start of the video into our vivarium? Well, now that we've distinguished an autonomous ecosystem vivarium versus a heteronymous ecosystem vivarium, here's where the plan for our vivarium gets really interesting. AC family, listen to my idea. So I wanted the aim of our vivarium project to essentially be to construct a 1,200-gallon chunk of wild tropical forest space, meaning a 10-foot long by 33 inches deep by 6-foot tall block of natural wild space. Now, if you were to go outside into any forest and block off that section of natural space, the amount of life concentrated into that space may be a lot with various plants and animals, but what are the chances that a python and a tokegecko and a chameleon and a tarantula and a bunch of smaller predators all share that space all at once? Well, realistically, pretty slim, right? Most large predators in nature are more spread out, claiming their own hunting space and chasing off any other similarly sized animals who might compete for the same food. So AC family, after thinking about all of your feedback and what you guys wanted to see in our vivarium, I've come up with a cool way in which we can all have the best of all worlds. Here's where I introduce you to my concept of planned biological events. So listen to this. Going back to the block of natural space, if we were to watch a time-lapse of that space, we would inevitably see a ton of action, ever-changing and dynamic. We would see animals and insects coming and going, random plants dying and being eaten, plants growing from new seeds sprouting from the soils, etc. The various life forms in that block of space would not be static and simply limited only to that 1,200-gallon worth of space, like an autonomous ecosystem, but would be constantly coming and going into that space as animals move in and out, and plant seeds are carried by winds to grow and die, thereby bringing in and taking away nutrients to the system, with all living things in the space interacting, much like a heteronymous ecosystem. So going back to our great vivarium, I think for all of this to work, we as the caretakers need to schedule planned biological events in order for the ecosystem to thrive. Such events can include, for instance, spontaneously dropping in a piece of fruit, which theoretically could have fallen from the treetops above, for vivarium creatures to feed on. If certain plants were to die off due to being overeaten by herbivores, we would need to simply plant new plants within the tank. Periodically, we would need to go into the system like this to add things in order to keep it going. And the coolest part? These biological events we make happen don't only have to be with fruits and plants, but can also include the actual animals. See where I'm going with this? So, how can we work it out so that we can add our python, a tokegecko, a chameleon, and a tarantula into our ecosystem vivarium without wreaking havoc on our ecosystem? Well, just add them in at different times, meaning we cycle the apex predators. We could have my 9-year-old green tree python Valentino living in our ecosystem vivarium for 3 months, where he could only eat mice, which I would need to throw in once or twice a month. The skin he would shed and the poop he would excrete while living inside would be amazing nutrient-dense food for the soil creatures, which would then go on to poop and enrich the soils with bioavailable nutrients for growing plants within the vivarium. Then, whenever we want, we could simply move him out and move in a tokay gecko, which would hunt prey insects, who've had some time to proliferate in the vivarium, simply due to the fact that Valentino wouldn't eat insects the whole time he was in there. The tokay would now have a feast on prey insects, and might even pick off any small predators that failed to hide in the terrarium, like spiders, other small lizards, and frogs. Then when we feel he'd done his job at consuming a significant supply of prey animals, we'd move him out, and move in a chameleon, which would feed on just insects and nibble on plants. If ever we feel the plant life was suffering, we could add in more plants, or offer vegetables on the forest floor for the chameleon to eat. Or if we felt the prey animal populations were suffering, we could also add more of those. These planned biological events would mimic the natural movement in and out of animals and plants that would typically occur in nature, in our theoretical 1,200-gallon natural wild space. Finally, after some time, we can swap out the chameleon with a tarantula, which would usually stick to a burrow location and wait for prey to come to it, and also not eat once filled for possibly weeks, which would give prey animals time to replenish. We could even add in a weaver ant colony to dominate the vivarium for a bit, and then just cut their nest plant out whenever we wanted, or felt they were eating too much or growing too big. The possible apex predators that could have a turn in our vivarium are endless, so long as they're easy to catch once their time is up. So you see, we as the ecosystem caretakers must play God a little bit and study what's happening in our vivarium, take a regular inventory of plants and animals, so we can be able to determine what the next oncoming biological event must be. Kind of like tending to a garden, using animals and plants as our additives and takeaways. Addition of things into and taking things out of our vivarium would be intentional and with purpose. At least in this way, we can have all our apex predators taking a turn in the vivarium, while also having other smaller predators roaming the tank, and having some sort of ecosystem happening within that resembles a food web. It's definitely more work than an autonomous ecosystem, but for me, it's 1,000 times more rewarding to watch all the different things that occur when we routinely add and take away organisms to the system. We also don't have to give all apex predators equal time in the vivarium. For instance, if our tokay gecko looks like it's eating all other frogs and small house geckos in the tank, we can simply remove it after a day or two to preserve our house gecko and frog population. While other more steady apex predators that don't need a ton, like our python or tarantula, can stay a bit longer. We will just have to be the active managers of the food web in our vivarium. Oh, and by the way, when our apex predators aren't in their grand vivarium, they would be living in their own separate enclosures, kept simply as our beloved pets in the ant room, as normal. So what do you guys think about this idea? The natural world is intrinsically biodiverse, so I figured so too should our ecosystem vivarium, right? And this was my solution to make it work. But now I ask you guys, do you think this system will work? Let me know in the comments. Now there is one predator that a lot of you guys really wanted to see added into our ecosystem vivarium, which I initially thought was an awesome idea, but I later realized was actually a bad one. I'm so sorry to say this, guys, but for those of you wanting poison dart frogs in the system, I've come to the decision to never add these into our vivarium. And the reason is this. These poison dart frogs, for which there are 175 known species, each with their various vivid and gorgeous colors, are named after the toxic mucus they produce in the wild that is potent enough to kill several humans. But in captivity, they're deemed safe because they don't end up producing the same toxins as their wild counterparts. The toxins that wild dart frogs produce is said to come from the specific ants, termites, and beetles that make up their diets in their natural habitats. In captivity, we hobbyists feed them crickets and or fruit flies, which don't possess the components that form that said poison. Though we humans aren't sure which dart frog food item in the wild leads them to being so deadly, ants is one of the suspected contributors to their poison. And well, our vivarium will definitely be home to some ant colonies. So do you see where I'm going with this? I don't want to find out if the ants we put in cause our captive raised poison dart frogs to become poisonous, and have one of the frogs land on my hand, which may have a little scrape from working around the tank, and me dying a painful death. Knock on wood, no thank you, not worth it. Plus, if we have apex predators like a python, tokay, or tarantula in there, I don't want them to be eating a $30 to $70 dart frog, only for them to also die. Not the most financially sound biological event management in our vivarium, if you ask me. So sadly, sorry dart frog fans, but we'll just have to create another dart frog terrarium one day. But I do feel our ultimate ecosystem vivarium has a lot of potential for us to learn and gain insight on the workings of real wild ecosystems and on how ants fit into the ecological picture of things. Like, don't you wonder what would happen if we dropped a dead animal into our ecosystem terrarium? Would ants come and claim it first to defend it from thieves? Which we always say happens whenever we do ant feeding videos. But now we'd be able to witness them doing it in real life. Would forest roaches emerge from hiding to feed on a piece of fruit we drop in? Would that in turn draw in the predators to the scene? What would happen if we threw in a handful of birdseed into the vivarium? Or introduced an army of caterpillars into the system? How about a praying mantis egg case? So many interesting experiments we could do to learn from. And it would be so interesting to watch how our ecosystem vivarium reacts to these planned biological events to achieve balance. What other cool events could you think of that we could add and watch play out in our vivarium? Let me know in the comments. It's getting close to the arrival date of our glass, and I love that together we are doing our due diligence, researching, discussing, and collaborating on ideas so that this ecosystem vivarium project will truly be one of a kind and groundbreaking. I am so honored to have all of you AC family walking this incredible journey of nature discovery with me. As you guys have always done over the years, we've been creating stunning worlds for our ants and beloved critters. And it looks like we'll be hitting the big 5M subs very soon, if not already by the time you watch this episode. And that, AC family, is one epic biological event to celebrate. So again, please be sure to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with all your friends and family to get them involved as well in this ultimate ecosystem world creation. Thank you all for watching and supporting the ants. It's Ant Love forever. Wait a sec. What is that? What is that? Whoa! But wait a second. How is that even possible? OMG. No way! I am on a mission to create the ultimate ecosystem vivarium, and I've already begun the groundwork. Planning, choosing a location in my home to build it, ordering the glass and materials, and most fun of all, choosing the animals that will be living inside it. The over 1,200-gallon tank vivarium will be complete with living ant colonies of mine, an array of tropical plants, fungi, prey creatures, parasites, detritivores, possibly a waterfall, river, and a pond, and of course, predators. I knew from the start of this project that in order to succeed in constructing this ultimate ecosystem vivarium, one of the prerequisites would definitely be having a good team of predators, because they keep populations of prey insects and animals from overpopulating. In nature, having a biodiverse score of predators in an ecosystem is a good indicator of a healthy ecosystem. And my, has Mother Nature crafted some supreme predators with such stunning diversity into the most surprising of shapes and the most adept of hunting techniques. And needless to say, I just love predators, and it seems the majority of you who are subscribed to and watch this channel also share a love for predators above all organism types in an ecosystem, based on a poll I ran this week. Now I've been mulling over what selection of predators I want to add to our ultimate ecosystem vivarium. Because, well, you can't just add a bunch of predators into a tank and expect them to coexist. Several things could go wrong. They could eat each other, injure or kill each other over territory or food, or completely exhaust the shared prey supply in the vivarium. I knew compatibility was key here, and this project was already testing all my skills and knowledge I've acquired over my lifetime of animal husbandry and nature knowledge. But guys, I have some great news. I believe I've come close to achieving the official list of predators for our vivarium. And in fact, this week, I'm thrilled to already introduce to you today 2 new arrivals, both awesome predators, currently in my ant room, just waiting patiently to be rehomed into our ultimate vivarium once built. I also have others on the way, but I'll be needing your help and opinions today with finalizing my official predatory species wish list. So stay tuned because I want you all involved with the decision process as we embark on this adventurous biological journey to build the ultimate ecosystem tank, the largest terrarium build I've ever done in my entire life. This is part 2 of creating an ecosystem vivarium. As we take a look at potential predators we'll be adding in, what predatory species of animals will work best for our ambitious ecosystem vivarium, which predators can coexist in a single enclosure and not fight or eat each other. Shall we add an apex predator to the vivarium? And would such a thing be safe for the ecological balance we're trying to achieve? What are these first 2 new predator animals I caught for our ultimate ecosystem vivarium? It's time we explore the amazing world of predators and find out. Welcome to the story of how I build the ultimate ecosystem vivarium here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. Guys, it's my greatest honor to start this huge ant vivarium project with you all. And as mentioned in part 1 of this ecosystem vivarium series, there couldn't be a better time to embark on such a vivarium building journey with you guys than now, as it would be the perfect celebration of reaching 5 million subscribers on the channel. At the time of creating this second episode, there are a little over 13,000 subscribers left until we hit that milestone. So guys, my hope is that the AC family finally reaches 5 million subs at some point during the course of this long-awaited ant ecosystem series, for which I have some very big and exciting plans. So if you're watching and haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please do hit that subscribe button so you too could follow and be part of this truly groundbreaking milestone experiment. I truly appreciate the support and cherish every sub. Alright, so as mentioned, I have 2 very prominent predators from the ecosystem of my yard that I can't wait to show you guys. In this video, I'll be feeding them and building them a luxury terrarium suite as a temporary home until we complete the construction of our ultimate ecosystem terrarium, which may be a few more weeks from now because the glass and framing is all being manufactured right now as we speak. In the meantime, I'm using this period to research. I'll also be going over what other predators I'm thinking of adding into our vivarium. But as mentioned, I'll be needing your help with something regarding that later on in this video. So do stay tuned until the end for a very important question I'll be asking you, as your opinions have already helped me immensely with this undertaking. Also, for the purposes of this video, this episode will cover vertebrate predators only, because I feel the vast world of invertebrate predators can be covered in an entirely separate episode. Okay, so let's begin. Within these holding containers, I have 2 very exceptional predatory animals that I believe will bring great vitality and health to our ecosystem vivarium. They're common predators in my yard and contribute to controlling the populations of prey creatures that make up their diet in the wild. Let's start with this container. As you may have already noticed, it's partially filled with water, with a stone for an island. Which can only mean, what you ask? You guessed it, amphibian. And there it is. This here is a forest frog, a tree frog of sorts. And my, look at that cryptic color pattern. It just screams, I'm just a piece of mossy bark. You can move along now. On the underside, you can see its white underbelly and sticky toe pads. So cute. Guys, what should we name it? Leave your name suggestions in the comments. Now, I often find these frogs sleeping in random receptacles containing bodies of water, including vases, random pots of water around my home, and within moistened plants. I also see their egg masses in my pond, and again, in any receptacle of water that may be laying around. I believe it to belong to the genus Mantis, although I'm not too sure. Any frog experts want to take a stab at what species of tree frog this is? That impressive camouflage that cosplays mossy bark, as you will see later, truly helps them remain invisible to predators. And even their prey. AC family, it's time we feed our tree frog here. Hello, Turkestan roach. It's time you bring nourishment to our newest creature to join our ant room. Frogs usually require live-moving prey in order to stimulate the feeding response. So unlike with my ant colonies, this roach will have to be fed alive. I wonder how hungry our tree frog is. Let's find out. I carefully open the top of the container and tap the roach inside. The roach instantly swam to the island as it struggled to climb up the walls of the container. Will the roach's movement wake our frog up? But suddenly, the roach fell into the water and completely lost control. The frog remained completely still cosplaying mossy bark. The roach continued to try climbing out of the water, but was having troubles. I considered possibly trying to help it out, but I opted not to, because I felt the frog was likely scared of me, which was why it still wasn't moving. Perhaps if I just didn't move and pretended to have gone away, our frog might decide to go in for the kill. I continued to wait. Come on, roach. You had one job. To be the food for my frog. Just kidding. Well, not kidding. Eventually, the roach managed to climb up on the rock on its own. Yes, now for sure the frog could go in for the kill. I waited with bated breath as the roach began to wander the rock island. I anticipated the frog would pounce at any moment now. And then, sploosh! The roach slipped and went in for a swim again. Seriously? How can you guys survive a nuclear apocalypse and not this little body of water? Anyway, we'll come back to the frog and its meal. It's time to show you our next predator. Oh, you guys will love this guy. It's currently hiding under this rock. And voila! Meet our super cute sun skink. At first, it seemed a bit startled by the sudden missing rock, and it began to snoop around for another place to possibly hide. It flicked its tongue to smell its surroundings. This little guy is a type of lizard, and it's still young. But I see them scurrying around the forest edge and my lawn, basking in the hot sun, then retreating into shadowy dark places when all heated up. These guys are super fast and hard to catch, but seeing it now was just amazing. What should we name it, guys? Let me know in the comments. I marveled at its smooth, shiny golden scales, lined with bands of black and a grayish belly. I find our sun skink here super cute. How about you guys? Its streamlined body helps it fit into little tunnels and spaces between rocks and rotting wood in order to hunt the prey insects that it eats. And well, guys, I've got just the thing it's looking for. Gut-loaded roaches. And again, they need to be fed alive and moving. Let's feed our little dinosaur, shall we? As I went in from above to drop in the roach, the lizard looked up at me inquisitively I was surprised he wasn't dashing away for his life. Where I live, there aren't really a lot of people around, so perhaps I'm one of the first humans he's ever seen. But for sure, this roach wasn't the first he's seen, as forest roaches make up a good part of their diet in the wild. My heart jumped into my throat the moment one of the roaches approached the lizard, who stood perfectly still. What? Okay, no. It's moving now. And doesn't see the roach, maybe? The roach stood perfectly still for its life, and then at just the right moment, darted away with the speed of Americans on Black Friday. Was our lizard not interested in food at the moment? It actually seemed much more interested in me, literally looking at my face as I went in to watch it. Before going on with its business, looking for what I guess was a place to hide, and then it approached another roach. Would it finally eat this one? Nope. It seemed much more interested in exploring the alien container it was in. Guess our lizard wasn't so hungry. Man, the roach gods are really working overtime tonight. I watched several moments when the lizard totally could have gone in for the kill, but the lizard didn't. My guess was it wasn't the right time of day. It was currently nighttime, and these lizards are diurnal, hunting and feeding during the day. So it was probably really confused right now and was staying up way past its bedtime. He was probably looking for a place to spend the night and get to bed. As for the frog, still no eating. I think it was really hoping to convince me that it was mossy bark. Well, I had just the thing both these animals needed. It was now time to create their luxury suites to properly welcome them home to the ant room. AC family, behold the empty tanks into which we will be moving our 2 new predators. I have some very special plans for both these tanks. As you may have guessed, this tank, with its awesome amount of vertical space, would be perfect for our tree frog. And this tank here, with its greater horizontal space, would be great for our terrestrial sun skink. Together, they would make up the luxury suites in which our tree frog and skink would be residing until our ultimate vivarium was complete. So, I went straight to work. First, a drainage layer. I used some crushed coral I had laying around, but gravel or anything coarse also works. This drainage layer will ensure the soils don't get waterlogged, which can kill plants, and that there are no anaerobic spots, which could produce toxins for many soil creatures. Next, for ground medium, I used cocoa peat, but I will also be using some bioactive soil to ensure these terrariums are somewhat self-cleaning at soil level. And after 2 hours of work, this was the end result. AC family, behold the 2 luxury suites of our new predators. A cloud of humidifying mist enveloped them as they awaited their future beloved inhabitants. Let's open the tree frog's terrarium. Ah, there we go. And blow into the sun skink's terrarium home. So, what do you guys think? I wanted to make it look like the 2 terrariums were somewhat connected and part of the same world, while also providing each animal with what it needed most. If we do end up housing these 2 animals together one day in our ultimate ecosystem terrarium, the challenge will be having to provide each of the animals' specific needs into one setup. Now, before we move our predators in, let me show you around the territories. First, the tree frog suite. This tank is a lush and tall tropical waterfall corner of paradise that I think our tree frog will truly enjoy. It's got ground plants, rocks, and its premium feature, a waterfall with crystal fresh waters for our frog to enjoy and spoil itself when it's not cosplaying mossy bark. It's important that our tree frog doesn't dry out and has a supply of water to keep its skin hydrated. I've also decked the suite out with some broad-leafed plants, Syngonium, which will offer the tree frog cover in case it wants to hide. I've also placed in a long and winding branch for climbing. Overall, I feel our tree frog will truly love this slice of tree frog heaven we've made for it. Alright, now let's move on to next door, to our Sunskink Shangri-La. This terrarium features a basking spot under a heat lamp and UV bulb. for our lizard to sunbathe and heat up as it so wishes. Towards the cooler end of the tank, we have a variety of plants. And guys, check this out. My favorite feature of the tank is this. This protruding rock here is the cover to a secret hidden master bedroom fit for a sunskink. Here is the entrance to the master's, but we'll need to keep it dark if we're to attract the sunskink in for bed. So placing back this magnetized rock cover. Ooh, I just can't wait for our little guy to discover his hidden chamber. I made sure, by the way, to place all plants and his hide far away from the basking site, as the heat can be too much for the plants and for the lizard once it's all heated up. Oh yeah, forgot to mention, our sunskink also has a refreshing little pool to soak himself and have a drink from. And now we see, family, it was time to move our two predators into their new homes. First, the tree frog. He sat on his rock island, looking at his new home with wonder. And with a little guidance, he happily leaped into his new suite. I then slid on the front cover. So cool! There he was, chilling out at the back. It seemed he was still cosplaying Mossy Bark. But my, did he look awesome and pretty at home in there. I was amazed at how well he could stick onto the glass surface with his sticky toe pads. Hope you like your new home. Oh, come on. I know you aren't Mossy Bark. No need to pretend. Seriously though, it was definitely amazing to see our tree frog in a more naturalistic home. I was already starting to love the little guy. Alright, next. It was time to move our sunskink into his new luxury suite. He too gazed at his new home through the acrylic as I opened the top and carefully guided him inside. He leaped down and dashed for the ferns. At first I couldn't see him, but in just a few seconds, I spotted him, sticking his curious little head out. See him? He was breathing heavily, probably jarred by the transfer, but soon he relaxed and began to inspect his new surroundings. He made his way on top of the rock, which made up his sleeping quarters. Oh, would he find his secret hideout? He proceeded forth to explore some more, and past his master bedroom, wandering to the other warmer side of the tank. I loved watching him explore as he made his way to the rocky outcrop of the basking site. This place is rather warmish, he thought. He stayed there for a good minute, soaking up the warmth. Oh, how I loved watching him all sprawled out, absorbing those rays like he would in the wild. What a cute little sunskink. But wait, if our lizard was basking and thinking it was daytime right now, I wondered if it would be willing to eat now. A roach. I dropped it in. Suddenly, a movement caught our skink's eye, and bam! In for the kill, without a second thought. Wow, that was awesome! The skink proceeded to consume the tasty fattened roach. It swallowed the entire roach whole. Well, wasn't that a tasty treat? Now we know if this lizard does move into our ultimate ecosystem vivarium, roaches will definitely need to be an available prey insect. How about another? I dropped it in, and in a flash, the sunskink appeared on the scene and went in for the kill. Yum! How awesome to be able to witness this live feeding. How I love reptiles. What was amazing was after these two very filling roaches, our sunskink found the hottest basking spot in the territories and sprawled out to proceed to bake, which would help him digest his food. It was truly awesome to see that our lizard was already making himself at home and using the amenities of his brand new luxury suite built just for him. He stayed in this basking spot for the next 10 minutes, not moving, just basking. Eventually, when he was hot enough, he began to move and continue on with his exploration expedition around the territories. He climbed the ferns, checked out the big giant rock again, went back to the rocks, basked again. I couldn't wait to watch him crawl into the hole. I mean, being a diurnal creature, he must have been so tired by now. I watched him crawl back to the basking spot where he basked for a third time. And that's when I realized I was probably jet lagging the poor guy, and I should probably turn off the daylights now, so he could go to sleep. I tried feeding the tree frog, but watch what happened. Food crawled right over it, as it insisted to me that it was mossy bark. Okay, I get it. The frog wants me to truly be gone first. And lights off. I turned off the lights and decided to come check up on them in the morning. The next day, I checked up on the predators. Our frog was right there, hanging out on a branch, after a night of exploring his tank. And he probably ate the roaches I stuck in there for him, as I couldn't find any anywhere. Now, seeing him against the wood like this, I could now fully appreciate how effective his camouflage actually was. I could easily pass this unsuspecting piece of mossy bark, wouldn't you guys? Wink wink. But we see you. Alright, let's leave him be, even though we still see him. Our lizard had not yet emerged, probably sleeping in from staying up so late. But I couldn't help but wonder, had he found his master bedroom? I removed the rock cover and was shocked at what I saw. What? Empty? Guess this hide wasn't so Sunskink approved after all, which only meant that he was likely hiding somewhere else, probably beneath the tufts of moss all around the territories. With his streamlined body, he could have literally dove head first into any of these softened mossy places all around the lands. And after thinking about it more, I felt this was a very wise choice. To seek out a much more tight and hard-to-get-to space, because our secret hide here was still pretty cavernous, and the opening still rather large enough for a medium-sized snake to fit into and eat him, which is a real danger these lizards need to contend with. It makes sense that the sunskink would instinctively sleep in a hard-to-get-to space every night, perhaps burrowing tightly underground for his own safety from other predators. But this brings me now to where I really need your help. So, I have an admission, guys. As I was filming today's episode, I had a change of heart. I'm now actually at about 50% sure I still want to keep both Frog and our cute lizard. The reason is twofold. First, after seeing them in their individual suites, and as much as I really love them both, I realized that they are still wild animals. Now, I don't mind catching and keeping wild invertebrates from my yard, but for some reason, I struggle now with ethics again regarding catching wild reptiles and amphibians. Why do I have such a double standard conscience? I almost feel the right thing to do is release both of these guys back into my yard, because it just doesn't seem right to confine them into these suites, or even a huge 1,200-gallon vivarium after they've known the freedom of the expanse that is the outside world. Keeping them captive now seemed a bit hard for me to deal with ethically. Second reason is regarding an apex predator. So AC family, hear me out. I've been struggling with the idea of an apex predator for our vivarium. There are 2 apex predators that I'm thinking of ordering for our vivarium. And unlike our frog and sunskink, these apex predators will not be wild-caught, but will be captive-bred pets. As soon as I make the official decision, I can order them at any time from an exotic pet breeder friend of mine. But AC family, I'm undecided if our vivarium should house one of the 2 following. Chameleon. I grew up raising chameleons since I was a teen and have always been fascinated with them. Visually, they're striking with their ever-changing colors, slow-moving and graceful, and generally easy to feed. For me, they're one of my favorite lizards to keep. As you know, we've had a veiled chameleon on the channel before, but sadly, I had to rehome it during the pandemic ant room apocalypse, where I had a feeder scarcity issue due to lockdowns in my city, and had to downsize my pet collection drastically. Well, I no longer have that problem today and feel our vivarium might be an excellent home for a chameleon. I'm unsure if frogs and/or medium-sized ground lizards like our skink would be safe though, because I'm certain a hungry chameleon would go for anything that fits into its mouth. So I don't think we'd be able to house much else if we had a chameleon patrolling the vivarium. Another thing about chameleons is that they also eat plants, so it might be a substantial herbivore in our vivarium, which may or may not be a problem. The second apex predator I'm considering possibly getting is a tokay gecko. Man, this has been a dream lizard species since I was a kid, and they're also native to where I live. But wild tokay geckos are protected. I can legally source a captive bred tokay gecko from my breeder friend, so it's definitely possible for us and our vivarium project. These lizards are huge and a bit scary and eat a lot of insects. But just one of these geckos would be like having a T-Rex patrolling the vivarium, capable of consuming a lot of prey insects and other animals in the tank. Frogs and smaller lizards would be in constant danger. But then again, should I even be worrying about other creatures, seeing as an ecosystem is simply what we're trying to achieve? In other words, if for instance our cute sun skink ever failed to burrow underground by night when the tokay emerges and fall prey to a tokay gecko, wouldn't that just be the ecosystem working as it should? Why am I okay with insects being eaten, but vertebrates not? I don't know, double standard again. But bottom line, if we do get an apex predator, we will not be able to have a bunch of other smaller predators running or hopping around. Also, we cannot have both chameleon and a tokay gecko living together in our vivarium, because I know tokays are notorious for being pretty vicious, so I would fear for the chameleon's safety, as both lizards are arboreal. Anyway, do let me know what you guys think. Should we get a chameleon or a tokay gecko, or neither, and just stick with a team of smaller, more placid predators that can live together? And about our tree frog and sun skink, should we just set them free back into my yard? I can always buy captive-born and raised frogs and lizards for our vivarium. And the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm feeling good about this option. There are many other possible tropical lizard and frog species worthy of our vivarium that can possibly live together in a setup and eat insects, like red-eyed tree frogs, dart frogs and mantellas, although note that these frogs eat a lot of ants, Madagascar day geckos, crested geckos, house geckos, and various smaller agamid species, even a rough green snake which only eats insects. But again, if we choose this route with a community of predators, we cannot have an apex predator like a chameleon or a tokay gecko wandering around in the vivarium. Regardless of what we choose, it is still amazing to learn all that we are on this vivarium building journey. So cool to watch our lizard eat and to know that all it took was a more naturalistic environment for both animals to feed. Same goes for our mossy bark cosplaying tree frog. I've always believed that it's important we provide our pets, whether they be lizards, frogs, or ants, the best homes we can possibly give them. Oh, and speaking of giving our pets the very best homes, real quick, for those of you wanting to get into the ant keeping hobby, as we do every year at AntsCanada.com, it's our annual AC holiday sale. Just use the coupon code AntLoveForever2023 to get 10% off all ant farms and outworlds at our shop, as well as a free ant keeping handbook, which has all the info you need to get started in ant keeping. Just add it to your cart. Our ant starter kits make great gift ideas for any nature lover. Go check out AntsCanada.com and enjoy your ant shopping. The promo ends January 1st, 2024. But going back to our vivarium project, I can't wait for its final completion. I think it's great that together we are researching, laying out our plans, and making all the tough decisions now, so that when it's time to build our ultimate ecosystem vivarium in a few more weeks' time, it will truly be a biological marvel to look at and observe. So again, please be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet, to be part of all the fun and this historic terrarium build. I can't wait to see where this project heads to next. So stay tuned, because next week, when we return for our next step in our quest to build the ultimate ecosystem vivarium, I have something very special planned. Until then, thank you all for watching and supporting the ants. It's ant and predator love forever. I actually did it, and I must say, I'm quite proud of the outcome. Within this over 1,000-gallon tank is my magnum opus, and in my heart, I feel it is one of the greatest things I've ever created in my entire life. I'm going to show it to you, but I must say, constructing it has been an adventure and a half, full of twists, turns, heartbreaks, and triumphs. But the utter biological beauty of it all made it worth the journey. In celebration of recently hitting 5 million subs on this channel, this new tropical world of ours, within glass, will serve us a very special purpose in the world of science. And I'll explain how it all came together in this crazy story of how I created a living, mist-breathing cloud rainforest within glass. Part 4 of my Ultimate Ecosystem series, which I dedicate to all of you. Welcome to the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I knew creating a giant cloud rainforest vivarium, incorporating a ton of tropical animals, plants, bacteria, and fungi was no easy task. I mean, I'm no god, but as your creator of worlds on this channel, I knew successfully pulling off an ecosystem terrarium, which was the main objective of this giant cloud rainforest build, would require me to apply all the knowledge and experience I've acquired over a lifetime, beyond just ants, but of biology, animal husbandry, terrarium building, aquaria, etc. So even prior to the actual building of the tank unit, I had been studying and planning non-stop, dare I say obsessed, day and night to make sure all details of this rainforest build were covered. If you haven't seen the past 3 episodes of this series, which was largely a research phase and a crowdsourcing of your ideas, I've placed the playlist link in the description so you could check out those episodes after watching this episode. But when the team that I had commissioned to build the initial tank unit arrived this week, my heart was racing 1,000,000 miles a minute. This was it. No more planning now. It was time to execute and build the ultimate vivarium. Animals and plants were waiting on standby to be introduced to their new kingdom. Once I was done, my ant tanks had to be moved around in a game of musical ant farms to accommodate the new gargantuan setup that was about to become part of the Antiverse. Volcania, my fire ant setup, had to be drained of water and lugged to an opposite wall. I actually liked it better here. The Leviathans, my marauder ants in their dragon setup that used to be there, had to be moved closer to a window. Beside the blades of Midas, my spiny ant setup, my trapjaw ants had to be moved to another window where it looked much neater. Anyway, the base of the setup looked sturdy and was huge. The entire thing was about 10 feet long. Everything would be held together by frames, silicone, and glass. It took the team the entire day to finish it, but when they did, laying eyes on the empty tank in the ant room was such an experience. I've never before had nor designed a tank this huge. Walking up to it was a dream. I was in awe and felt like an athlete the night before the Olympics. I knew all my terrarium building skills would be stretched to their limit with this one, and all culminated to this sole terrarium. Let me show you the specs of this tank. To get in, you have to go through the back via 2 glass panels which swing open. The terrarium would be housing a lot of life, and I didn't want things escaping all over the place whenever I needed to get in, so this was the best way in my mind. I also wanted a full unobstructed view of the front, so I chose for no doors there. I knew I would be needing some good space at the top for lighting and climate equipment, so I had an upper compartment created to house all the lights and gear. Speaking of climate equipment, I also knew ventilation was key, particularly for the animals I had in mind for the vivarium. So I had the side made with an opening door with mesh for ventilation. The top of the tank, of course, was also mesh. Now before starting any terrarium build, I always visualize what the final result would look like. I began to trace the general shape of what I wanted the vivarium to look like in my mind. I even drew a sketch several weeks ago of what I wanted it to look like. For me, this visualization phase is imperative before actually building, because it would help inform all my aesthetic choices made during the building process, which you will see later. The tank was empty now, but I could see it, already done in my mind. It was late, so tomorrow would be building day. But little did I know, this terrarium building process would turn out to be harder than expected and wouldn't go as planned. The first thing I needed to do was silicone a wall. I wanted the vivarium to have a water portion, so that wall separating the water from the land needed to be set in place. But before that, I needed to prep the rock wall. And for that, I'd like to introduce to you what has become my best friend throughout this entire rainforest building journey. This was the real MVP. It's terrarium scaping foam. It was my first time using it. It's by a company named Dymax, #not sponsored, but it's basically a biological safe glue for gluing tank decor in place. I decided to give it a try and began to use it to glue sphagnum moss to the back of our rock wall. To my surprise, it worked like a charm. I just sprayed the stuff onto the moss, and sure enough, the foamy glue stuck the rock moss to the rock wall like a charm. When this was done, we carried the entire thing, which weighed a ton, into the tank, where I proceeded to silicone it at these long brackets. This is what the rock wall looked like from the front. It would soon become the coolest rock wall ever when we were done with it. Now that the rock wall was in place, I could better judge where to silicone our water barrier wall, and I began to silicone that into place. Next up, from rock wall to a moss wall. Wait until you guys see this. I measured out the piece of stainless steel chicken wire I'd be needing for this epic moss wall. When cut to size, I began to cover it with dried sphagnum moss, using the scaping foam. When it was done, I set it in place. And guys, now for the real star of this terrarium build, the tree stump. Oh man, now when building a terrarium, I always choose one item to be the main star of the show, so to speak. One central piece of landscape decor that would steal focus and have everything around it revolve. The star for this tank was this tree stump. In my initial sketch idea, the main star in my mind would be the branches. So for weeks, I kept my eyes open for some interesting looking branches to play that role. That was until I spotted the tree stump. It was in my neighbor's front yard, and I drooled when I saw it. I asked my neighbor if I could have it, seeing as it was already dead and was useless. And to my surprise, he said yes. We had to chop it from the ground. The thing was massive, so massive that it actually didn't fit in the tank when we first tried to install it. We each took turns hacking away at the back of it to make it fit. And let me tell you, whatever this wood was, it was iron solid. It took forever to chop it to size. Once amply chopped down, we lugged the unwieldy stump into place. The idea was to have it sit a bit higher, so I had a wooden stool ready to become its great throne within the setup. Then I wanted the tree stump to be tilted to the right and leaned up against the moss wall, holding the moss wall in place. And there it was, looking so pretty. A tree stump king, with its attractive mossy cape, ready to steal the show. I siliconed one side of the moss wall into place and allowed the entire thing to dry overnight. I also siliconed the other side of the water wall. And that was the end of day one. All silicone needed to dry now before the next step. But little did I know, life would throw an unexpected wrench into our great terrarium building plans. Early the next morning, it was the scheduled water test. I always get nervous with these water tests because I've had bad experiences with water walls leaking and have learned to never start a terrarium build with a water wall without first testing that water wall for leaks. And luckily, I didn't start the actual terrarium building prematurely because what I spotted made my heart drop to my stomach. Leaks. And not just inside the tank, but also outside the tank. The setup was not waterproof. I wasn't sure if it was my fault by not explaining that the tank needed to be waterproof, But perhaps the manufacturer thought he was building a completely dry unit. Like the display case wall I also had them build in my room. But worrying and blaming was too late now. The entire thing was leaking, and leaking bad. I spotted where the leak was. It was an unsiliconed corner. So I removed the water and re-siliconed everything including that corner, as well as the inside and the outside of the water portion. It was good that we spotted the problem, but I had lost a day as we would need to allow the silicone to dry before proceeding with a second water test. The next day, I proceeded with the water test. When it was full, I was happy to see that there were no leaks. I placed a tape at the watermark and would have to check back in a few hours to verify that it was indeed leak-free. I came back in a few hours, and this was what I saw. Okay, a little leak outside the tank. Inside, no leak, which was good, but there was still a leak somewhere. So once again, I drained all the water out and went in again to silicone a massive band this time over all joints, corners, and edges. My guess was that the silicone the company used was not for aquarium use. I've made this error in the past. If any of you guys are building your tanks, be sure to get silicone for aquariums. While waiting for the silicone to dry, I used this time to do things like clean the glass, as I knew the moment I started landscaping, it would get harder and harder to properly get in to wipe the glass. The next day, I was ready for the third leak test. Overnight, I had sucked up all the trapped water in the brace using paper towels. This was the moment of truth. So many items, tank decor, and plants were waiting on the sidelines for the moment I was ready to build, and I had hoped it would be today. I watched the paper towel like a hawk as the water began to fill up. When the tank was full, I checked the paper towel. No drip. It was dry, and this continued for the next several hours, which to me meant we had passed the leak test, which also meant that now the real fun was about to begin. Whoopee! First, we needed a drainage layer. I used lava rock, and a lot of it. I also used pebble gravel and spread it throughout the tank floor. The purpose of a drainage layer is to have a place for water to sit while not having to waterlog the soils, which can be harmful to some plants, can drown important soil creatures, and produce anaerobic spots, which can be toxic for life. Next, charcoal. This is the carbon agent I would be using to absorb impurities. It also helps reduce odors that can develop over time in a terrarium, a must-have for our rainforest world. Next, pieces of rotting wood. This would help in giving the soil structure, provide nutrients to the soils, and act as a food for a number of soil creatures. I also added some large decayed leaves for a similar purpose. Finally, it was time to add soil. I ended up using 10 bags of soil. Now we want to give the plants within our vivarium the best chance to thrive, so within this bag was the most potent of stuff. Poop from my goat Billy, aged for a few months, mixed with decayed leaves and grass. It stank, but once the stuff starts breaking down and releasing its nitrogen-rich compounds into the soils, our plants would rejoice and truly live their best lives. I then added a layer of leaf litter for more nutrients and more soil. And once the ground medium was set, it was now my favorite part, landscaping and planting. I started with the moss wall. Though the moss wall was dead, my vision for this moss wall was for it to be alive with plants growing on it. So I cut holes into the wall to accommodate various plants in pots, or stuck directly onto the moss epiphytically. When that was done, I began to work on planting the main tank. This process was a lengthy one and consisted of grabbing the supporting actors of the show, i.e., these asparagus ferns, which I love, and you'll see why when it's all finished, and rearranging them around until I was satisfied with the general look and shape they formed. Once that was done, I proceeded to continue adding, rearranging, and testing out the look of various other plants and decor. As you can see here, I start with larger items first and make my way down to smaller items. I find it easier to work that way. What made this terrarium build extra challenging was that instead of working from above, like I would any ordinary smaller tank, I needed to work blindly from the rear of the tank, then walk around to the front to see what I had done. I took a break from landscaping to start grouting the bottom of the water area. I did this so that in case water creatures that like to burrow did their thing, I wouldn't see glass at the bottom. Next, more soil, and another moss wire piece here. This time, instead of a wall, it would form a cool mossy hill. More landscaping and decorating. Now, a lot of this was intuitive. I've been terrariumscaping for animals since I was a young boy, so I had a lifetime of experience behind me, helping me decide what fit, what plant was too big, what shape of leaf might make it stand out or complement another plant beside it. It takes some practice. But if you want some terrariumscaping advice, I suggest studying aquascapers, hobbyists who design aquariums, particularly using Japanese or Indonesian techniques and styles. Even though it's for fish and not land terrariums, in my opinion, aquascapers do nature tanks the best. It also helps to have someone else come in with fresh eyes to give some honest feedback about what looks cool and what could use some adjusting. I continued to scape well into the night. The next morning, I got straight to work on vines. Vines, oh vines. I've never had a tank large enough to incorporate real vines, but I've always wanted to. Now was my chance. I collected these vines, which are actually air roots from a banyan tree in my neighborhood. I always felt they looked awesome and was happy to give them a try in our tank. Now, I thought situating vines in an aesthetically attractive manner would be easy, no different from arranging branches in a terrarium. But let me tell you, I was wrong. Arranging vines in a pleasing and natural-looking way was hard. It took me the entire morning and afternoon to come up with a vine configuration that looked natural and would be an effective climbing space for arboreal animals. When that was done, it was time for finishing touches. Almost done. Time to add gravel to the water area, then water, then stick moss onto the rock wall. And after a total of 5 whole days of working on this tank, this was what the final result looked like. AC family, behold, the slice of tropical cloud forest I call Pantdora. Now, before I show you all the neat and exciting details of this tank as a terrarium build, I want all of us to first become an ant for a second and have an epic exploratory walk through these vast territories as a tiny creature for greatest effect. Let's go! Pantdora is a magnificent tropical and humid paradise for any jungle creature that might have the chance to walk its mossy soils. With it being a cloud forest, humidity is high, which means heaven for moss, which carpets many areas of this rainforest terrain. Now, if you're having problems seeing things right now, don't worry. It's just while the cloud which blows through here every morning and evening floats through to hydrate the lands. It will be gone shortly. Now, the reason I chose to construct a cloud forest over any ordinary forest is because cloud forests, meaning forests usually at the saddles of mountains that retain a lot of moisture from settling clouds, happen to be among the most biodiversity-rich ecosystems in the world. Cloud forests are my favorite forests with incredible ecosystems, hence Pantdora here. Pantdora also sports a peaceful waterfall fed from a mountain spring that trickles into the opening of an underground cave water system. What a world these lands would be for our beloved creatures moving in. Alright, and now to check out these lands as humans. The foggy clouds are produced by a fog machine, which pumps the fog in every few hours to ensure the lands stay hydrated. The tank looks pretty epic from the front. This is my favorite angle of the tank. And check out the back. I just couldn't stop staring. Have a look. It's insane to watch and looks super real with the clouds. But let's have the clouds go, shall we? I have a fan on a timer, which turns on to periodically blow fresh air into the setup from the side, but I'll use that now. The mist takes a moment to dissipate. And voila! Behold Pantdora after the fog clearing. What do you think? So let's start with the underground river cave opening. It's stocked with floating water lettuce, mosses, and fed, as mentioned, from a trickling waterfall from our mossy and ornately planted rock wall. Oh, and I can't wait to stock this cave water system with aquatic life. I also added a stick to help rescue any animals or insects falling in. They could also grab on to the various banyan roots that go into the water. Our cloud forest floor is adorned with carpets of various species of moss. Cloud forests, as mentioned, offer the perfect haven for moss to grow. In fact, cloud forests are also known as mossy forests, seeing as they tend to be abundant in moss growing on the ground and vegetation. I find they look really pretty, give any tank that signature forest feel, and I hope they establish themselves in this tank. Crossing fingers. And what did I say about our star tree stump, huh? It stands boldly as a focal point from which the eyes begin to wander. Hello, golden ratio. Our mossy wall is adorned with telangias, bromeliads, and climbing ficus pumila, which I'm hoping will totally cover this mossy wall over time. Same goes for this plant, which often takes over my terrariums in no time. But probably my favorite plants within this tank are the asparagus ferns, the supporting actors. See how nice they look? I find they always look stunning, paired with wood, and kinda look like mini bamboo trees. Check out this one, which I found has a long stalk that I could hang from above. I love it so much. Other plants worth noting are these nerve plants, which make great terrarium additions, this bright yellow-green philodendron, which adds an awesome pop of color, some wild baby plants, which were growing from a clump of dirt that I found in the forest in my yard. Not sure what species they are, but we'll see. And clumps of Spanish moss, which hung beautifully from the canopy above. Which brings us now to the vines. Oh, the vines. Took forever to get them to look just right. They entangle through each other high above the lands. There's a UV and heat basking spot for any reptile requiring sunlight. But my favorite are these banyan tree air roots. Have a look at them. I love the look of the air roots. They add such a cool aesthetic to our tropical rainforest. They're like nature's curtains. Check out the view from this side. Doesn't it look like a true slice of rainforest? I can honestly sit here for hours staring. Terrariums are so therapeutic. Now I made sure that there were lots and lots of places for animals to hide, find homes, explore, etc. that offer differing microclimates than the main living area. Let me show you. Behind the mossy wall is mostly space, so creatures can make their way back there and hide if they want. It's also quite humid back there too. I also allowed for the formation of an underground cave beneath the wooden stool on which the tree stump sits. I attached the rock wall using long brackets so that creatures could wedge themselves into the soft, tighter, mossy areas behind the wall, if they so chose. And my personal favorite, this neat cave, which leads into a huge, darkened dome beneath this moss hill. There's actually a lot of shadowy places and niches creatures could retreat to and occupy. Places for creatures to hide and get away would be important once the various animals begin living together. And AC family, that was when I spotted a tiny movement. Do you see it? A tiny jumping spider dangled from a thread of its lifeline silk. It looked around these vast lands in awe. I bet it was introduced here through one of the plants. Hello, little guy. Welcome to Pantdora. He would have an utter feast of insects to eat very soon. But I think he could feel a slight change in the air, and that something major was coming. The humid clouds were rolling in again. And AC family, we've already seen the cool clouds of our cloud rainforest, but it wouldn't truly be a rainforest without rain. Pandora's tropical montane climate consisted of frequent rain drizzles. Before scaping, I made sure to outfit the entire setup with an irrigation system. I also had to modify the nozzles a bit, so the rain produced would better mimic an actual cloud rainforest shower, falling lightly as a sort of mist, but also as droplets falling from the tall trees high above the canopy. The raindrops fell magically onto our precious clumps of moss below. I love storm watching, and I just loved watching it rain within our cloud rainforest kingdom of Pantdora. And that, AC family, was how I built a giant cloud rainforest within glass. What do you guys think of it? I have honestly been staring at it non-stop since it was built yesterday, and I felt honored to have such a stunning slice of nature that we could look into and visit anytime we wanted within the Antiverse. It made me come to better appreciate the magnificence, the design, the complexity of the natural world and climate. Speaking of climate, I also plan on changing the frequency settings on the fog and rain to mimic the natural wet and dry seasons through the year. I think it would be interesting to see how the inhabitants within Pantdora react to these changes. But guys, this brings me now to the best part. This vivarium, of course, was incomplete. It already had a tiny spider, but I've been waiting for this very moment for literal months. Now that all the flora of our vivarium was in place, it was time for the next step of our ultimate ecosystem vivarium building process. You guessed it, AC family. It was time to add the fauna. This is Pantdora, my giant 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium. It's beautiful, isn't it? This rainforest construction took me months of research, weeks of planning, and 6 days to construct. But though majestic in its current natural splendor, it was still incomplete. You see, my idea was for Pantdora to be an ecosystem vivarium, and with all its plants now in place, all it needed now was the animals. And here they were. I've waited months to execute this titanic event I call GAIA, the Great Animal Integration Advent, where I will release an initial team of animals to jumpstart the ecosystem. Many animals in holding containers were waiting patiently to be set free onto Pandoran soils, to each serve their function in the contained ecosystem I was trying to create. But little did I know, my giant rainforest ecosystem vivarium operation would not quite go as planned, and chaos would interrupt the order I had set in place. This is the craziest story of how a war of creatures broke out in my giant rainforest vivarium this week, in a way I could have never predicted, and all I could do was watch it all play out in nature's signature raw and often harsh way, leaving my jaw on the floor. Welcome to part 5 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, where Mother Nature starts to take over the show, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. The giant hand of the creator of worlds released the house gecko into Pantdora. She was the first member to enter for the GAIA event. At just the right moment, she leaped down and fell into a pillowy bed of vining plants and moss. Sitting still, she couldn't help but suddenly take in the vast new world into which she had just been released. Whoa, she thought to herself in awe. Where am I? This place was big, real big, and ominous as the clouds began to roll in. But she knew better than to just start romping around and mindlessly begin exploring. Her instincts were telling her that these lands, though beautiful, were also hostile and dangerous. She had best watch her step. But she was the first animal to be placed in. How dangerous could Pantdora be, right? Well, AC family, turns out she was right. And I too discovered the truth about Pantdora 2 days prior to GAIA. These lands were already a literal war zone, and a Pantdora-wide race to domination of parties had already begun amongst the most unlikely of creatures. The day before adding all the animals in, I spotted a colony of ants. hot in action. Ants? What kind of ants? I tried my best to identify their species as I watched them trailing energetically along the vertical facade of the Hallelujah tree stump. They looked so familiar. I followed their trail and watched as they came and went from an inconspicuous hole in the driftwood. Were the ants living in this tree stump? I followed them down another trail they established, down the wood towards the mossy floor. And that's when I saw it. A super major! No way! These were marauder ants. What were marauder ants doing in here? In disbelief, I had to double check on my leviathans, my longtime colony of marauder ants, to see if they had somehow escaped or something. But nope, all was well, and the leviathans were all in their setup. These marauder ants were another colony, and must have been introduced by way of the tree stump. When we first extracted the stump from the ground, I do remember a lot of us getting bitten by marauder ants, but I just assumed it was from an ant trail passing by the stump, because marauders usually nest in soil, not wood. It never occurred to me that there were possibly marauder ants actually living inside the stump. Furthermore, I was never bit once during the installation of the stump into the tank, but now that I saw them in here, I had some questions. Judging from their active trails and the size of the super majors, this was no young colony of marauders. How big was this colony? They had to be a colony in the thousands of workers, at least, to have super majors. Was the queen in here too? Or was she left in the ground at the site of extraction? I couldn't help but wonder. But as I stressed to think about what would happen if this marauder ant colony would completely grow to dominate Pantdora, I was suddenly brought aback by the frightful sighting I made next. No way. Fire ants! What were fire ants doing in here? I checked up on Volcania, my fire ant island of the Crimson Knights, but they too were also inside and secured. So these fire ants were introduced too, perhaps through the soils of one of the plants. I watched as they worked vigorously to construct their tunnels. There were a lot, perhaps not as many as marauder ants, but enough. They had to be a somewhat smaller colony, because had they been bigger, I definitely would have been attacked and stung during planting, and would have surely noticed. It was just dismaying though, to see that fire ants had been introduced to Pantdora, because as many of you may know, fire ants are invasive and are notorious at killing, displacing, and outcompeting native ants in the ecosystems they have conquered. Furthermore, what I found crazy was how close the fire ant nest was to the active trails of the marauder ants. Have a look. Fire ants were brave enough to start wandering onto the mossy beds, and just a stone's throw away were the marauders. I felt it was only a matter of time before the fire and marauder ant lines would meet. In fact, they already were. This was a classic scene of Team Native versus Team Invasive ants, and I couldn't believe it was all playing out right before my eyes within our ecosystem Vivarium of Pantdora. At the summit of the Hallelujah tree stump, termites were quietly performing their important work. There were termites in here too? I couldn't believe it. These were Nasudi termes termites that live in and eat wood. Looks like this tree stump brought in a lot of cool creatures to seed Pantdora. Check out the soldiers. They have these special tubes that stick out of their faces, from which a nauseous, sticky chemical mix can be shot out at enemies, mainly ants. So cool, right? I felt honored to watch this colony of termites repairing and building their tunnels along the outside of this tree stump. These dirt tunnels, by the way, are made from their poop and harden to form a protective tube through which the colony could navigate around safely. As they ate through the wood, I began to wonder if the termites were the reason the marauders loved living inside the tree stump. There was a constant food source available to them here, assuming they're quick enough to dodge the sticky stuff shot at them from the soldiers, of course. In 2 hours, the tunnels were done, and the termites could continue working and eating within the privacy of their concealed darkened poop tunnels, safe from any ants for now. Pantdora had become a place where new unlikely animal life was springing forth. A little tiny reflection of light caught my eye, like something was using a tiny mirror to Morse code me a message. Do you see it? I looked onto a clump of some baby seedlings and spotted a tiny creature. A small fly that just emerged from its pupa in the soils looked out into the new world. With its new fly body, it ran its legs through its unused wings to get the hemolymph flowing through its veins in preparation for its first flight. It was interesting to see that even prey animals, like flies, had unintentionally found their way into Pantdora. The marauder ants were really trailing now, establishing clear lines to and from various places in Pantdora. Even the majors dispatched to protect the trails, or perhaps chop things. Watching them make their way through the tall moss was like watching a pack of wolves moving swiftly through the woods. I actually love marauder ants because of the way they trail. They were still marching up the wood. But one such trail, coming from the right of the foot of the Hallelujah stump, was especially active, and I followed it to see what all the marauder fuss was about. Let's see what these ants are up to. In fact, this path became so important to the ants that they began clear-cutting all living moss laying in the way. They were determined to make this a permanent marauder highway, and the moss wasn't their favorite track flooring to navigate. Piece by piece, the workers worked hard to cut the moss up, and hey, what's that? Amazing! I then discovered that these moss forests, through which our marauders were parading, were home to these creatures, tiny rove beetles. They crawled through the moss, searching for food. My guess was they were either hunting little tiny creatures that live in the moss, or were feeding on the fungi that attack the moss. Rove beetles, depending on species, can have very diverse diets. But cool to see the marauders not interested in bothering them at all. It was at this time that I also found something else in the moss that the marauders didn't bother with. See it? That little ant making its way through the moss entanglement is no marauder ant, nor is it a fire ant. I'm actually unsure what species it is, perhaps Calyptomyrmex, but let's tentatively call them dwarf ants for now. And I watched it come in contact with a marauder, and nothing. The marauder ant went on with its business, knowing this dwarf ant was no threat. I guess a colony of these dwarf ants, too, were introduced into Pantdora unintentionally, and they were actively foraging alongside the marauders now. I have never ever seen this behavior before, and would have never been able to in a captive setting where I never mix ant colonies together. Interesting to know that in the wild, not all ants are enemies. Okay, so why were the marauders so eager to cut a trail through here? What were they after? Following the trail from the Hallelujah stump through the moss, I noticed the trail extending to the eastern lands of Pantdora. To here, the Cave of Wonders, whose dark and humid cavernous chambers extend into the moss hills that surround it. Interesting. Were the marauders planning on relocating from the Hallelujah stump to the cave? What was so special about this cave? I would soon find out, but I was suddenly distracted by a commotion happening at the other end of Pantdora. A fight between a fire ant and two marauder ants. It happened fast, but this was the official beginning of the war. The marauder ants, now alarmed by the presence of the fire ants, scrambled around in a bloody mission to kill. The marauder ants sounded the enemy alarm by releasing a pheromone, which would soon reach other members of the colony. Marauders began hunting the stray fire ants down as they ducked and hid into the moss to evade the marauder forces. As tense as the marauder ants versus fire ants drama was, I found the scene riveting. A major was informed of the fire ant forces, and it came rampaging through to help defend. Oh, it was over. Like an angry rhino, she pushed forth through the moss and appeared on the scene where she could smell the fire ant blood all around. Where are they? Where are they? Let me at them. I would hate to be a fire ant contending with a worked-up marauder major right now. The fire ants were too distracted to notice how close they were coming to her. But suddenly, bam! A fire ant ran straight into her jaws, and she chomped down with a force the fire ant had never known. Another marauder helping along, but the fire ant escaped, which enraged the Major even more as she rampaged around in search of more fire ants. A wounded fire ant came out of hiding right in the Major's path. And again, the Major went down to finish the fire ant off. But suddenly, the Major recoiled in pain. The fire ant had stung it, probably right in the chin. The Major retreated and stationed behind a boulder of soil. Was this sting fatal? Not yet. I watched as the Major brushed herself off, still clearly in pain, to return to the site to continue finishing off the fire ant. But before she could get to it, it escaped into a darkened hole in the soil. I couldn't believe the battle I had just witnessed, but I don't think anything could have prepared me for how this great war between ant powers would soon end, and what other superpowers were waiting in the wings to join in on this fight. A tiny baby grasshopper began making its way up the glass, moving ever so slowly. It needed to move leg by leg like this in order that predators wouldn't easily spot it. From afar, one could hardly see that it was moving ever so slowly and ever so smoothly. This grasshopper must have been introduced here too, through one of the plants. And it seemed it too was well aware that Pantdora was full of dangers. But just as I began to become entranced by the grasshopper's slow-mo trot, an ant appeared on the scene. It was a black crazy ant. What? No! There were black crazy ants in here too? How? Black crazy ants are another invasive species, and here was a scout inspecting the lands. It could smell the trail of marauders and moved away at a safe distance to study what the marauders were up to. It followed the path of marauder ants, safely above their trail, and when it felt it had gathered all information it needed, it turned back to head home to the colony to share what it had learned. Where in Pantdora were the black crazy ants camped out? I was determined to follow it. A jumping spider, who we saw in the last video, was actually misgendered by me as a male. Turns out, she's a female. Guess I should have asked for her pronouns. She sat contently, eating the fly she had just caught. Guess the fly we saw earlier had a short flight. It was awesome to know that the predators were already managing to hunt and find prey. But then I spotted another jumping spider. But this time, it was on the outside of the tank. This was a male, and you'll see why in a sec. Hey there, little guy. I bet he could smell there was a female inside. So I captured him and put him inside. He landed onto the asparagus fern. The jumping spider stood still for a second, but then moved to look around. Enjoy Pantdora, little one. Welcome to your new home. I was pleased to discover how stunning and handsome he was. See those two bulbous organs on the sides of his face? Those are emboli, and how you can tell he's a male spider. But what amazed me was how intelligent and aware he seemed as he assessed what had just happened and where he was now. He then turned to explore his new surroundings with his multiple eyes, which give him some amazing powers of sight. Jumping spiders are some of the coolest spiders around that don't make permanent webs, but are always on the move, stalking their prey. I hoped he would find the female and help seed a new generation of jumping spiders within Pantdora. It was then that I decided to name these two jumping spiders Adam and Eve. He leaped and landed onto a nearby vine where he could smell his Eve's lifeline silk somewhere nearby, and continued on his search for her, running up the vine. It was finally the big day of GAIA, the day more animals would be moving in. I couldn't help but stop and stare at the beauty of Pantdora at sunrise as the misty clouds blew through the lands. It was all so beautiful. How on earth did we create this, AC family? The mist formed a morning dew on all the plants, and it was as if we were given this blessed, unique opportunity to watch how a rainforest prepares for its day of biological action. I can honestly say, creating this ecosystem vivarium with all of you has been one of the best experiences of my life. I mean, it's crazy to think that this entire thing began as our idea and watching it all come together and manifest before our eyes has been my greatest honor. I continued to spot new creatures at every corner. A small millipede wandered the vegetation. It only preferred to emerge when the mists blew through. It searched the vegetation and rotting material to chew on, before retreating into the shadows during the drier parts of the day. The shoulder of the Hallelujah tree stump was the chosen location for a young orb weaver spider who lay in its web waiting patiently for a catch. Little delicate mushrooms poked out from the soils overnight to spread their spores throughout the area. A weevil beetle up on the moss wall emerged to greet the morning mist before heading back into the moss wall when the mist ended. But that's when I spotted a black crazy ant. This was where they were stationed. From what I could see, they were gathering within one of the larger talanjas on the moss wall. They had probably set up a station somewhere behind the wall. And look, they were full. In fact, I began to wonder, what were all these ants even eating? While inspecting marauder ant trails, whose dirt roads through the moss were now pretty defined, I did also catch one ant feeding a major through trophallaxis. Were the ants managing to find an ample food source I didn't know about? Despite it being prior to me adding creatures in, where were the ants finding their food? Or was it drink? AC family, this question led me to a pretty amazing discovery. At Pandora's pond area, I spotted a couple snails, probably introduced through the floating water lettuce. But more interestingly, I spotted ants, marauder ants, on the water lettuce with social stomachs full of pond water. Wow! I had no idea marauder ants were so proficient around water. But how are they getting here? Surely they didn't swim. Nope. Turns out, they were climbing the vines. What? Marauder ants were capable of going arboreal? Now this was new info. Furthermore, check this out. Our pond water was tinted, a dark brown color. But don't panic, this was all totally normal, as the tint was from tannins leaching from the wood that was in the water. It actually made these waters very healthy for animals living in it and highly nutritious for animals drinking from it. It was like a natural tea for animals. And that's when I realized, aha! That's why the marauders had established a highway to and from the Cave of Wonders. They were sourcing this nutrient-rich water from the pond. This water system was a valuable natural resource for the marauders, hence the highway, and even the black crazy ants, who were also visiting the pond for the precious nutrient-rich tea water. But AC family, after making this cool discovery, then came what had to be the saddest scene I witnessed in Pandora. A fire ant and a marauder major in a deathlock. It was hard to tell exactly what was happening, but from the looks of things, the fire ant had chopped down on the waist segment of the major, who had probably been stung in the head or thorax. The fire ant had also been badly injured, but why weren't the other marauder ants helping their large major sister? You would think they would all be swarming in there to help her out, but no. It was as if the major was shouting for the other marauders to stay back. The major knew she would be dying today and felt it wasn't worth losing another marauder on her team to a possible sting from the also dying fire ant. This was a one-for-one battle, and both ants would be dying now. The marauder sisters watched from the sidelines, not even other majors jumping in. And then, in a shocking turn of heart-wrenching events, the marauders began to bury both the major and the fire ant until they were completely concealed in soil. This truly sad scene stayed in my mind over the next few days and affected me greatly for some reason. As a personal rule, I don't intentionally war my pet ant colonies together, but this was different. I didn't meticulously raise these ants as my pets from just their queens. These were wild ants with a wild understanding of the world and wild intentions of survival. It was actually one of the reasons I created this whole ecosystem vivarium in the first place. I wanted to study just how ants truly live out in nature. in a way that I couldn't through my ant farms, including the real dangers they would contend with in their natural habitat, like living among other species of ants. I had learned a lot so far, but I knew this was all just the beginning. It seemed the marauders had come out victorious in the end, though. The fire ants had retreated, completely sealing up their nest holes. Not a fire ant in sight now. But I knew better than to think this was the last we'd see of them. I knew this strategy all too well. Protected below ground, assuming there was a queen in there, the fire ants would focus on amassing their numbers, only surfacing to forage for food in safer areas away from the marauders. Then, once a larger colony, emerging strong to fight them. The power of fire ants lies in their numbers, and the fire ants knew exactly what they were doing. Only time would tell if the fire ants would return, to seek vengeance one day, to wipe out their adversaries, and claim Pantdora and all its resources theirs. Inside, I hope not. I also wondered how the black crazy ants would come into play with all this. But the reality is, invasives are also part of many ecosystems. An ecosystem is what I sought to design, and it turns out, an ecosystem was exactly what we got. Everything was pushing the limits of survival in this tank. I mean, have a look at this. The banyan tree vines I strung all around the vivarium, thinking they were dead, were indeed not. New air roots were starting to sprout from them, both underwater and in the air. The vines were alive. Did this mean that a whole banyan tree was about to grow in Pantdora? Crazy to discover that even an entire tree was secretly conspiring to clone itself into existence, to become alive within our rainforest vivarium. The marauders were using these vines now, too, as highways to access all areas of the forest. Pantdora had indeed taken on a dynamic energy and soul of its own, and all we could do now was watch the system take shape. To quote my favorite movie of all time, if there's one thing the history of evolution has taught us, it's that life will not be contained. Life breaks free. It expands to new territories and crashes through barriers. Painfully, maybe even dangerously. Okay, let's just omit that last part. I spotted Eve, our jumping spider, now feasting on one of the marauder ants she caught traveling along the vines. And I was reminded that though danger was at every turn in these vast lands for the creatures, so too was life. Pantdora, our cloud rainforest vivarium, was already a functioning ecosystem. Life found a way. But it's time we kick it up a notch. Greater biodiversity in an ecosystem means a healthier ecosystem. Now imagine how much more epic Pantdora would be when we add more creatures in it. It was time to find out. The moment of Gaia has arrived. And after adding in our first house gecko, who seemed to be deep in thought as she stared into the vastness of Pandora's misty lands, I proceeded with the addition of the other animals. This was going to be so much fun. This is my grand 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium. I've named Pantdora. Beautiful and majestic it stands, with its stunning array of tropical plants and even a fully automated climate. It's a personal project of mine of great scientific value, as my goal has been to recreate a real rainforest ecosystem within glass. And my, has it been an epic biological journey thus far. But the real action was just about to begin. I've been eagerly awaiting the big day that I could stock the vivarium with animals. That day has arrived. I call this monumental event GAIA, i.e., the Great Animal Integration Advent, where I would release an initial team of creatures to jumpstart the ecosystem. But little did I know, when I finally did fulfill my animal fantasies by adding in all the creatures, my seemingly fun experiment and rendezvous with Mother Nature would quickly turn out to be an eye-opening Pandora's box. and the sequence of events that occurred after throwing in a bunch of animals together in a vivarium shook me to the core. This is the craziest story of what happened when I finally added animals into my ecosystem vivarium, part 6 of my ecosystem vivarium series, when our rainforest vivarium Pantdora officially becomes Mother Nature's Game of Thrones, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. I approached Pantdora, overflowing with anticipation and a bit of nervousness. I opened the doors to the vivarium and looked around. I couldn't believe the moment to add in more animals had come. I say more animals because, as shown in the last episode, I had already placed in a house gecko earlier that day as a test introduction, and just 2 days prior was surprised to discover that a large array of creatures had already taken up residence in the vivarium, introduced via the vivarium's decor and plants. From spiders to termites to beetles, millipedes, a baby grasshopper, and colonies of ants that had begun to compete for resources and wage war against one another, these very primal lands we created were already teeming with life. But to effectively recreate a rainforest ecosystem within glass, I knew I needed the biodiversity saturation that exists in a real rainforest. And so, my initial selection of animals were all waiting in their containers to be placed inside. AC family, let's do this. First, I started with the largest group of animals I'd be placing in, detritivores. These creatures would work hard in the ecosystem to break down rotting vegetation and material. First up, isopods. Whether you call them roly-polies, shellbugs, pillbugs, or potato bugs, these amazing crustaceans were my top choice for detritivores. I had several varieties. I placed them into Pantdora one by one. Oreo crumble, in you go. Red panda, in. Anemone, go. Murena, be free. Panda, I love their little panda eye spots. Red koi, in you go. Whiteout, in. And papaya. When they were all in, I marveled at the sight of all of them exploring their new forest floor. It was neat to see their different color patterns. There's a red koi with a whiteout and a papaya, and there's an anemone getting butt pushed, and another red koi running through. The isopods instantly went straight to work, munching on decaying leaves and vegetation, just as I'd hoped they would. Yes, my beloved isopods, feed and go forth to multiply in these vast lands, now yours to populate and live fruitfully. Next, in this container, one of the scariest, most disgusting creatures on Earth in my books, but also important detritivores in ecosystems. Earthworms. Yuck. Oh man, I'm so worm-phobic. It's not even funny, nor does it even make sense, as they're harmless. It slithered like a disgusting organ out of sight, thank goodness. I dropped several of these huge earthworms around Pantdora, and they instantly burrowed into the ground. Go forth and consume organic material in Pantdora, you dreadful creatures of the soil abyss. Their waste would also be excellent fertilizer for all the plants. But, ugh, they give me the heebie-jeebies. I also added these cuties. Not worms, but beetle grubs. Not sure what species they are, but they're probably rhino beetles. As grubs, they feed on root systems and decaying wood, so they will have a great time maturing in Pandoran soils before emerging as adult beetles above ground, perhaps several weeks from now. Can't wait for that to happen. Up next, moving up the food chain, are semi-detritivores / herbivores. Roaches are some of the top players in forest ecosystems that fill this niche, helping in breaking down organic material and vegetation. These are Turkestan roaches, and beside them, dubia roaches, some of my favorite feeders for insectivorous pets. These roaches breed very quickly and will eat a lot of vegetation and organic matter within the vivarium. In, my beloved roaches, go forth and be fruitful. Pantdora is yours to discover now. I also have one large mama. She is a Madagascar hissing cockroach, also a tropical forest roach. She's also pregnant, so she'll be seeding a new generation of Madagascar hissers within the lands. Go forth, my lady, enjoy your new home, and seed it with thine offspring. Oh, but the cockroach fun is not over yet, AC family. I have left the coolest roaches for last. These are Pseudoglomerus magnifica, metallic emerald cockroaches. Look at them. They're literally like shiny jewels. Aren't they stunning? These roaches love decaying material and wood and will make excellent players in our rainforest ecosystem. Now, these are just youngsters. They will get bigger than this, but I think they win the award for most beautiful roaches in the world. They scuttled away to various parts of Pantdora. It was then that it occurred to me that the roaches look more like shiny beetles, which is possibly what these roaches are mimicking in the forests they're from, seeing as a lot of animals have a distaste for hard-to-eat beetles, but love a juicy roach. Go forth, my shiny roach jewels. Hey, there's our gecko. Up next on the food chain are true herbivores, and for that, I have orthopterans, basically the order of crickets, grasshoppers, and katydids. First up is this interesting-looking grasshopper. This is a slant-faced grasshopper, which gets its name from its elongated face, which you'll see better in a bit. Let's place you inside, little one. I prodded it with my finger, and it hopped, grabbing onto a vine. Great target accuracy. It swung on the vine like Tarzan. See its face? How funny, right? Next is this gorgeous big brown lady. She is a brown-leaf katydid and feeds on vegetation and tree material. She gets her name, of course, because her body looks like a dead leaf, allowing her to camouflage well among the foliage of a forest. Come with me, my fine lady Katie. That's her name. I opened her container and allowed her to crawl out on my hand. What a giant! She then suddenly took a leap and landed right on the back of the Hallelujah tree stump. Against the wood, she looked right at home. Enjoy Pantdora, my brown leaf girl. I had a normal green grasshopper. It crawled out of the container, and with a little tap on its butt, it jumped and landed on a far-end asparagus fern. Finally, some of the noisiest of orthopterans, crickets. These are native forest crickets, and they're also a favorite food for many insectivorous animals. They eat all kinds of things, from vegetation to decaying organic material, to even other insects and each other. Crickets are savage, and I really wanted them to be part of Pantdora too, so I placed them in. Now you might be wondering what that tub of soil is for. Well, that tub is full of eggs. If you fill a little container with moist soil and place it into a cricket enclosure, the females with their long ovipositors will almost immediately begin laying their eggs into it, as you can see them doing here. Those long ovipositors are used like needles stabbed into the ground, so the eggs can be buried at just the right depth. So I buried this cricket egg tub so that the next generation of crickets could be Pandoran natives. Alright, and now that all the herbivores were in, it was now time for what I'm sure a lot of you are waiting for. We're moving up the food chain now to the predators. Arachnophobes, look away and just listen until I say it's safe, starting with this baby huntsman spider. Now when I say baby, I mean baby. I also have an adult huntsman, which is an absolute monstrosity of a spider, but for now, I'll be adding this baby. The moment I opened the container, it ran out and jumped for its dear life. Luckily, it jumped into the tank and not out of it. Based on the angle of the jump, it was about a 50-50 chance. I also placed in a gorgeous male jumping spider I found hopping around my home. Hi there, little guy. There are already a couple jumping spiders in here. Hope you managed to find Eve. Good luck. After looking around, it attached a lifeline web and began to check out his new home. Okay, arachnophobes, you can look now. Now, along with the house gecko I added in earlier, these were all the lower level predators I would be adding for now, because I wanted the prey animals to start breeding and establish first, before unleashing the higher level predators / apex predators. Hang in there, my predatory beasts. You will be joining them soon. I would be coming back for them, starting with the ant colony. Yes, I'll be adding a stealthy predatory species of some very giant ants by the end of this video. You'll see them soon. But the first phase of Gaia was complete, as the rains began to roll through, baptizing Pantdora and all its new creatures with life-giving, invigorating waters. I closed the doors, feeling a sense of gratification and excitement to see how Pandora's ecosystem would take shape thereafter. But little did I know, what would surprise me the most over the next couple of days was how many of these creatures would actually be dying at the mercy of Pandora's now amped up ecosystem. Nothing could have prepared me for the chain of events that would ensue starting the first night after Gaia. It was the first night after Gaia, and at first glance, you wouldn't suspect that Pandora was now hosting a new plethora of life forms. All was still, and the forest was placid. I would soon discover that these lands had truly transformed now into something different, taking on a whole new forest soul upon closer inspection. The mist filled the late cool night air with humidity that enveloped the entire forest floor, creating the perfect haven for its quiet rainforest soil creatures. Have a look. The isopods were wide awake on this, their first night in Pantdora, as they moved from place to place, feasting on the most delectable of decaying organic matter, mostly leaf litter, laid out in abundance on the forest floor of Pantdora. Cool to see the isopods enjoying the buffet. For the most part, right now these isopods don't have predators, which is as planned, because I want them to establish a good colony first before I start placing in creatures that eat them. And turns out, they already were. See that baby? Shh, it's sleeping. I find the isopods to be really cute and almost alien or robotic looking in anatomy. I love them as detritivores. The humid forest floor also offered a perfect environment for mushrooms that also fed on decaying matter, and a snail which slipped its way around, searching for tasty plants to munch on. This snail was probably also another one of those many creatures introduced from the plants. Arachnophobes, look away again. A baby spider, also probably unknowingly introduced, crawled on its web, not noticing the huge huntsman, also a baby, that lay in ambush. The huntsman youngster had found the perfect location to catch the humidifying fog as it rolled through. I spotted a herd of termites moving in the distance, probably foraging for new wood. The resident orb weaver spider's wheel-shaped web gathered water droplets, creating a stunning artwork piece, signed by Mother Nature. The Madagascar hissing roach was climbing the side mesh in search of a suitable place to retire before sunrise. Up in the canopy, our brown-leafed katydid was awake and feeding. It was eating vine material and skin, but stopped when it saw I was filming. No need to be camera shy, my lady Katie. Up on the vines, the marauder ants were trailing and busy at work. Surprisingly, the ants leave the katydid alone and don't bother her as they crawl across the vines. The marauders who had been up all night were still up and about. They never seemed to stop working. They had lots of prey animals to feast on now, and sure enough, I would discover they'd be getting their fair share of the feast soon. But enemies were waiting on the sidelines, hoping to steal their share of Pandora's now enriched resources. On the western end of Pantdora, up on the moss wall, an encampment had been cut out into the soils. The black crazy ant nest had been positioned right at one of the bromeliads. The site gave the black crazy ants the perfect vantage point to plan their next move within Pantdora. And look, the colony was already producing males. See it with wings? This black crazy ant colony surely had queens too. And I say queens because black crazy ants are polygynous, which means their colonies possess many egg-laying queens. And what makes things worse is the queens possess the ability to clone their previous ex-lovers, meaning their sons are genetic replicas of their previous mates with none of the queen's DNA. So technically these males can mate with their biological sisters and there would be zero inbreeding happening. It's a genetic hack and why this invasive species of ant has become a major pest in many parts of the world. This black crazy ant colony was about to explode in numbers, and it worried me greatly, especially because it looked to me like these black crazy ants were gearing up for something big. I wasn't sure what yet, But little did I know, I was about to find out what these black crazy ants were secretly plotting. Anyway, I noticed they too were trailing across the upper vines. I could make out their signature crazy sporadic movements. Like the marauders, they also use the extensive vine network to access various parts of Pantdora. It seemed a lot of animals depended on these vines for both travel and sustenance, as I spotted a jumping spider stealthily traveling across, hunting for its next meal. The vines themselves were now taking on a life of their own. Check out their new air roots, which the banyan vines were now sending out. Crazy to think that these vines were alive, and soon an entire banyan tree would be growing here. All parts of the vine were sending out these fresh pink air roots towards the ground. It made me a bit nervous, though, to know that the vines were cloning themselves into a tree, because banyan vines are very powerful creatures and would surely burst out of my tank once it had a stronghold footing in the soils and decor. On the other hand, I was excited to see a true canopy with full-out leaves at the top of the tank. And look, in fact, the leaves have started to sprout. Super cool! The banyan tree had begun to make its presence known. It was the first day after GAIA. I spotted life in various unexpected corners of Pantdora. Look, our pretty house gecko, the first animal member to be intentionally placed into Pantdora. Look at those beautiful wavy slit eyes. Judging from the slit, she was asleep now, as these geckos don't have eyelids. The slits just kind of close when they sleep. She snoozed hugging the driftwood. What's cool about these house geckos is their species is almost entirely composed of females, and they end up laying eggs without having to mate, which hatch into more females. They're capable of a process called parthenogenesis, which is kind of like a type of cloning. I couldn't wait for her to start laying eggs in Pantdora. I'm sure she was enjoying all the new prey animals available to her now. Speaking of prey animals, our herbivores were out and about once the sun was out. The metallic roaches were up and exploring Pantdora with great curiosity. This roach explored the Hallelujah tree stump. I spotted another one climbing the vines by the pond. It feasted on the skin of the vines as highways of ants crawled by. I found it interesting that the marauders weren't actively stalking and killing other insects like I thought they might. This metallic roach sure wasn't worried. After all, it was a hard-armored beetle, right? Wink wink. Our green grasshopper was out to warm up and greet the morning sun. So was the slant-faced grasshopper. Cool to see it had chosen to pair itself with this philodendron, obscuring its form from predators. Great choice, wouldn't you agree, AC family? It looks like it's part of the plant. The crickets by far were the most active of the herbivores, and I watched this cricket graze on the various mosses in search of the tastiest buds to munch on. She taste tested different species of moss until she found the tastiest bunch that met her standards. She loved the flavor of this moss species. I noticed since adding these herbivores in that a few chunks had been taken out of various leaves all around Pantdora. Perfect to see the herbivores were doing their thing. I wasn't worried though, because new plant growth was happening all over the territories. Various mini plants were sprouting from the soils everywhere. Plants I personally didn't plant, but that were also introduced unintentionally through the soils. In terms of the plants I did actually plant in Pantdora, many had now grown to establish new root systems within the soil. And as I'd hoped, new growth was appearing everywhere. Remember the tiny baby grasshopper from the last episode? I spotted him again. But this time, he seemed bigger. They grow up so fast, don't they? It was then that a movement caught my eye in the nearby driftwood. Oh man, the black crazy ants were trailing on the Hallelujah tree stump. What were they doing so close to the marauder's nest now? Look, there was the opening to the marauder nest, and just a few inches away, the black crazy ants were trailing, seemingly excited over something. I was certain these black crazy ants were surely up to something now. I wasn't sure what they had planned, but it all felt very concerning. I tried to imagine what these black crazy ants might be up to, but was suddenly distracted when I stumbled upon a mass death at one end of Pantdora. Look, drowned crickets, Many crickets had sadly drowned overnight, despite there being a life-saving stick in the pond. I was afraid this pond might be a death trap for crickets and other insects. I'll have to add something into these waters to eat these dead bodies once the waters have completely cycled in a couple more weeks. Any suggestions on what fish or other animals I could add to deal with drowned bodies? I left most of the bodies in the water as they would help accelerate the cycling process to build up the bacteria in the filter that would help with neutralizing the water for aquatic life later. But I placed one of the cricket bodies on the rock shelf, and AC family, soon enough, check out what that led to. It took 5 minutes for the marauders to come trailing out of their nest. Let's follow it and keep your eye on that major. I love following marauder trails. Success! The marauders would be having a feast today on a cricket. I was sad that we lost a lot of adult crickets in one fell swoop due to the pond, but I knew more were on the way, and this was all part of the ecosystem doing its thing to achieve balance. But what I didn't expect was who else I discovered would be losing their lives at the harsh hands of Pantdora the next day. The second night brought rains to Pandora's territories. I loved how peaceful Pantdora was every time it rained. This was one of my favorite views within this tank. There was something so magical about watching it storm within it. Therapeutic and calming. Nature was truly amazing in these very serene and beautiful moments in Pantdora, and it was an honor to experience it with you guys. The rains had caused the vines to really start growing. Look at the budding leaves now. By sunrise, behind this rock wall, I chuckled spotting this dubia roach, who had tucked itself into the soft, giant mossy duvet behind the rocks, perfectly dry from the storms. Now that's some 5-star accommodation. Look at how comfy it looks. But sadly, it wasn't all a bed of mosses for all the Pandoran creatures, as overnight, more animals had lost their lives. A super major was making its way back to the nest along the hugely active marauder trail. Why were the super majors dispatched? I soon found out why. Massive food catch coming through! The grasshopper had either died naturally or was seized by the ants and was now being hauled all the way home to the tree stump. Wow! This AC family is another one of my ultimate favorite things to witness. Watching a swarm of ants cooperatively carry a huge prey item back to their nest. Let's just sit back for a moment and watch this awesome scene that happens every day for these ants in the wild, but was now taking place here in Pantdora for all of us to actually enjoy. The ants rejoiced in a festive clamor as they paraded their new catch along their hunting trail, cut out in the soil. I couldn't wait to see them lug this huge grasshopper up the wood. Remember that this grasshopper is many times the weight of these ants, so carrying it home was truly a mind-boggling feat, much like a bunch of humans carrying a bus home. A swarm of black crazy ants watched from the summit of the Hallelujah tree stump at the marauders below. I assumed they were jealous of the marauders, but I would soon discover that jealousy wasn't on their minds at all. The marauders had made their way to the foot of the tree stump now, and in an amazing display of strength and coordination, the ants began to lift the grasshopper carcass up the wood towards the opening of their nest. Wow! These ants were truly a colony of some muscle beasts. I loved every moment as they brought the grasshopper higher and higher up the wood. I was afraid they might lose their footing and drop it at any moment. I continued to watch with bated breath. And then finally, the ants managed to lug the huge grasshopper into the opening of their nest. And I burst out laughing as I spotted a dubia roach come rushing out from an upper opening, smelling death wafting from below it. It did not want to become the marauder's next meal. It needed to find a mossy duvet somewhere. But as awesome and fun as this moment was for the marauders, I couldn't believe what I would be spotting next. With all this new food, no marauders had a reason to leave their nest, and their once very busy trails were now for the first time empty, which set up the perfect opportunity for the black team to make their next strategic chess move. Check. Some white sporadic movements caught my eye up the back of the Hallelujah tree stump. What is that? No way! My heart sank when I realized what was happening. The black crazy ants moved swiftly, but silently, carrying their brood to the top of the Hallelujah tree stump, where they had found a darkened cavern somewhere to call their new home. Ah! The black crazy ants were moving into the stump too? This was crazy! While the marauders lived in the apartments below, the black crazy ants had claimed the penthouse suite. I wasn't sure what to make of all this, but this strategic move by the black crazy ants was very worrying. Seeing all the brood also confirmed to me that indeed the colony had queens. And how smart of them to seize this opportunity when the marauders were busy preoccupied with their food. Would this lead to the demise of our marauders and the sure victory of these invasive black crazy ants in the great war of the ant superpowers? I knew only time would tell, but nature has a funny way of surprising you with her plans. And what ended up happening the next day was an even greater plot twist I could never have anticipated. The next day, the marauders were out trailing again, but when I discovered why, I felt so sad. A dead body lay at the foot of the stump. Upon closer inspection, I was heartbroken when I discovered that it was our house gecko. Oh no! She had died overnight. I doubt the ants would have been able to catch and kill her, so my guess was she had died of natural causes. The marauders began to delicately pick her body apart, piece by piece. They had already successfully begun to dissect her abdominal area. Looking at her eyes, I knew she was now at peace and had given up her life and body to the creatures of Pantdora. The sight disturbed me, but I knew it was all part of the legendary circle of life, and a truth I had to be able to accept if a true ecosystem was what I wanted to achieve in these lands we created. In her memory, I released another house gecko into Pantdora to take over her important place in the Vivarium. When I looked up to our banyan tree above, sprouting even greater than ever, I was reminded that new life needed energy to come into being, and that in an ecosystem, energy came from sunlight, but also at times needed to be borrowed from other life forms. In dying, our gecko, prey animals, and dead insects offered their life-giving energy to the Pandoran ecosystem so it could continue on to thrive. All of life on Earth was like this, and Pantdora was just a microcosm of the huge biological tapestry to which we all belong. The next day, I was surprised to find that the huge bud of vine leaves I watched grow over the past few days had been eaten. probably by our brown lady Katie. Its remains were left on the forest floor for other animals to eat. Even the vines were lending itself to the ecosystem. But no worries though, as a new sprout was on the way. I felt grateful to learn and witness all of this. Over the next few days, I monitored the activity of the black crazy ants, and surprisingly, they didn't attempt to go to war with the marauders. In fact, it almost seemed as though the marauders knew the black crazy ants were camped above them, but didn't care, and that the black crazy ants actually respected the space of the marauders as they went on with their business around Pantdora. Could these two species of ants be allies? I wasn't sure, but only time would tell. This made me realize that even invasives are just out there trying to survive as best they can and aren't always plotting the demise of other similar species. It wasn't the fault of the invasives that they were so successful in the ecosystems they found themselves in. I realized invasives weren't necessarily the bad guys. And speaking of ants, several days after GAIA, I decided it was time to finally release into Pantdora the ant colony I had waiting on the sidelines. Within this tub was a giant trapjaw ant queen. They're called trapjaw ants because of their huge jaws that open 180 degrees and snap shut with lightning force to capture and instantly kill any prey item to befall its jaws. This queen was caring for her initial brood pile of giant trapjaw ant workers. I placed her and her tub with an opening into Pantdora, away from the marauder and black crazy ants, so she could focus on rearing this first generation of workers to adulthood. She will need to hunt for small prey items in Pantdora and feed them to her larvae over the next few weeks. Meanwhile, I made sure to bury her right next to the cricket egg bed so that when they arrive, the queen will have a good supply of prey to feed her young. It was all up to her now to survive the wilds of Pantdora. Let's hope she does, and we start seeing giant trapjaw ants wandering these soils. But now that the initial team of animals and creatures I placed in had a week to settle in, I felt it was the perfect time to finally add one of our higher predators. An apex predator to patrol Pantdora and do its important work at controlling populations of prey animals. I approached Pantdora with my chosen apex predator and proceeded to release it into Pantdora. My heart was racing as I laid its container down onto the soil. Come out, my beloved beast. Welcome to your new home. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium. It took a week to build, months of pre-planning, and a lifetime to dream about. And my, what a biological dream it is. I created it to study what life is like for ants and other animals out in the wild, to uncover their roles within an ecosystem. And so far, it's been an insane ride of discovery that has only just begun. Last week marked the dawn of an event called GAIA, the Great Animal Integration Advent, where I added an initial team of animals and creatures into Pantdora, who proceeded to settle into the forest, breed, and occupy their respective niches. But that team of creatures was only the first batch of colonizers. There was still a major player missing from this ecosystem, an apex predator, a carnivorous animal at the very top of the food chain, whom no other creature in the ecosystem eats. And the time had finally come to add that apex predator to patrol Pantdora and do its important work at controlling populations of prey animals within. I approached Pantdora with my chosen apex predator and proceeded to release it into the vivarium. But nothing could have prepared me for the insane chain of events that would follow the release of this apex beast into our rainforest. Welcome to the craziest story of what happened when I released an apex predator into my giant rainforest vivarium. Part 7 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy.
My heart was racing as I laid its container down onto the soil. "Come out, my beloved beast. Welcome to your new home." The beast remained in its shadowy container, unwilling to come out. Hello? It's okay. You can come out. He'll be out anytime, guys. Okay. Maybe not. Our beast was a bit shy, refusing to step out into the light. I could kind of see him moving around and checking out the new environment and smells, but still no desire to emerge. These were actually great working instincts. After a good 20 minutes of waiting, I decided to gently tip his container a bit, and he slid out, then instantly jetted away under some driftwood before I could catch sight of him. Darn, I was really hoping for a much more clear view of him entering his new kingdom. But no worries, I knew we would catch him out in the open soon, and I know you guys will totally love him. I bet he was probably enjoying the abundance of prey insects and roaches in those shadows. Roaches happen to be his favorite food. Two young roach nymphs lay struggling on their backs, trying to right themselves up, having fallen into a strange place, and their movements awoke a sleeping monster nearby. And using teamwork, they flipped themselves over, using each other's bodies. One roach scurried to hide, while the other decided to wander their new location. What a strange place, the roach thought. I wonder what great things we can find here. The roach particularly loved the moist floor and began to lick up the wetness to hydrate. For a while, the roach continued to waddle around to drink and explore. Should I go this way? No. Doesn't smell right. The roach eventually joined its sibling within the shadows of some moistened paper towel. Hey bro, isn't this place weird? Yeah, super weird. Lady Deathstrike, my female huntsman giant, waited patiently in the shadows. Patience was her talent, and she had waited almost 2 weeks to feed. Another few moments would be a total breeze. But little did she know, she was going to be a very important player in an incredible world she would soon be living in. Now, where is our predator? I searched Pandora's rainforest floor. He could literally be anywhere, but I trusted he would emerge on his own terms. I was right. But meanwhile, I took notice that the marauder ants that used to dominate these lands were now nowhere to be seen. They used to be seen trailing the wood of the Hallelujah tree stump, but now, nothing. All their regular foraging trails had been deserted. Interesting. Well, I figured it was nothing to worry about, seeing as over the past week, the marauder ants had consumed a cricket, a grasshopper, and even an entire house gecko, as seen in the last episode. They were probably satiated and resting inside the tree stump. But I told myself I'd stay vigilant, because the colony of invasive black crazy ants had also recently moved into the tree stump, and who knows what could be happening within the shared stump that I couldn't see. But other than that, I had noticed that Pantdora was a wonderful biological world now, of thriving life in all corners of the rainforest. A movement in the leaves caught my eye. What is that tiny thing? As soon as I saw the protruding Searchy, I shouted in delight. It was a newly hatched baby cricket. Awesome! The baby crickets were now emerging from the egg bed I planted during GAIA, and how cute they were! They were tiny versions of their parents, whom by now were all dead from either being eaten, drowned in Pandora's pond, more about that later, or old age. They were seen wandering all areas of Pandora now, including the mosses. This baby took a nibble from the moss, which totally reminded me of their parents, who also loved to munch on moss. But it was imperative that these baby crickets learn about the world as quickly as they could, because Pandora was more than just a place of cool leaves and mosses. I noticed another baby cricket lying on its back, having just been freshly killed. Poor little one. This baby cricket nearby lay frozen in its spot as a black crazy ant went zipping by, carrying the newly killed baby cricket it had sprayed with formic acid. These lands, though abundant, were also dangerous for the crickets, a lesson they would need to learn quickly. Speaking of babies though, here was the baby grasshopper we've been following for 2 weeks now. He's a lot bigger and growing quite fast. It seems he has learned the necessary life skills to thrive and survive Pandora's rules of survival. Some creatures that definitely weren't afraid of predation, going about their business out in the open, included this young millipede, who actually possessed hydrochloric acid and hydrogen cyanide, this baby snail mimicking a tiny pebble against the glass, and these pretty creatures, the metallic emerald cockroaches, whom I always saw frequenting the vines around Pandora. They loved chewing on the vine skin. I couldn't get over how beautiful these roaches were, as they mimicked inedible beetles, giving them the confidence to be so out there. This is a classic example of Batesian mimicry, where one organism imitates the appearance of another to avoid predation. No predator would bother swallowing a hard-to-eat and likely foul-tasting beetle. The roaches have the last laugh. These ones anyway. The two baby roaches crouched quietly behind the wet paper towel. Lady Deathstrike began to wonder if her senses were accurate. She could have sworn there was food crawling around. Hang on. Bang! She knew it! She began to feast. The roach should have remained with its sibling at the paper towel. But it was too late now. The roach's fate had been sealed. She nonchalantly began to inject her lethal cocktail of cytotoxins, which help break down the roach's tissues, and neurotoxins, which attack the roach's nervous system. Fortunately, her bite isn't harmful to humans, but for this roach, it is being paralyzed and broken down from the inside out. Another average spider meal. Oh wait? Bang! ×2. Both roaches now in her grasp. It too had decided to wander away from the paper towel. She had bitten it, but it slipped onto the floor, and with her long dexterous arms, she played soccer with it for a bit before picking it back up to relish. Two delicious roaches in a lethal embrace. The newly caught roach tried its best to slip away, but you can't slip away from Lady Deathstrike. She was hungry. Watching spiders eat always inspired a huge degree of respect, mixed in with a dash of fright. Predators, as fun as it is to watch them feed, are no playground. But other than nourishing her, there was an important purpose to providing her this double roach meal. As she began to wrap her food in silk, another huntsman, a male, had secretly been placed into her holding container as well. This was Kiro, and he had been sent to this place to fulfill his ultimate life purpose. The next move would now be his, and the setup was perfectly executed. Lady Deathstrike was now busy with her mind set on feeding on her delicious roaches. So I knew our new apex predator would eventually come out, and I knew exactly where. Right at the Hallelujah tree stump. And the reason was because just above the stump were the UV and heat lamps, which our predator needed to warm up and soak up the necessary light wavelengths. And after just a few hours of him settling in to Pandora, I could see evidence of his presence. Look! Poop! And a big piece of it too. And what I found amazing was the living creatures it attracted. Mites, springtails, microscopic beetles, flies, and other creatures were having a total feast on these feces. It's amazing how one creature's waste can be other creatures' buffet. The creatures will help break down this poop and create excellent fertilizer for all the plants growing around the rainforest. I couldn't believe the biodiversity Pantdora had in terms of soil creatures for this biological niche. We definitely had a healthy soil ecosystem in Pantdora. To further build on the health of Pandora's ecosystem, I continued to add more and more creatures into the vivarium. As I caught them, I found this cute caterpillar and released it into Pandora. It slinked around and explored the vast lands. Have a look. Oh my, now where are we? It thought in plural, as it waved its head around at the smell of new plants it could chew up. Not sure if this caterpillar would survive Pandora, but we'll see. It eventually took a nap, high up in the vines. I also released some fruit flies, a mating pair of houseflies, and more grasshoppers. My plan was to continue building on Pandora's fauna profile, like this, until prey insects were surviving enough to actually breed within the vivarium. It would take some time, but I knew we'd eventually get there. My eyes then moved over to the other side of Pantdora, where I caught sight of Lady Katie, our brown-leafed katydid, which I recently discovered is actually a type of bush cricket. It was funny to see her out and about at this time of the day, because usually she's hidden behind the moss wall where she sleeps until nighttime when she wakes. But here she was out in broad daylight. I wondered why. Little did I know, I would soon find out that she had been unwillingly awoken and forced to leave her bed of mosses, and that the reason was moving in the bush cricket's bushes. Oh, well, there you are. I didn't expect you to be all the way up there. It was our apex predator, and I caught it, peeking out its head to spy on me. Do you see it? It's okay, my friend. I won't hurt you. I don't even think it knew I could see it, but now that I knew where it was hanging out, I knew exactly what to do to make it feel more at home and come out into the light. Suddenly, the rains blew through, and it retreated back deeper into the bush. Now was my chance to make an important key move. Back at the Huntsman holding container, something totally crazy had occurred. The spiders had come in contact with each other, and it seemed as though Kiro had killed Lady Deathstrike. He stood above her body and looked as though he was now feeding. This was not what he was supposed to do, and not part of the grand plan. But turns out, we may have underestimated Kiro's competence to successfully execute this ultimate purpose. Look, Lady Deathstrike was still eating, and Kiro's fangs were not sunken into her back like it first appeared. Lady Deathstrike was alive. In fact, Kiro was doing something much more important than eating. He massaged his pedipalpi and was hyper-focused at the task at hand. These huntsmen were mating, and if you've never seen spiders mate before, prepare to be utterly mind-blown. I'm glad the roaches I provided Lady Deathstrike had successfully gotten Kiro safely to this stage of the breeding process, as many males at this point fall victim to their females before even getting here. She was properly distracted now. Now check out the incredible mechanics of huntsman spider reproduction like you've never seen it before. See this organ? This is the male's embolus. Only male spiders have them at the end of each of their two pedipalpi, and they carry his sperm. When he was ready, he reached around, and his embolus would inflate like a balloon full of his little soldiers, which he would deposit into her genital openings using a sharp spur, which retracts once deposited. Then, he proceeds to massage the embolus. When ready, he switched over to the other side and repeats the process on the other genital opening of the female, and once done proceeds again to massage his pedipalp. Most people have never seen spider mating mechanics with such clarity, and if that's you, well, you learn something new every day, right? Kiro continued to do this back and forth, massaging his pedipalpi between sides, as she continued to feed on her roaches. The ultimate plan had worked so far, but little did Kiro know, his true and ultimate fate had yet to be fulfilled the moment she finished her meal. His energy was 100% invested now in the passing on of his genes, until he would no longer be able to move. The breeding process would continue for the next hour and a half before Kiro's ultimate and final destiny would be fulfilled. I had to move the UV and heat lamp slightly towards the bushes, because this was where he was probably choosing to bask and also hide. So, in order that he didn't have to travel too far from his hideout, I moved the UV and heat lamp a bit closer to the moss wall, not directly over it so that it would burn the plants, but just near enough. If all goes well, our predator will emerge to bask. Now, as I was fixing the lights, I glanced at the banyan vines of the canopy, which we recently learned were alive, sending out air roots and leaf buds. The vines were actually shifting position now and detaching at certain parts, like an ultra slow-mo moving creature with a mind of its own. But being up in the canopy, I noticed something truly spectacular. Have a look. Ants. But these ants were not marauder ants, nor were they black crazy ants, nor were they the dwarf ants we spotted in a previous episode, and not the first giant trapjaw ants either. These were acrobat ants from the genus Chromatogaster. How were Chromatogaster in here too? My only guess was that they were transported into the tank through the vines. And sure enough, looking back at previous episodes of ants running on the vines, I failed to realize that they had been here since day one. How insane that a 6th species of ant was actually residing in Pantdora. And even more amazing, since the vines were collected from my neighborhood, these acrobat ants were likely the possibly undescribed species we may have actually been the first in the world to discover, the results of which we are still awaiting. How cool, right? If this is a new species of ant, let's call them Chromatogaster pantori. Anyway, just 10 minutes later, after moving the lights around, behold, there he was, our golden dragon, emerging to bask. Isn't he cute? He's a sunskink, the same sunskink from part 2 of the series, collected from the forest edge in my yard. Isn't he stunning? And my, has he grown. A fly came whizzing by, and he attempted to catch it, but it left before he could strike. What an avid hunter he was. Pandora's current apex predator. The ants traveling the vines didn't bother him, as there was no penetrating those tough dragon scales. When I tried to get a closer look at him, he disappeared back into the bushes. He was still a bit shy, but little did I know, we would soon be making an official deal together, which would make all the difference in the world. By late afternoon, I caught sight of our golden dragon's sidekick. See her? It was our resident house gecko. Out early to begin hunting, she had lived here now for about a week and was also looking pretty fat. Looks like she had eaten a good amount of prey insects. I was happy to know our gecko was doing well, unlike the gecko before her. House geckos are usually very hardy little buggers. I catch them running around my home. And speaking of which, some of you guys may be wondering, where in tropical Canada is my home, that I'm able to catch all these lizards and such? Well, I was born and raised in Toronto, but moved out to tropical Southeast Asia 12 years ago, where I ended up staying. And by then, AntsCanada.com had already been trademarked and the channel already established. So I kept the name AntsCanada. No matter where I'm based, I'm still Canadian. Eh? It had been 2 hours since the spiders had begun to mate, and I came back to the holding container, to a shocking sight. This time, Lady Deathstrike was on top, and sadly, Kiro's ultimate fate had been sealed. Lady Deathstrike had finished her roaches, now a crumpled ball at the bottom of the tank, and was feasting on Kiro. I was a bit traumatized at the sight of watching Lady Deathstrike consuming her former lover. But inside I knew this was all part of huntsman life. Kiro had spent every last bit of energy he had left to breed with Lady Deathstrike, and at the end was pretty much unable to move or defend himself. Female huntsman spiders, like in many spider species, eat the males after mating. In doing so, it further provides the female extra nourishment for the difficult and demanding upcoming task of producing her egg sac, during which time she will be 100% focused on laying eggs and nothing much else. After Kiro had given up his genes during the mating process, he went on to give up his very life in order to nourish his lover and provide her the best chances for the bringing of their future children into existence. Though my human mind couldn't readily swallow all this, I knew inside that this was the honorable huntsman way and how it's been for them for millions of years. Lady Deathstrike began to wrap Kiro in more silk. She was soon going to be ready to be relocated to her next very special location. I marveled at the beauty of Pantdora at night as the mists blew through. Pantdora truly transforms every time night falls. It's almost ethereal. Have a look. The full moon was out, and so were all of Pandora's awesome nighttime creatures. Lady Katie was out looking for vegetation to feed on. Isopods were emerging to forage the forest floor for decayed leaves and organic matter, and all the roaches were now out to play. The emergence of all the prey animals was a literal feast for our gecko, who scaled upside down along the canopy, hunting for insects. I truly loved watching her hunt, and couldn't wait to add more house geckos to join her, as these lizards usually live in social groups, often seen hunting together. It was then that I spotted a trail of black crazy ants, hot in action. They excitedly raced along the back of the Hallelujah tree stump. What were these black crazy ants up to? I followed their trail and noticed they were moving to and from a central hole in the stump. How peculiar. They initially moved into the top of the stump last week, but were now seen emerging from the center of it. It must be quite the labyrinth inside that stump, and it was a bit concerning to know that I couldn't actually see what was going on inside it. For all I knew, there was a giant ant war happening within it, and that's why I hadn't seen the marauders much in several days. There was also a colony of termites living in there, as well as who knows what else. It was also quite eye-opening to me to know how many species of animals can actually pack into a given space out in nature. I had no evidence to believe yet that the black crazy ants were a danger to our marauders, but little did I know, I would soon find out about the whereabouts of our marauders, as well as lay my eyes on something totally horrifying in Pantdora the next morning. The next morning, I stumbled upon the most horrific death. An earthworm! It had been split in half and was dying now. The other half was here. It looks like something had ripped it apart and left it to die. Ugh, yuck! I hate worms. And seeing a dead one split in half wasn't any better. I bet our sunskink did this, and decided to ditch the worm after killing it. Anyway, the soil creatures, or maybe the flies, will lay their maggots onto it, so I left it there. In terms of the other earthworms placed into Pantdora, I could see evidence of them doing well. Their casts form mounds atop the soils, which were excellent fertilizer for Pandora's plants. I looked up to the bushes, and there was our golden dragon, basking again in the morning light. As I attempted to get closer to it, it decided, nope, I'm leaving, and it disappeared into the bushes. Just when I thought I had spoiled my chances, an idea came to me, and I pretended to walk away slowly. I waited on the other end of the room for it to come out, and sure enough, after 15 minutes, our dragon's head peeked out. Now was my chance. Instead of just walking up to the glass like I normally did, I moved slowly, watching the lizard's body language, preparing myself to stop at the slightest sign of fear. To my surprise, I got pretty close without it disappearing back into the bushes. Beloved golden dragon, welcome to Pantdora. I am AntsCanada, your creator of worlds, and I mean you no harm. To my surprise, the lizard looked as though it was listening. Out there, you have to worry about cobras, pythons, egrets, and monitor lizards, and your next meal is never guaranteed. But here in these lands, I can promise you safety, where no creature in this rainforest will be able to eat you. You will remain the apex beast of these lands for as long as you show me signs that you're thriving in this kingdom I've made for you. For I acknowledge that you are not my pet, but a partner, to help me learn about the incredible world from which you come. So, feast on all the insects you like, drink from the freshest of waters, and bask in your favorite spot, undisturbed. I am your friend. Bye, my cute lizard. I was surprised to see that he was more relaxed now, and at that, I began to back away slowly to show him that I was not a predator to eat him. Amazingly, in the following days, I spotted him out a lot more. He was still very discreet and tried to move unseen, but I was able to catch him foraging the rainforest floor, as well as attempting to take on some of the larger prey insects, like our slant-faced grasshopper. Watch him. Bam! And into the shadows of the driftwood. Hilariously though, I spotted the slant-faced grasshopper later that day, chilling on its favorite philodendron leaf, which meant our sunskink probably let it go when he realized it was way too big for him to swallow. As time went on, I continued to improve Pantdora by adding new mosses, planting new plants, sowing new seeds, and adding more prey creatures and other fauna, like this gorgeous rhino beetle. I'll have to add pieces of fruit for him and the fruit flies as a periodic ecosystem event talked about in part 3. But while he is alive, he'll be great at digging new burrows every morning, which can be used as hiding spots and homes for other creatures. I even managed to catch another house gecko from my kitchen and released it into Pantdora. It immediately hopped in. I watched her flick off a few curious black crazy ants, which I'm sure she's used to, especially these annoying ones, which share her niche. She then dashed away to begin exploring her new kingdom, which was big. Oh, so big. And it smelled like prey was everywhere. She will eventually run into the other house gecko and may even try to mate with her, as these parthenogenic lizards do. And this would stimulate one or both house geckos to produce eggs. Hope it won't be long before we start seeing baby geckos running around. I'll keep my eye out for the egg clutches. And about the ants, to my delight, the marauder ants were seen beginning to emerge again from their regular place in the Hallelujah tree stump. And even the top of the stump, strangely. Okay, not sure what's going on, but guess the colonies within are moving around in the stump's inner labyrinth. I'll continue to keep an eye on the ants for any signs of an ant war happening, especially because now we've discovered yet another species of ant in the Pandoran mix. For those of you wondering about the whereabouts of the invasive fire ants from part 5, I suspect they're underground still and alive because I noticed one of their mounds had an open entrance. And trust me, I've been checking that entrance every day for fire ant foragers emerging, but have not seen any. I'll keep you all posted. I hope they don't have a queen. And as for the giant trapjaw ant queen from the last episode, I checked up on her, and she's still alive and caring for her young, probably capturing some baby crickets to feed them. It had been another insane week in Pantdora, and now that we had our apex predator patrolling the ground by day, and our house geckos hunting in the canopy at night, I felt our rainforest ecosystem on land was much more complete now. But AC family, there was still a part of Pantdora that was lacking. Now that Pandora's land portion was populated with life, the underground cave water system at the foot of the springs was still pretty lifeless. Aside from this, the waters were a death trap for insects like crickets, and I needed creatures to feed on their bodies so they wouldn't completely foul up the waters, which brought hydration to many ants and creatures. Now, I had allowed for the filter of these waters within the rocks to cycle and build up its necessary bacteria over the past several weeks to be able to support the aquatic animals I had in mind to live within these waters. And AC family, the time had come to finally populate Pandora's amazing aquatic world with life as well. This was gonna be fun. Lady Deathstrike, my beloved Lady Deathstrike, you've done well. You're ready now to be transported to your new resting place. Welcome to your new home of Pantdora. Up in the skies for now, where it's warmer for you, so you can lay your eggs. I have big plans for your future within Pantdora. Rest well. Your greatest moments are yet to come. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. Welcome to Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium. This majestic and tropical montane kingdom is a biological project of mine, designed to study the fauna living within it, from warring ants, termites, grasshoppers, crickets, roaches, spiders, beetles, worms, lizards, and other creatures. The rainforest inhabitants within all cohabit Pantdora and interact with one another, forming a rainforest ecosystem within glass. However, as impressive and biodiverse as Pantdora is presently, it's still incomplete. You see, in the eastern part of Pantdora exists a spring that feeds a black water cave system full of nutritious tannins from wood
that create a natural tea that has become vital to the inhabitants of Pantdora. Ants visit the pond from afar to drink this tea to exploit its valuable nutrients. But crickets and other insects have been drowning in these waters, which in a normal ecosystem would be dealt with by water creatures that were still lacking in Pandora's waters. And so, my chosen team of aquatic creatures were already waiting on the sidelines to be added into the Blackwater system. But this week, the addition of my team of aquatic beasts into the Pandoran waters also marked the reawakening of a great war of the ant superpowers within Pandora. And all I could do was watch in horror as one ant superpower initiated the demise of not one, but two valued colonies we've been following within the rainforest. This is the craziest story of what happened when I stalked the waters of my cloud rainforest vivarium with life, and the great ant war between three ant teams reignited within our vivarium. And I promise you, you guys will be screaming by the end of this video. Welcome to part 8 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Within this jar sat two very special tree frogs, freshly collected from around my outdoor pond. I'm not sure if they were a mated pair, but they sure looked like a male and female, and were both huddled in my pond's circuit breaker, powering the filter. Have no fear, beloved tree frogs, for I have a tropical paradise prepared for you. Come with me. The frogs hopped around as I unscrewed the cover of the jar. I removed the cover, and suddenly the frogs leaped into Pandora. They didn't know it yet, but this place was a bountiful Shangri-La for frogs like them, and they were the first of the water-type beasts to be added into the rainforest, with the rest of the aquatic team about to follow them. The male ended up hopping right up to the glass, and I was a bit shocked at how skinny he was. But no worries, Kermit, that's his name. I can guarantee you will find the food you've been searching for here in Pantdora. Go have fun. And I was right, for Pantdora had grown into quite the healthy rainforest ecosystem over the past month that it had for its life to mature and biodiversify. Jumping spiders hunting up high in the vines, new ground plants sending up new flower stalks, a random wasp that I spotted that came from who knows where, and mushrooms. And look, a trail of ants, our resident marauder ants, a native ant species, were seen trailing along the forest floor. Over the past few weeks, they've been feeding quite well in this rainforest, picking up dead insects along the forest floor and dragging them home into their nest within the Hallelujah tree stump. But this morning, I noticed a commotion happening at the tree stump. What could be happening here? After snooping around, I spotted this adult dubia roach, who had just been kicked out of the stump by the ants and was now sulking. In a daze, it wandered around for a bit, hoping to find another suitable hole to crawl into to get back to sleep, only to return back to the same hole. Guys, can we negotiate something? Nothing beats this hole. I mean, I can offer you some poop. Do you guys eat poop? Whoa! Lost its footing. Guess it's sleeping on the floor tonight. But with Pandora's resources growing more and more robust by the day, also came an inevitable competition for these resources. Black crazy ants, an invasive species of ant who recently moved into the Hallelujah stump too, were seen trailing towards the back of the stump. What were these ants up to? I had a feeling it was trouble. I did some inspecting, and their trail led me here to a place along the forest floor. A rotting piece of mango, which was part of a scheduled ecosystem event, as outlined in part 3, which mimicked a piece of tropical fruit fallen from the treetops above. It already hosted a collection of molds, fruit flies, and ants. The black crazy ants had found it and were already quietly feasting on the delicious sweet mango flesh. It seems the marauders didn't have a taste for mango, but to the black crazy ants, it was like fruit gold fallen from the skies. I didn't think much of it at this time, but little did I know, this fruit feast was part of a grand master plan that the black crazy ants were preparing for. You see, the ants were actually carbing up before their big event, an event of dominion that I totally didn't see coming. AC family, behold, my freshwater community nature aquarium called Meadow of the Dwarves. This 75-gallon freshwater community aquarium was fully decked out with dozens of fish species, snails, and shrimp, as well as a huge array of plants and gorgeous grass and mosses growing everywhere. This was my old planted nature aquarium from a previous episode on this channel. During the pandemic, aquascape and aquariums kind of became my pandemic hobby. Okay, my obsession. But as stunning as it was to have an aquarium like this, it was hands down a ton of work and super high maintenance, which was easy because we were all locked down at the time with nothing else to do. This tank required daily dosing of an array of fertilizers, carbon dioxide diffuser, an air stone, not one but 2 filters, water skimmers, special lights, various fish foods fed daily, weekly water changes, and gear for the constant monitoring of water parameters. Fish tanks are one of those hobbies you can end up investing a lot of time and money into, the bigger and more complex you want to go. However, because of the nature of my intentions for Pantdora, which is to be a heteronymous ecosystem, refer to part 3 for more on that, with little maintenance and input from me, the approximately 25-gallon water portion of Pantdora had to be as low-tech as possible. At most, it had a filter powering the waterfall, and that would be about it. The filter consists of a bag of ceramic biofilter, which hosts the necessary bacteria needed for clean waters. More about that later. Borrowed from my other paludarium setup, Volcania, all enclosed in a chamber of sponge surrounding the intake of the pump, which sends water to the top of the rock wall feeding the waterfall. Food for the creatures would need to come from Pantdora, the cleaning of the entire aquatic world and mechanical filter sponge would need to be done by the aquatic creatures of Pantdora themselves, and there would be no water changes, or if ever, very minimal. So AC family, with this in mind, here were my choices for an initial team of water beasts to inhabit Pandora's cave water system. First, snails. Nerite snails to be exact, 3 of them. Here's one, and the other 2 are back there, piggybacking each other. These snails are great at eating algae and organic material on the glass and surfaces. Next up, guppies. These were also collected from my pond, and I find they're excellent at eating random bits from water, small insects that might fall in and float around, and breed very quickly. They've also got some pretty colors, and look to me like mermaids. I know they will love Pantdora. Next are some of my favorite crustaceans, cherry shrimp. These shrimp are great at consuming biofilm and edible bits within the water, and in the right environment will readily breed. In fact, look, they already are. See the babies? Finally, by popular request from you, AC family, in my community tab, crabs. These are a colony of freshwater crabs native to where I live. I don't know the exact species, but I am confident they will do well in Pandora's blackwater cave system, particularly due to the rocks, which is totally their niche. These make up my initial team of aquatic creatures. What do you guys think? Alright, now before we go ahead and add them in, I needed to prep and revamp our pond area to better suit our new arrivals. So here was our current cave water system. It has since gotten a bit too dark now, so my plan is to do a water change to lighten the water a little. It will still have some tannins in the water though, so our animals both on land, drinking the water, and our creatures living in it can benefit from the blackwater properties. You see, blackwater tanks are special, and aquarium hobbyists opt for blackwater tanks, i.e. water that contains tannins leached from driftwood or dead leaves, for a few reasons. First, as mentioned, the blackwater is healthy for the fish that naturally live in blackwater systems. The snails, the guppies, the shrimp, and the crabs all come from waters littered with leaves and branches from nearby trees that fall into the water and leach tannins into it, giving the waters in their natural habitat a darkened tea color, like the waters of Pantdora. This blackwater, as hobbyists call it, has been known to help prevent infections in fish and even causes colors to become more vibrant in some fish, like betas. Many fish and other aquatic creatures that are shy by nature, like neon tetras, feel more at ease in the darkness of blackwater systems, and it can even stimulate breeding. Another reason blackwater tanks are great is because of reduced algae growth,
since there is less light penetrating it. Perfect for this water system, which won't be getting a lot of water changes. A final reason hobbyists love blackwater tanks is because blackwater tanks are a total vibe. You guys will see, once this water system is fully planted and our creatures are in, it looks extremely natural and very moody. Alright, and now that the water system has been partially drained, I needed to create a rock cliff, particularly for the crabs, which will want to crawl onto land. There we go, a rock slope for our crabs to climb to head to land. Next, time to add plants. In low-tech setups, plants are quintessential, as they, along with the filter bacteria, will eat up the toxic ammonia and nitrates that result from fish poop, decaying insects, and dead leaves that fall into the waters. And with little to no water changes, plants will be our true heroes. But I needed to choose a species that grows well under low light due to the blackwater. Anubias are my favorite for such conditions. Plus, they don't need soil and can just grow attached to wood, as seen here. I planted the wood with attached anubias all around. Next, I replaced the water. My tap water comes from a natural aquifer, so no chlorine, and the parameters happen to be perfect for our fish. Next, I added duckweed. This was collected again from my outdoor pond. Most hobbyists hate this stuff because it can completely cover a tank surface and get annoying. But in this case, because it's a low-tech setup, I will need those extra ammonia nitrate eaters working overtime, and duckweed rocks for that, especially once it multiplies. Next, I added frogbit, another cute floating plant, and dwarf floating lettuce. And the final result looked like this. Behold Aqua Noctis, the name given to our newly improved cave blackwater system of Pantdora. The darkened waters created a naturalistic vibe from all angles of the tank. Have a look. Even the banyan vines were rooting, which means more ammonia and nitrate eaters to keep the waters clean. Aqua Noctis had plenty of dark and shadowy places for the creatures to hide within the rockwork, if they so chose. And so, the water world was now set. All the floating plants were set, and it was time to add in the animals. Let's do this. Snails, come hither. In you go. Done. Another snail already in the pond came by to check out the new snails in town. Next, our guppies. After acclimation, I released the mermaids into the waters. I held my breath as they began to swim around and curiously explore their strange new home. And soon, their instinct kicked in, and the fish began to group together and school. I love when fish school. There's just something beautiful and hypnotic about it. I just love the colors, which I knew would only get better and more vibrant with time, now that they were in black waters. And then, the fish began to show signs of hunting. It's now the shrimp's turn. Let's go, my shrimpies. After acclimation, I released our shrimp. The shrimp gracefully floated to the bottom. Whoa, what is this place? The shrimp thought. Some shrimp instantly began to feed on decaying leaves fallen from the plants above the waters. Others began to swim to explore. Other shrimp began cleaning biofilm from the rocks. And finally, it was time to add the crabs. Come with me, crabbies. I have a brand new kingdom for you to frolic and feed from. I shook the crabs into the dark waters of Aqua Noctis, and all was set. Our cave water system was finally complete, and I knew our newly improved and populated water system would grow in beauty to become truly epic once all our aquatic beasts were properly settled in. Night fell upon Pantdora, and the rainforest's spiritual mists were blowing through the lands. It was the first night for our tree frogs, and I was eager to see how they were doing. Within some ferns, I spotted a pair of eyes looking out into the night of a strange land it had never before seen. It was our female frog, and she was ready to emerge to begin hunting. When I spotted her out and about in Pantdora, I was awestruck how beautiful she was in the misty moonlight. I named her Miss Piggy, healthy and robust. I was so moved seeing Miss Piggy preparing to hunt for prey exactly as she would in the wild. I felt like we had this unique and special peek into the largely private behaviors of this tree frog. She fit right into Pantdora. Also emerging, up in the vines, was Kermit, who seemed entranced at the new world he had no idea how he stumbled into. Last he remembered, he and Miss Piggy crawled into a metal box. The various forest roaches were all emerging at this hour, up in the canopy, rummaging through the moss, and hanging out on the vines. Lady Katie, our bush cricket, was wide awake, in search of something leafy to eat. Kermit hadn't had a meal in ages, but on this night, he was determined to catch something, and he currently didn't have his eye on the roaches. Our young grasshopper, whom we've been watching grow from just a tiny nymph, moved leg by leg, slowly up the vine, just as he did as a baby grasshopper. This technique kept him alive in Pantdora all this time, but then he noticed someone staring at him from the vines. Oh boy. On second thought, he suddenly decided to reverse his slow-mo crawl and moonwalk back down the vine to a safer location. Smart move, young grasshopper. In the shadows of some monstera leaves lay one of our house geckos, sitting still, awaiting for prey to come to it. It had eaten quite a bit since moving into Pantdora last week, and didn't mind waiting for food to approach. I always marveled at these geckos' eyes, feet, and tail. But though our gecko was willing to sit still, Kermit wasn't, and I caught him in the canopy, now in search of prey. He leaped onto the glass, where he looked around and crawled stealthily in search of any tiny movements. He had excellent vision in the dark. I could see the outline of his skinny body. Poor Kermit. I hope he managed to find some food on this night. Another possibility is that he and Miss Piggy may have paired up and recently mated, during which time males piggyback on the females, and might not be able to eat during the whole course of the breeding process, which could take days, while females still can feed. Anyway, Pantdora had plenty of prey for him, and to my surprise, we would soon see evidence of Kermit's innate hunting prowess. It was time to see how our aquatic beasts in Aqua Noctis were doing. I spotted shrimps grazing on debris from the banyan vines. So were crabs. I just love watching crabs eat. They're super cute. It was neat watching this male crab lurking in the shadows beneath the falls. In fact, several crabs seem to enjoy being near the freshly purified waters beneath the falls. These waters from the falls were also freshly oxygenated due to the turbulence from the water falling down the rocks. The snails were busy exploring and scraping the rocks of microscopic algae. Strangely, I didn't see any crabs on land yet. Weird. Perhaps soon. It was interesting seeing the crabs ignoring the fish, as I was a bit worried they might try to eat them, but instead fuss amongst themselves over crawling room and other food to eat. I watched our mess of crabs with amusement, and yes, a group of crabs is called a mess of crabs. But they weren't messy, usually cordially sorting out space and feeding zone issues with swift acts of courtesy. How Canadian of them. The fish, our mermaids, were busy night hunting as they inspected every corner together as a school. It was great to know our water beasts were feeding well. By morning, I came back to Pantdora to see Kermit just wrapping up his solo night activities. What do you guys think? A little fatter, right? I bet he managed to grab a roach or two, but now was bedtime for him as the sun rose to signal a new day. Mornings in Pantdora are just as stunning as Pandoran nights. The sun's golden rays come streaming in through the tree leaves blowing in the breeze from an east-facing window in the ant room. And every morning it bathes Pantdora in the most beautiful of light. Have a look. The whole forest floor gets 2 hours of pure morning sun, which causes our plants and mosses to rejoice. In fact, I attribute the success of all the mosses and plants in Pantdora to these first couple of hours of direct morning sun that hits them. Mosses were even starting to grow naturally in various places of the driftwood, all around. The morning dew on the ferns looked like shimmering ice crystals in a land untouched by frost. It's pretty incredible to think that a massive fiery ball of gas and plasma, some 150 million kilometers away, powers all of life on our planet. I felt grateful for that in this moment as I watched the dancing light within Pantdora. Mother Nature is just stunning, isn't she? But the morning tranquility was suddenly dispelled by a commotion happening at the other end of Pantdora. Look! Oh no! I knew the sight all too well. The black crazy ants were moving their colony. The ants hustled, rushing their brood to the top of the stump. I followed the trail to see where they were coming from. They were emerging from this hole, and that's when I spotted it. A queen! It's confirmed. The black crazy ant colony has a queen. And there's a random roach being kicked out of the stump. In fact, this colony had multiple queens. Look! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 queens spotted in just these few seconds. This colony was massive, with hundreds of egg-laying queens that the colony amassed into existence and was about to get exponentially bigger. I couldn't believe we were seeing the black crazy ant army in full force like this for the first time. I had no idea the colony was this prolific. They marched into a hole at the top of the stump where they were setting up camp again for the second time actually. And little did I know, there was a purpose these ants wanted back in at the top of the stump. But before I could study the site further, I discovered another trail happening at exactly the same time on the opposite side of the stump. Marauder ants were traveling from an upper portion down to their usual hole. Man, this stump must be quite a labyrinth inside. I couldn't imagine what could possibly be happening within, between these two ant colonies sharing the stump. Everyone was moving. Another marauder trail was happening here at another location. Could the black crazy ants be displacing our marauders? I could only speculate. But just when I thought things couldn't get more concerning, to my complete horror later that day, I spotted this. A second trail of black crazy ants, coming from another location, assuming a satellite nest. There were more brood and queens to move? This was totally insane. And they were all headed again to the top of the stump. The sheer size of this black crazy ant colony shocked me, and all their queens. I watched in horror as the second wave of queens and brood were transported up the stump and into that same opening in the wood. What was so special about this opening that they all suddenly decided to move into there? I would soon find out, but not after our marauder lines, the black crazy ant lines, as well as a third party, would finally come together, revealing the true nature of the relationship between the ant superpowers of Pantdora later that night. In the night, I spotted Miss Piggy emerging onto one of the vines to begin her night's hunt. Kermit was also awake and totally game for a second round of feasting on the abundance of nighttime insects. But little did they know, just below them, a superheated meeting of 3 ant superpowers was happening at the stump. A third black crazy ant moving campaign was happening from a middle crevice in the stump this time. I don't understand. Another move? Are these new ants, brood and queens, moving to the top? Or are they just doing laps at this point? I then spotted another smaller ant, an acrobat ant, as seen from part 7, was also hanging around. It is a native ant, but little did I know, it was about to stir up some crazy trouble. Nearby, I also spotted a trail of marauders, also climbing the stump to the top. Man, I couldn't believe how close they were to the black crazy ant trails, who clearly outnumbered them. Not to mention the black crazy ants trying to close in from the back. The marauders bravely stood tough, facing the menacing black crazy ants, lunging at them when they got too close. This was crazy. Up until now, we had yet to see any aggression between our marauders and the black crazy ants, who we thought might actually be at peace. But no, this was the start of a crazy ant war that I feared might have an unfavorable ending for our marauders, just simply due to the sheer numbers of black crazy ants right now. A major came to make sure the coast was clear for a group of marauder workers to safely pass. The major continued to survey the scene as black crazy ants tried their luck pressing in from behind, when suddenly the acrobat appeared on the scene. In an aggressive stance, Gaster raised over its head and quite randomly attempted to spray formic acid into the Major's face, with a passing marauder in the line of formic acid fire. What? What was that? The Major was startled, but wasn't fazed much, thank goodness. But then the acrobat ant went on to do the unthinkable and ran right into the dangerous rush, spraying formic acid again at all surrounding ants. This fury of acid cloud seemed to startle the black crazy ants, who turned to face the acrobat ant, who cackled, "Take that, you ants of the dark! I spray you with acid to your death!" The black crazy ants were stunned and attempted to catch the acrobat ant, who slipped away from the confusion and began to spray an oncoming marauder worker. "Take that, you heathen! Feel the wrath of my butt acids!" which sent the worker flying in the other direction. This acrobat ant truly had balls of steel. It was tiny, but had the fortitude of a fearless warrior. I watched it head back to its colony. Eventually, the marauders decided to head back home, as I watched the Major head back down the stump. Soon, only a few marauders, black crazy ants, and even an acrobat ant were seen on the stump. Rattled and a bit dazed by what I had seen, I took the time to think about what all of this meant for the future of Pantdora. I would soon make a discovery that would piece everything together and reveal the true intentions of the black crazy ant horde. The next day, I checked the top of the Hallelujah tree stump. It was calm now, no ants trailing. It was then that I made a very key discovery. At the opening into which the black crazy ants were entering in droves during their move, I noticed some brood within a hole. But that wasn't just any hole. My eyes widened when I realized that there was a hole in one of the termite tunnels. Wait a sec, did the black crazy ants manage to bore a hole into one of the termite tunnels? We saw in a previous episode that the termites, who also somehow shared this tree stump, along with the two colonies of ants, protected themselves by creating hardened tunnels of poop. And during the tunnel construction process, the termite soldiers, with guns on their faces, capable of shooting out a nauseous sticky goo to deter ants, stood guard to protect the termite workers while they constructed their tunnels. Well, it seems somehow the black crazy ants managed to break into one of the termite tunnels, and I do see pieces of dead termite body parts in there. How sad. No. Did this mean the black crazy ants completely infiltrated the termite tunnel network and eradicated the termites? I wasn't sure. But inside, I hoped the termites were at least able to seal the main tunnels leading to their queen and king's royal chamber. As long as their king and queen were safe and alive, the termite colony would be able to recover and survive. The unknowns of it all made me quite sad at the prospect that we may have possibly lost our resident termite colony. But now we knew why the black crazy ants had moved into this area of the stump. I also didn't know how our marauders were doing in there. To be honest, I haven't seen them trailing in the great numbers they used to, back when I first spotted them in here. This could be because they've been eating lots now, and therefore didn't have a need to come foraging out like they did before. Or that the stump they hitched a ride in, when I transported it here, didn't contain their queen, who may have been hidden away in the soils at the site of extraction. And the workers, who only lived for about a month, were simply all dying out naturally now. The worst case scenario was that the black crazy ants were wiping out our marauders within the stump away from our view. I didn't know, but I resolved to simply keep an eye on the marauders and see if their numbers were truly dwindling, as well as those turbo acrobat ants. They're trouble, I tell you, and I could only imagine what they were capable of in larger numbers. Regardless, Pantdora, as far as the ants go, was actually an accurate representation of what has happened in real tropical ecosystems. Invasive ants like black crazy ants have successfully invaded all tropical and subtropical ecosystems of the world, having been transported unintentionally through human activities, like via plants, exactly as we've seen happen in Pantdora. I wasn't sure how to eradicate the black crazy ants at this point. Unless some of you guys have any ideas, nothing really preys on them, except for possibly poison dart frogs. But I'm afraid if we introduce poison dart frogs who start feeding on the ants, like they do in the wild, they might develop the lethal poisons that wild dart frogs have, capable of killing multiple humans. And well, as much as I love biology and learning, I also value being alive. So I think I'll pass on the dart frogs. Unless any of you guys know something I don't know about dart frogs eating ants in captivity, I guess for now, we'll just have to learn to live with the black crazy ants dominating the rainforest. And or hope our marauders are still okay within the Hallelujah tree stump. About the fire ants from part 5, still no signs of them surfacing. I'll surely update you guys if I do see them. The Pandoran ant war continues, I guess. In terms of the pond, I did feel hope. The tinted waters of Aqua Noctis looked crystal clear now, and its creatures within, stunning. I told you it was a vibe. I noticed a dead roach floating in the water, along with a dead leaf. These eventually sunk to the bottom of the pond, and I soon spotted the crabs munching on it. There was one piece of the roach, and there was the other half. A crab eventually discovered the decaying leaf several days after it sank and swiped it from the others to eat in private. I also spotted a crab picking at edibles from the sponge of the filter, hidden below the rocks. The shrimp were busy grazing all surfaces of biofilm and edible bits. The fish were eating up organic edibles from the banyan roots. I knew our team of floating plants, the anubias, as well as the bacteria, were all eating up the ammonia and nitrates produced by the animals' waste and decaying organic matter within the water, as well as the roots from the banyan vines, sprawled out into the waters, feeding the new leaf buds that were growing all over the canopy in Pantdora. Now that there were creatures in the waters producing greater amounts of plant food, these leaves were soon about to explode. The fish looked happy and vivacious as they swam about, with fins looking more vibrant now and healthier than ever. Together, all these organisms were working as a team, keeping our waters clean, functioning as an aquatic ecosystem. It was awesome to know that though there was tension and uncertainty on land in the ant world, life was still going to push forth and thrive in Pantdora regardless. And our newly improved cave black water system was a success. I resolved to think up more ways to add to and improve Aqua Noctis by perhaps adding other insects like diving beetles or smaller fish and shrimp in the future. The crabs never did crawl up on land. Guess their species prefers the waters, which makes me wonder if I could add other terrestrial crabs like vampire crabs into here. Let me know what you guys think. I also hoped our frogs would decide to mate and lay eggs into the waters so we could one day have a bunch of tadpoles swimming around. That would be so neat. And speaking of our frogs, after several nights in Pantdora, I looked up into the canopy just last night and spotted a fattened up Kermit, so fat that he had troubles now jumping to where he wanted to go on the thinner vines. This made me chuckle. But with the completion of Aqua Noctis, Pantdora as a vivarium was somewhat complete now, with an initial team of flora and fauna both on land and in the waters. I say somewhat because I would still continue to make improvements and add creatures and plant life into Pantdora until they were successfully proliferating and breeding without my help. I added a second round of crickets into Pantdora, and they immediately began to scatter, and the females lay eggs within the soils, thereby securing the next generation of crickets and future food for our predators. Our sunskink instantly had a feast. Kermit also woke up early due to all the crickets, but decided to hop back into the bushes once it began to rain. Pantdora was as beautiful as ever, and as I watched it rain within our rainforest, I was reminded of the fact that water was like the glue that connects all of life, for it was the place that all life began in the most beautiful way, once upon a time. And so closed another epic week in our cloud rainforest vivarium of Pantdora. But AC family, it was about to get even more epic. Speaking of adding in more creatures, a lot of you have been requesting for me to add a certain creature, one of great notoriety and skill. But it wasn't until this week that I was actually able to find one. And so, by popular request, it was time to finally add our newest resident into Pantdora. Perfect timing now that we had all these crickets around. Welcome to Pantdora, my friend. Go forth and indulge within these bountiful lands. My precious spiky-armed beast. Olin Deathstrike. My. Well, what do we have here? Oh, perfect. Vote in my community tab to affect this story.
Welcome to Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, complete with a vast array of mind-blowing flora and fauna, all dependent and interconnected through a food web we've carefully built. An awesome ecosystem within glass. It has its own automated climate control, photoperiod, clouds, winds, rains, and recently a fully stocked aquatic blackwater system. A special biological project of mine, Pantdora was designed to learn more about ecosystems and how ants, as well as other creatures, truly live in the wild. We've just begun, but already the journey of discovery has been nothing short of mind-blowing. The ants of Pantdora have been involved in an ongoing war, with an ant empire defeating enemy invasive ants, only to fall in glory at the hands of other enemy ants. We've watched Pandoran creatures grow up, feed, and hunt. And every time we introduce newly selected creatures into our rainforest, we gain a greater insight into the secret and intriguing workings of Mother Nature. But this week, due to a popular request by you guys, I prepared a Grim Reaper, a notorious predator of the insect world, with next-level intelligence and ferocity, unlike anything currently living inside the vivarium, to be added to our rainforest. But after adding it in, nothing could have prepared me for the chain of events that would unfold, leading me to make the ultimate surprising discovery within Pantdora that made me cry out, Eureka! This is the craziest story of what happened when I added a Grim Reaper to my giant rainforest vivarium, which led me to a great revelation. Part 9 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. At the eastern end of Pantdora, our golden scaly dragon, the resident sun skink, was basking in the highlands, atop the rocks of Blackwater Falls. Oh, sun skink, I beckoned. What? I have something for you. Come down from there. He hesitated. It's food. Okay. The sun skink made his way down the rock cliff as I dumped the new colony of crickets onto Pandoran soils. The crickets instantly began to disperse and wander in all directions to explore the rainforest. The lizard flicked its tongue to smell the new food that had been added to the lands. The perfect-sized cricket approached, and the sun skink leaped down, took a quick look, then bam! Caught it. It slipped out of his grip, but he caught it and dragged it into the shadows of the driftwood to eat in private. These crickets were actually part of a second round of herbivores for an integration program aimed at getting an effective breeding population of crickets within Pantdora, seeing as they do such a great job at keeping plants trimmed and providing food for the predators. And speaking of predators, another animal was waiting in the sidelines to be introduced to Pantdora. A predator notorious for being an extremely skilled hunter with a voracious appetite. A praying mantis began to clean its antennae in preparation to fulfill its purpose within our rainforest as a top hunter. And I was certain watching it hunt and feed within our rainforest would be a sight to behold. But looking back, I had no idea at the time what craziness was about to come once this Grim Reaper would be added to our rainforest. But meanwhile, the crickets were just getting settled into their new haven. Going from egg carton to this was a total dream come true. But the ones on the greatest mission right now were the males, and you're about to see why. I spotted this male climbing the vines as he searched fervently for his special place. For what, you ask? Well, his stage, of course. There's a reason why a group of crickets is called an orchestra, and one of the most well-known aspects of cricket society was their passion for musical performance. Each of the males immediately sought out a spot in the rainforest to become their stage, and once they did find their personal spot, the real show would begin. By rubbing their front wings together, male crickets are able to create their signature chirp noises by way of file-like serrations on the wings' edges, which rub against a sharp edge of the wings called a scraper. Once rubbed rapidly, it creates a chirp, which in crickets aims at attracting the females. You see, to win a female's heart, a male cricket needs to woo her by singing the right song into the female's ears, known as tympana, which are positioned above the knees of the front legs, as you can see here. Now to us humans, we hear this. But to the crickets, they hear something completely different. An orchestra of crickets gather to listen to this male, vying for the love of this female. "Your body is fat! Your legs are fat!" he sang loudly with the bravado of an idle contestant. But the reception from his Krala Abdul was lukewarm. In fact, none of the females seemed at all impressed. "Buzz off! This is my stage!" the male threatened, defending his stage from other males who could threaten his chances of successfully breeding. "You two, out!" Okay, where were we? Oh yes. Your body is round. Your legs
thanks,
are round.
but
Your
no
antennae
thanks.
are ugly
I
and
appreciate
brown.
that, but please get away.
The male continued to chase off any other males stepping on his stage. But the reality was, no matter how many times he tried, the female would not be wooed. He was a bad singer, and the female was unimpressed by his rather brash compositions. But though this male had failed, another male, who heard everything nearby, felt he could do a better job, and he flared his wings in preparation for his performance. "All right, my lady, sorry you need to listen to this terrible noise. Cover your ears. Don't listen to him." This was his time to shine. When the male was ready, he positioned himself in front of the female and began his song.
We gon' eat grass together.
Oh,
She was receptive. She liked his song very much.
1,000 times. No matter what the weather,
oh, I rather like that.
I'll always be with you and help you through. Please have my babies too.
And that was it. In the world of crickets, it's not who sings the loudest, but who sings the best song. And the final note sealed the deal for her as she tippy-toed to allow the male to slip under her. With his pair of Searchy, he felt around for the correct docking port to deliver his packet of little soldiers, called a spermatophore. And after a minute, the packet was deposited successfully. This plug would continue to deposit sperm, as well as keep other males from mating with her. A new adult male, having just emerged from a shed, was still white and hardening, and he too would soon fulfill his destiny to begin singing to win the heart of a lucky female somewhere. Nearby, another male was serenading a potential female. She was responsive, but he was not secure in his singing, rubbing his wings very unsurely and rather quietly. He was nervous and was letting the butterflies get to him. He continued to sing as she stepped further out of her burrow to listen to him, which only made him more nervous, and his voice cracked. Oh, what a turnoff. The female made a U-turn and headed back into the burrow. Not impressed. Poor male. But he wasn't about to give up just yet. He came back to face the female and began to sing to her, looking straight into her eyes and flirting with his antennae. He moved closer, and soon she was entranced by his performance. Then the next step. He turned around to sing away from her, which actually made the song louder to the female, as the shape of his wings acted like a megaphone, projecting his song right into her ears. The song once again beckoned her from her burrow. He wasn't going to mess up this time. The newly shed male came along to eavesdrop on the scene. At the climax of his ballad, he slowly moved in, and she allowed, ultimately sealing the deal to their union. The spermatophore was ejected, then he attached it to the female, and the deed was done. She instantly turned and ran to her burrow. I wondered if the male would simply run away now that he'd successfully passed on his genes. But no, he returned to the female and remained there by her side as they both rested, for she had his heart now and his spermatophore. But as for the newly shed male, okay, innocence gone. But I think I can manage to do this. Cricket mating was happening all over Pantdora, but as sweet as all of this cricket reproduction was, it was now time to add in their limiter,
to do its work at controlling populations of prey creatures like the crickets, I grabbed the Mantis and proceeded to place it into Pantdora. Welcome to Pantdora, my dear Mantis. Your new home. The Mantis instantly locked eyes on the crickets. Well, what have we here? A black crazy ant began to attack the Mantis's foot, but the Mantis casually chewed it off. Be gone, rat. The Mantis could not believe the abundance of food all around. What an amazing place this was, that food should be freely frolicking all about. Instead of lunging right away, the highly intelligent Mantis decided to stay put and observe. Suddenly, a young cricket began to get close, and the Mantis instantly began to sway like a leaf blowing in the wind to disguise itself. But another cricket came by and caused it to turn around and run away, unknowing that it had just saved its life. The Mantis watched the scene as the crickets made their way off, not knowing that they both had just had a close brush with death. All the creatures were intellectually inferior to this Mantis, and the Mantis knew it. An acrobat ant went unnoticed as it threatened the Mantis from below its heels. A male cricket got striking distance close to the Mantis, but instead of striking at it, the Mantis decided to move. It had something else in mind. It wanted to check out. I watched in wonder as it swayed like a leaf blowing in the wind up the stump. And when it got higher up, yup, just as it expected, it had smelled that an entire herd of crickets were up here. And this was where the Mantis decided it was going to have its dinner. A couple of crickets were in the middle of a courtship ritual, right amidst a bustling trail of black crazy ants. The female stepped over the trail and waited to see if the male would also cross over the black crazy ant trail to pursue her. The male continued to sing to her from the other side of the black crazy ant trail. Are you going to prove your love to me and step through? He stopped to think for a moment. Step over that line. Now. No. The male turned around to look for another female to sing to. The black crazy ants were busy moving their brood from the top of the stump all the way down to another location in the stump. As we've been seeing in the past few weeks, these invasive black crazy ants, which started off as a small colony, camped out in a corner of the Vivarium, soon grew to a massive super colony with hundreds of queens, and were now filling every possible available crevice within the stump with their babies. And now they were moving some of the brood to satellite nests at other places around the rainforest. Excuse me, Sahara. You're in my shot. Thank you. Anyway, this stump used to be home to our native marauder ants, who prior to these black crazy ants moving in, were always seen trailing from the stump in the most impressive of numbers. I missed seeing the marauders dragging food into their nest, cooperatively lifting truly incredible weights. Now, I seldom see marauders here at the stump, which seems to be currently dominated by the black crazy ants. I was heartbroken to know that our marauder ants were likely being wiped out by the black crazy ants, away from our view within the stump. But guys, little did I know, there was more to this story in the Great Ant War of Pantdora, and I was going to find out about it all very soon. The Mantis couldn't wait to have dinner, and watched as a male cricket came along and got into a squabble with another male and sent it right BAM! Into its clutches. There was a quick struggle, and once the cricket was properly gripped, the Mantis went in to feast on its flesh. The cricket kicked and struggled as it was being eaten alive. The Mantis went in to tear into the cricket's leg meat first. Tarsi licking good. It then gnawed off a leg and proceeded to feast on leg meat. A young cricket came wandering around, not noticing its colleague being eaten. When it had enough cricket leg meat, it then proceeded to have a bite of cricket breast, chewing into the thorax as the cricket began to bleed at its neck. I watched wide-eyed in horror as the Mantis continued to feed nonchalantly, as it had many times over the course of its entire life. It was no wonder these creatures had this fearsome reputation they did. as ravenous predators in the insect world. The mantis continued feeding on the now dead living cricket. The acrobat ant came back to throw death threats at the mantis, which again went unnoticed by the mantis, who was enjoying his cricket feast. As I watched the mantis devouring his new kill, it only made me wonder what impact it would have on the creatures of Pantdora, and how its presence within the rainforest would influence the ecological balance of things. I would be lying if I said I wasn't a bit worried that maybe we had underestimated the impact of adding a mantis to the rainforest and had let loose this grim reaper into Pantdora. On the forest floor, a new set of drama was happening, this time among the female crickets. While the males were fighting over stage space, the females were fighting over egg-laying space. Pregnant females were now busy laying their eggs into the rich and moistened Pandoran soils. The females use their long ovipositor, an appendage that acts as a hypodermic needle, to pierce the ground in order to deposit the eggs at just the right depth for development. But not all soils were of the ideal softness, and so females with the best soils defended their space wholeheartedly. And this was where the real catfights began. Welcome to the Female Cricket Royal Rumble. It was then that I noticed a sad sight. This female had been injured and was bleeding at her thorax, likely from an injury from a fight, but the urge to lay her eggs and pass on life to the next generation superseded her desire to rest. There was no hope for her to recover now, though, and she would be dying today. But at least she would have given all her young the chance to life once their eggs were laid beneath the soils. In fact, all the females would be dying shortly after laying their eggs, as they would have fulfilled their life's purpose. It was harsh, but this was simply the reality of cricket life. And plus, there were other more painful ways to die as a cricket. The mantis continued to chew through the cricket's body as it continued to flail its legs, still very much so alive. But this mantis was loving the tastes, flavors, and textures of this gourmet meal. I gasped when I saw the gaping hole into the cricket's thorax, exposing the cricket's anatomy within. Savage. Mantises have always intrigued me as far as predatory insects go. They're thought to have evolved from cockroach-like ancestors, with the earliest mantis fossils dating back to the Cretaceous period, as in dinosaur times. They've clearly evolved to be effective hunters, with their sturdy frame, lightning-quick movements, and those spiky arms that specialize in gripping their prey while they eat, not to mention intelligence that you could just see in their eyes. These were definitely creatures to respect. The black crazy ants could smell the cricket carcass now, and were beginning to boil up from their nest in anticipation. A young cricket came by to inspect. "You choose death if you come any closer." The cricket went away, and the mantis shifted over to eat his meal in private. It was then that I noticed the mantis breathing. Looking at both the cricket and the mantis, I could see that breathing mechanics were the same in these insects. Their abdomens would expand and contract, pushing air in and out of openings in their abdomen called spiracles. Watching this mantis breathe as it was chewing up its meal was truly a sight to behold. The cricket attempted to get close again, but the mantis kicked it away. "Get out of here, or you're next." 5 minutes later, I came back to the half-eaten cricket, cast it off for the rats to feed on. The black crazy ants relished this free meal from the gods. The mantis was done, and didn't want to finish the entire thing. Guess it was full, and it began to sway its way up towards the canopy. So interesting to see it travel this way. Even though there really wasn't anything in Pantdora currently that would prey on it, mantises really count on this swaying movement to mimic a leaf blowing in the wind, to blend in with their surroundings and avoid predation. I watched as the mantis set up station at a top vine to rest,
as it digested its food up in the canopy. It was now a member of the Pandoran food chain and content with its new and abundant rainforest kingdom. Arachnophobes, look away. It was evening, and our nighttime creatures were beginning to awake. Our young huntsman spider lay in wait for prey to pass. It could smell the crickets all around and couldn't wait to feast. One of our 2 house geckos was also wide awake and ready to feed. But not all nighttime creatures were predatory. Up in the vines was our resident rhino beetle, I've named Rocksteady. What a titan this massive beetle was, with his impressive horns. As he closed in on a cricket, "Out of my way," he slapped. The cricket obliged and traveled down the vine. Like the mantis, no other creature in Pandora would mess with Rocksteady. But this cricket had something to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Rhino, but this vine is much shorter than I expected, and it's a very far drop to the bottom." Rocksteady continued down the vine as the cricket began to panic and struggle as it was boxed backwards towards the vine's edge. And then the cricket had no choice but to jump, to which Rocksteady laughed. "Ha ha ha ha." That made my day. He turned around and marched back up the vine. Speaking of the vines, new leaves were blooming now, more than ever, along the banyan vines throughout Pandora. And the reason for this exponential leaf growth was the newly stocked pond. As we saw in the last episode, we added new residents to Pandora's waters, including fish, shrimp, snails, and crabs. And all the ammonia and nitrates they were generating via their waste was totally being eaten up by the extensive root system that was sprouting from all the vines and feeding all the new leaf growth. I loved seeing it, but as I was examining the pond, I suddenly spotted this mysterious creature. Have a look. What is that creature? The insect was some larva with gills on the end of its abdomen. I watched it climb one of the vines, totally dodging the fish, making its way up to the surface. Anyone know what that creature is? It must have come in with the plants and pond water from my pond. Is that a tiny dragonfly or damselfly larva? If so, how cool! Anyway, it was amazing to see that the waters were bringing nourishment and new life to the vines. But little did I know, I would be making a very interesting discovery about these vines later that night. Night fell, and the nighttime creatures were out. Our other house gecko was up and ready to feed. The forest roaches came out to play. Our bush cricket, Lady Katie, was also awake and on her way to search for a leafy meal in the canopy. But she took notice of the new resident that was completely eye-locked onto her. Bewildered, the mantis stared at Lady Katie, and I began to wonder if he would pursue her as his next meal. From what I could tell, she was a little too big a meal for him. Up in the canopy was Miss Piggy, our resident female tree frog, a cricket, and Kermit, our male tree frog. Kermit couldn't wait to feast on crickets, which he couldn't believe were crawling everywhere. It was a feast for frogs. Miss Piggy lay patiently for the right moment to swipe up the cricket on their vine, as Kermit watched. She sat still as air, waiting for just the right moment to pounce on it. The moment was near now. Almost time. About to pounce in 3, 2, 1. Oh dear. No! Kermit had ruined it all. "You couldn't help yourself, could you?" Miss Piggy exclaimed. "I'm sorry, honey," said Kermit. "I'll try better next time." It was all good though, because they knew there were a ton of crickets tonight to feast on, and it would be a total buffet. I was suddenly distracted by the abrupt sounds of crunching, and to my surprise, it was Lady Katie, totally munching on a vine. What? So she was the culprit to all the vines strangely breaking apart. Over the past several weeks, I initially thought it was the vines themselves detaching at various random places around Pandora, but seeing this, I discovered that all along, it was Lady Katie. Aha! I thought she only ate leaves. Guess not. Oh, Lady Katie. But believe it or not, Aside from this dietary reveal, Lady Katie's biggest secret of all was soon to be revealed. A secret I completely didn't expect. From a dark corner of my ant room, another pair of unique creatures were also feeding in the darkness of their lair, just outside Pantdora. Lurking in the shadows, these gargoyle-like creatures climbed the walls of their home in a flourish of claws and fur. My sugar gliders were busy with their nightly exploration for food, but the female, Honey, was done for the night. She went straight to bed. But Sugar, the male, whom she recently paired with, was busy consuming his superworms. Sugar gliders are marsupials native to Australia and parts of Indonesia, and they're extraordinary animals. Sugar's monkey-like hands held onto his superworm as he munched away. When he was finished, he began to look for more food. Sugar is a rescue I adopted from someone who couldn't keep him anymore. He had a nub for a foot, not sure what happened, from when he was young. Regardless, it didn't stop him from getting around. He made his way to his other bowl of chicken breast and fruits. Their diet is quite complex and hard to prepare in captivity, but worth watching him munch happily away, don't you think? It was then that his wife called him to bed. "Coming, honey." They were trying to have their very first set of twins. By morning, Lady Katie had left some vine pieces on the floor, as well as some poop stains splattered all over the front glass, as she always does. Which brings me now to my morning maintenance routine. A lot of you have been asking what it takes to maintain a vivarium like Pantdora. And well, Pantdora kinda maintains itself, but for cleaning, this is what I do. Before even opening the tank, I always check the edges of the window first, in case something might be waiting to jump out. Then, using only eco-friendly products, I go in with a paper towel and a squeegee to clean the glass. I often need to use a ladder to actually step into the vivarium. To get to the hard-to-reach areas, I try to be as non-intrusive as possible and keep an eye on the animals all around me and try my best not to step on ants. Today, I also went in to plant more plants up on the rock wall, on the forest floor, at the rock bank of the pond, which made it look a lot more beautiful, and even talanjas on the side mesh of the tank. I also scattered fresh leaf litter onto the rainforest floor as an ecosystem event. The Mantis was busy sunning himself near the heat lamps, warming up to start his day. Rocksteady and the cricket he made jump off the vine were eating side by side on a rotting piece of mango. No hard feelings. I spotted some shed skin that belonged to our young grasshopper we've watched grow up in Pantdora. But look, there were two now. How neat! And what else was cool was that I spotted mealybugs. See those fuzzy white critters on the asparagus fern? Those are plant insects, and ants love them because they excrete a sweet substance called honeydew that the ants can milk from the mealybugs, like milk from dairy cows. Assuming the mealybugs don't get out of control, I couldn't wait to see ants tending to them. But the thought suddenly made me sad. The ants. Inside, I wish it would have been the marauder ants to tend to and milk these mealybugs, especially because they were located right at the foot of the Hallelujah tree stump, where the marauders were nested when they first moved into Pantdora. But I knew, if ever, it would be the black crazy ants to claim dominion over these mealybugs, sadly. That was until I made the most epic discovery later that night. The full moon's light bathed the misty floor with a glow. And when the mist cleared, I noticed a peculiar movement in the soil. What is that? Wait a sec. AC family, it was a trail. An active one. And to my utter delight, it was our marauder ants. And they were trailing in the greater numbers that I remember them trailing in from when we first got them. This was awesome. Turns out our marauders were not dwindling in numbers like I thought. They were still very alive. And look, I see them carrying seeds. There's a major, and I even spotted them carrying a super major somewhere. Funny, as usually it's the other way around. I was happy to see them trailing like this. I guess the marauders decided to start trailing at night only, which looking back, made total sense, because since adding the heat lamps for our sunskink to the tank,
The marauders probably thought it was the start of summer, during which marauder ants switched their foraging expeditions from daytime to nighttime to escape the heat. Eureka! By early morning, I spotted where the marauders were trailing from. They had established a few holes in the soils and had moved their nest from the tree stump to the soils. No wonder they weren't really seen trailing from the holes in the stump. This was amazing to see, as I was sure the marauders would do well in soil, because black crazy ants were really flimsily built and sacrificed strength for speed, and therefore weren't good diggers, unlike the marauders. Black crazy ants mainly nest in crevices. The marauders would be safer underground than within the stump, so they must have decided to give up life in the stump for a safer life within the soils. A few marauders were still entering the stump, which meant they still had some rooms within it, but the majority of the colony was now clearly in the soils. It was then that I also spotted something else amazing. See that golden creature? That is a golden species of silverfish that lives symbiotically with the ants. They eat up their poop and garbage, while the ants provide protection and a home for them. A friend to the ants. Another discovery. Ready for this? In the night, a loud chirping was coming from Pantdora that was totally different from anything I'd ever heard. And guess who it was? Turns out, Lady Katie was not a lady after all, but a manly Stanley. He's a boy, and he was singing to attract a female. Guess I confused a searchy for an ovipositor. Oops. Sorry, Stanley. I'll try to look for a female for you. Another surprising discovery was that our Mantis, which I initially thought might be a voracious Grim Reaper / serial killer within our rainforest, was actually a modest and gentle creature, except when he was hungry. But I never did see him eat another insect, and guess he had his fill after that first cricket, but was just happy to be around now. Overall, this week was quite the roller coaster ride of discovery. I loved the progress of our biological project of Pantdora and couldn't wait to see what was ahead. I managed to catch another tree frog and house gecko from my giant home aviary and place them into Pantdora to add to our colony of geckos and tree frogs. And as I caught sight of the new tree frog staring in wonder at the new paradise into which he now lived, I couldn't help but gaze in awe at the beauty of Pantdora and feel great pride in the work we've done. The care we've put into making Pantdora become the tropical Shangri-La that it was. We worked hard to get here, but as they say, you reap what you sow. And this week, my greatest eureka moment was realizing that to achieve paradise, all you need is love. But going back to the black crazy ant horde for a sec, so many of you commented wishing you guys could somehow see what the inside of the stump was like. With the ants and other creatures always traveling in and out of various openings in the stump, we always suspected there was quite an extensive labyrinth within the stump, a constant topic of curiosity for us, piquing our imagination. Understanding what the inside of the stump looks like and where the two teams of ants within are actually living could help give us clues as to how we can better control the population of black crazy ants and possibly support our marauders. And so, AC family, I finally have a way to peek inside the stump, and it just arrived in the mail. Oh, endoscopic camera, time to have a peek inside the Hallelujah tree stump. Oh man! Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest ecosystem vivarium, a tropical world full of interdependent species of plants and animals. Its purpose is to study the workings of a wild ecosystem. And so far, watching this rainforest evolve over the past 6 weeks has been nothing short of a crazy ride. Within this majestic paradise of moss-carpeted soils, a drama of epic proportions has been unfolding. A great Pandoran-wide war of the ants has been taking place, a struggle for power and dominion over all of Pandora's rich resources for food and space. One such resource
has been what we call the Hallelujah tree stump, a colossal mountain of driftwood containing a network of holes and tunnels crafted by termites, which we were pleasantly surprised to discover was occupied by both a colony of termites as well as a colony of native marauder ants. But recently, an intruding super colony of black crazy ants invaded the peace and moved into the stump, breaking into the termite network of tunnels and murdering them, as well as forcing the marauder ants to move out and into the soils. And check the black crazy ants out now. Over the past few weeks, I've watched these invasive black crazy ants, who snuck into the tank by way of the plants, grow from a small colony with 100 workers into an enormous horde with thousands of workers and hundreds of queens. Here they are migrating with all their brood and multiple queens to a new spot they found near the rock embankment by the pond. As an invasive army, their mission was simple: invade and conquer the entire ecosystem by eating everything, growing the colony as big as possible, and killing anyone who stands in the way. And this week, for the first time ever, I witnessed firsthand the devastating impact these black crazy ants can have on an ecosystem. And by using some highly specialized equipment, I was able to get a first-hand peek into the secret lair of the black crazy ants by sticking an endoscopic probe camera into the Hallelujah tree stump. And when I did, the things I saw within their darkened netherworldly chambers left my jaw on the floor. This is the crazy story of what I saw when I used an endoscopic probe camera to spy on a colony of enemy ants in their nest. Part 10 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, where ants truly mean war. Here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. The nightly mists filled the rainforest with humidity and a refreshing blanket of clouds. Well, this is nice, said Charlie, as he stared into the vast expanse into which he was just added. Charlie was the newest tree frog to be added into Pantdora. The vast rainforest was still and peaceful all around. He was content to call it home now. He would soon be meeting his other tree frog colony mates, like Kermit, who stared at the strange tree frog newcomer from a nearby vine, as an acrobat ant threatened to spray him with formic acid if he didn't leave immediately. This kid has no idea what he's up against, Kermit thought. He's better off staying up high in the canopy. Miss Piggy was also watching the rather inexperienced newcomer, perched on his driftwood right in the open. Charlie spotted a rhino beetle climbing the moss, and a trail of marauder ants moving beneath the driftwood. Though there wasn't anything in the rainforest that could eat tree frogs like him, yet, there was a chance he could run into a rather unpleasant encounter if he wasn't careful about whose way he was getting in. The black crazy ants, whom I finally named the Dark Horde, were on the move again. This was the Dark Horde's second mass colony emigration within the past 12 hours. These ants are nomadic and don't stay in the same place for very long. And here they were, moving in silence to another location in the Pandoran rainforest, under the cloak of night, because this trailing event would be exposing some of their VIPs, or VIAs rather. Have a look. They moved swiftly over the rainforest's mossy surface. The ants carried their white babies from the glass through this plant and up an arm of the Hallelujah tree stump. To this hole. The efficacy of the Dark Horde during a colony move was incredible, and they needed to be focused. Because look, the workers collectively carried one of their VIAs across the glass. This massive larva is a future queen. From it will hatch a winged virgin queen, as you can see there, and due to a complex genetic hack scientists recently discovered, the new queen hatching from this larva will be able to breed with her biological brother within the nest, while the rules of inbreeding will be completely negated. You see, this species of ant doesn't need to mate with unrelated male ants from another colony, like other ants do. They don't even need a nuptial flight either. They just mate with their biological brothers at home. And all offspring resulting from this pairing come out healthy due to this strange genetic hack, thereby allowing these black crazy ants to self-propagate forever, as long as they keep producing queens and males, which they've been doing here in Pantdora. Black crazy ants are crazy, right? Well, it gets even crazier, for nothing could have prepared me for the true craziness I was about to witness with the Dark Horde the next day. Ugh, what is that? Brace yourselves, guys. I woke up to the most disgusting sight ever. It slithered its way down the driftwood surface and towards the moss. Ugh, what is it? It could be a baby earthworm, but it didn't seem to move like an earthworm. A springtail also came by to check out its royal grossness. "Sup, brah?" it greeted, as the worm made its way towards the moss. Its head was so pointy, and again its movement didn't quite match the slinky-type movements of an earthworm. Anyone care to identify this worm? And OMG, are those a pair of eyes I see? What a weird creature. Anyway, I was sure it served its beneficial function in the rainforest, and I would be witnessing its ecological purpose soon. But suddenly, a swaying movement caught my eye off to the side. It was our resident Mantis, whom I've named the Green Reaper, thanks to one of you who recommended the name. I watched as the Green Reaper swayed back and forth, mimicking a leaf blowing in the wind, to disguise herself from predators. Some say this swaying is for visual depth perception too. Whatever it was, seeing her always brought a smile to my face. She was so fat now, having eaten a lot of prey in the rainforest. Now I say she because thanks to you Mantis experts watching her in the last episode, you identified her as a female, which is great. She was a stunning creature. Now the next question I had was what her exact species is. Some said giant Asian mantis, others said green morph of a marbled mantis. I wonder, is she full grown now, or will she have a final version with wings? The reason I ask is because look, I found another mantis. Not sure if it was a male, but it was smaller. Any mantis experts out there care to determine if this is a male or not? I would like to pair the two mantises, if they are a match, and once they are mature enough to mate. So our Green Reaper here could lay an oothika, an egg case to give birth to more mantises within Pantdora. Wouldn't that be awesome? By the way, I so love and appreciate how I can reliably crowdsource information like this with you guys, so we could in the end all learn together. Thank you for that, AC family. Anyway, I watched as our Green Reaper made her way up the moss wall. But little did I know, this would be the very last time I would see our Green Reaper before her mysterious and sudden disappearance from the rainforest. Up on the moss wall, Charlie was watching a frightful scene below, along with a cricket, who also positioned itself far away from the action happening in the lowlands. They were safer up here as they watched. The Dark Horde was now on the move again, out of the hole they had moved into the night before, and across the stump, down to an area at the foot of the stump. Another conjoining trail of black crazy ants were also coming in from another area of the stump. It was crazy to me that the black crazy ants, no matter how many times a day they moved, always ended up coming back to the Hallelujah tree stump. And I was determined to find out what was so special about this tree stump. So, online, I managed to find this. It's an endoscopic probe camera, which essentially is a tiny camera with a little light with 3 intensity settings, so we could really catch the action in the darkest of places, and a long flexible neck. It can take both video and photos, and stores everything into this handheld device here with a screen for viewing. It can't clearly capture things directly up against the lens of the camera, but you can definitely see things quite close to it, and beyond. And I was excited to finally have a peek into the Hallelujah tree stump. to spy on the black crazy ants within, once and for all. It might give us insight into the design of the interior of the stump, how the black crazy ants nest, and how we might be able to stop them from taking over Pantdora. This would be the first time I would ever peek into an ant nest in this way. We would be like a robot ant being sent into the pits of black crazy ant hell. But as I was about to embark on the most interesting learning experience of my life, some other very unfortunate life forms were entering their most horrifying learning experience of their lives. A tiny baby pushed itself up, having just emerged from its egg. It had taken several minutes to finally reach the surface to emerge into the beautiful forest. But suddenly, it was grasped by some mandibles, plucked from the earth before it could ever spread its legs to set foot on the soils. Another baby, Jiminy, wriggled its way out from the soils, still unable to spread its legs. The baby crickets were now beginning to emerge all around Pantdora, the next generation of crickets. When Jiminy finally was able to spread his legs from his egg casing, he stood still and took in the incredible world all around him. Another cricket came rushing by. "Run!" "What?" "Run! Run! Run!" she exclaimed. Why on earth do we have to run? Jiminy thought. There were 4 particular holes in the Hallelujah tree stump that I wanted to really check out. The first hole was this, where the marauders used to be seen trailing from. Another hole just above it, a hole at the top of the tree stump, where the termites were first spotted before the Dark Horde broke into their tunnel, and a hole at the back, from which I had seen the Dark Horde emerging once. I went in to check out the first hole. At first, all I could see was blurriness, due to the camera being up against a wooden wall. But then I could see black moving shapes, black crazy ants rushing by the lens, until... Aha! Whoa! We hit the first chamber of the Dark Horde. I couldn't believe my eyes. So many ants! I decided to push the camera further, inside. It was a challenge, seeing as there were some problematic twists and turns in the tunneling that made moving the probe deeper tough. But eventually, I managed to snake the camera further in, and we proceeded deeper into the Dark Horde's first chamber, which caused the ants to go crazy. So far, I couldn't see any brood, nor queens really, just workers, and a roach leg there. Let's move in deeper. Whoa! This was insane! I couldn't believe we now had visual access into the nest. Ants began attacking the camera lens, spraying it with formic acid, which of course didn't do anything to the equipment. And then, bam! A second deeper chamber, and the Dark Horde did everything in their power to keep us from going in deeper. What could they be hiding in there? I pushed even deeper to enter their next chamber. Ugh! There was a piece of wood blocking our access. Do we go down or around it, from the left or the right? And then after a couple minutes trying to make my way around the blockade, I finally reached the innermost part of the tunnel. Aha! Queen larvae, eggs, and pupae. Suddenly a mad rush of ants came attacking the lens as the Dark Horde picked up their brood to scramble it away. I spotted blurry images of queens rushing by, and the colony was now in full-out retreat mode. Jiminy made his way carefully through the moss. Everything seemed pretty peaceful, until he caught sight of something truly concerning. A black crazy ant approached from behind, and Jiminy hopped. He began to run. Now he definitely knew he was in danger. Jiminy stopped to survey the scene around him. Ants were everywhere. And soon, he realized he was in the middle of one big massacre. as he watched the black crazy ant swarms come pouring in to abduct newborn baby crickets like him and carry them back to the Dark Horde's nest. The odds were against the newborns because they were still white and soft, having just emerged from their eggs. It hurt them to move around too much while they were still hardening. They needed to rest until they fully hardened and became dark in color, but waiting too long could be fatal. Jiminy decided to move as he ran through the slaughter field, past the black crazy ants. More and more black crazy ants, who were learning about the new easy prey popping up from the soils, came to join the hunt. Marauder ants had also learned of the new prey, and they also appeared on the scene. Babies instinctively headed to higher moss, while others weren't so lucky to be able to, and were seized by the black crazy ants. Jiminy managed to evade the black crazy ants all around and stopped to take a breather. Running around like this really hurt, but suddenly a black crazy ant came creeping by, and a voice from beyond called out, "Watch out! Incoming ant!" which saved Jiminy's life as he jumped away. "Thanks!" Jiminy continued forth, making his way back to the open dirt, which he didn't know was the wrong move. He managed to dodge a group of marauders quite easily. They were rather slow. Jiminy weaved his way through the droves of ants that were hunting all around him as he took another moment to rest his achy exoskeleton. He couldn't move now as the ants came dangerously close. He was on the verge of just submitting to his fate and resolved to enjoy his final moments of life. A baby springtail came along to inspect the baby cricket. "Sup, bruh?" "Not much." The sounds of crying babies as they were whisked away by the black crazy ants filled the air. This was not only the first day of Jiminy's life, but it was also the worst. I had seen what I needed to from this first hole. I proceeded to remove the probe. It was now time to inspect the second hole before the entire colony was alarmed. This time, the moment I stuck the camera in, I saw a ton of ants. Brood and winged queens were everywhere. I could also see non-winged queens, which means they were mated, and active egg layers also in this chamber. This was insane! The queens began to move away from the bright lights of the camera as the ants scrambled about in a panic. I pushed in deeper, which caused the ants to go into a crazier panic. This tunnel was more challenging to penetrate as I did my best to wind through the obstacles as black crazy ants went rushing about, carrying away their brood and guiding their queens away to safety. I finally went deeper and could look around. This was a dead end, and there wasn't a lot to see here now, so I backed out. As I did, ants were scrambling everywhere from the hole. And now it was time to check the top of the stump, where the termites were last seen. I immediately saw some broken termite tunnels. Other termite tunnels were kind of in the way as I tried to search for a larger opening I could enter through. I found one, and I also spotted black crazy ants running around in the darkness beyond. I wondered if this top hole was connected in any way to any of the previous holes I explored. I then spotted a lone black crazy ant inspecting the lens curiously, and then panicked. Another black crazy ant came rushing in to tell it to run. The great glowing snake was out to eat them. The worker ran as others came to attack what they thought was a serpent infiltrating their nest. All right, I had seen enough. Just a lot of termite tunnels here. And now it was time to check the fourth hole. I looked inside, and though the camera was too large to fit in, I still could see this. Black crazy ants rushing towards the camera, attempting to attack it. And that was it. It was so interesting to use this camera. But, as crazy as all of this wasn't the last I would be using this endoscopic camera. I would be needing this device again for something very important. Ugh, disgusting! I spotted this gross sight. This was my worst nightmare come true. One of those baby worms was seen wrapping around a newborn cricket, and it looked as though it was either eating it or laying eggs into it. I didn't know, but ugh, the sight made me shiver. So were those baby worms carnivorous? And how did it have the faculty to capture a baby cricket? What were these hellish worms? Run to the moss, the springtail whispered. Now! Jiminy had found the strength to continue running, and he was almost caught by a black crazy ant. By some miracle, Jiminy had made his way to the back mosses, where there were a lot less black crazy ants. Other babies were not so lucky. The crickets who did manage to harden and darken their exoskeletons were a bit harder for the black crazy ants to catch, but even still, color was no guarantee for survival, as some of the darker crickets were also seized by the black crazy ants. This was indeed the worst massacre I had ever witnessed in Pantdora. The marauders were largely empty-handed, having only captured 1 or 2 baby crickets during the course of this grim scene. In fact, I watched a marauder just staring at a newborn cricket being born, not knowing what to do, and eventually moving on. They just weren't the same hunting machines like the Dark Horde was. For the rest of the evening, these newborn crickets would be hunted and dragged back to the Dark Horde's nest. Only the luckiest and quickest crickets would survive. As for Jiminy, he was one of the select few who made it out alive during the first hour of life. Speaking of being alive, it struck me as peculiar that over the next few days, I hadn't seen our Green Reaper anywhere. She was literally nowhere to be found. I usually spot her hanging out in the canopy, either on the glass or hanging out by the heat lamp. It concerned me because after watching the cricket massacre, the idea that she may have been killed and eaten haunted me. My first suspect, though, was not the ants. It was this one, basking on the mossy hill. I wondered if perhaps our sunskink killed her. He's been known to tear earthworms in half and leave them half-eaten on the floor, as well as taking on prey larger than he can consume. I inspected his poop, which he left all around the rainforest floor. A ton of soil creatures were already working on it. Tiny beetles, springtails, and mites were having a total buffet on the sunskink's feces. It always amazed me how biodiverse the world of soil creatures was in Pantdora. So, based on appearance, it didn't seem like there were obvious mantis parts in that poop. My guess was that our sunskink had eaten mostly crickets and other soft-bodied creatures. So my other suspicion was that the mantis was hiding behind the moss wall. I had the perfect tool now to actually check for myself. I stuck the endoscopic camera over the moss wall to peer behind it. I could see the wiring that made up the frame of the moss wall and the end of the vines of the canopy. But as I continued to look around, I could not spot any green mantis anywhere. Could she really be dead? I couldn't spot body parts anywhere. If it was our sunskink, I probably would find a discarded leg or arm somewhere, right? Unless the ants cleaned up after it? Could the black crazy ants have swarmed her and killed her? As I watched the black crazy ants continue to take home newborn crickets to their nest in the stump, I struggled with what our next step should be. First off, I wondered if interfering with the natural order of things would defeat the whole purpose of our project here. Pandora's whole purpose was to watch how a wild ecosystem truly develops. And well, this was exactly what was happening. In the wild, invasives like these black crazy ants literally intrude and cause havoc on ecosystems, and that was what we were seeing. But I wondered if I should somehow intervene and take action to eradicate the black crazy ants, by maybe plugging up the holes of the stump to trap the majority of the Dark Horde inside. But I knew the stump was full of various tunnels and secret exits, so plugging them all up would be a mission and a half. So hard. I didn't want to have to remove the stump from Pantdora, as it was hard enough lugging the entire thing inside with no decor. I could only imagine the nightmarish logistics of removing it with all the decor in. I could possibly vacuum as much of the colony as possible during one of their regular colony moves. Despite all these measures though, I knew it still wouldn't guarantee complete eradication of the Dark Horde, because they already had secret hideouts and satellite nests all over the place. Just one queen was all they needed to get back their massive numbers. The idea of the Dark Horde eventually leading to the ecological collapse and end of Pantdora made me deeply sad on all levels of my being. Pantdora was such a promising biological project, but I feared we were dangerously reaching the end of one of the most amazing creations and experiences of my entire life. The end of Pantdora seemed near, and if so, it would be the end of an era. The next day, I spotted something peculiar in the foliage. What is that? Wow! Looks like some old dried skin. And then, it occurred to me. The Green Reaper! She had shed her skin. She was alive! This totally had to be new, as I hadn't seen it here the day before. So I looked around, and lo and behold, I spotted a leaf swaying back and forth. Upon checking it out, I saw our Green Reaper drying in her new skin. There you are, Green Reaper. So you weren't eaten. What amazing news! Watching her camouflaged against the leaves, it's no wonder I must have completely overlooked her when searching the Vivarium for her whereabouts these past few days. She must have chosen this spot as a suitable place to shed. And what a great choice, because the better the camouflage match, the safer she would be from predators who might want to take advantage of this vulnerable period while she was shedding. How awesome! I was happy to know she would be okay. I later caught her up in the Spanish moss, feasting on a cricket. She must have been starved. I totally should have had more faith in her survival skills in Pantdora, because I mean, millions of years of evolution had to have at least equipped her enough to survive much longer in this rainforest. As for the potentially male Mantis I had waiting to be betrothed to her, he also ended up shedding his skin, and I placed him into his own holding terrarium to possibly release into Pantdora in the future, should it be a male and ready to breed. That would be super exciting to watch baby mantises being born in our rainforest. Speaking of babies, I caught sight of some movement below. Baby crickets were now exploring Pantdora. I could see them everywhere. Although the black crazy ants had picked off many of the newborns, the crickets had laid so many eggs all over the place that there were still a significant amount of baby crickets now frolicking around the lands. They were eating the plants, especially the moss, and learning about survival and life in the rainforest with every exploratory turn. I spotted Jiminy running across the moss, now completely hardened and black. Though he and all his siblings weren't completely safe yet, they were more likely to survive now that they were hardened and excellent jumpers. One of the lessons they would need to learn was how to not fall into the pond. I caught Jiminy that night sleeping soundly in a clump of moss, high up on the moss wall. Good luck, Jiminy. Hope you grow up to be a great singer one day. As I looked all around Pantdora, I spotted new inspiring scenes of hope. A cricket dropped from his old skin as a new adult male who would soon go on to sing to females and pass on his genes. Female crickets were still laying new eggs all around the forest as new babies scuttled around. A jumping spider was hopping around, exploring the foliage, looking for food around the leaves. In the pond, I spotted our resident damselfly larva, still alive and surviving, despite the presence of the guppies who would have relished him. The vines were now sprouting beautifully as they fed from nitrates and ammonia from the pond. Cool to know that our vines were now producing leaves, which would soon create a nice and thick foliage layer along our canopy. And another thing I noticed about these leaves was that based on its shape, the vines were not banyan tree vines like I initially thought, but instead were a species of true vine, not a tree. which was actually much better because now I didn't have to worry about an actual giant tree busting out of the vivarium. Our true vining system was coming along wonderfully. Within the Hallelujah tree stump, I explored other holes in which I found some interesting things, like this sleeping roach, and this sleeping cricket and roach sharing a hole. What I had ultimately learned was that not all of the main holes were connected. Most were dead ends, which makes sense seeing as the black crazy ants were often seen traveling from one hole to another on the outside of the stump. But perhaps the most amazing discovery of all was this. Ready for this, guys? I checked the cave beneath the Hallelujah tree stump in attempts to catch a glimpse of our marauders somewhere. And at first, I spotted Rocksteady, our rhino beetle, munching on some rotten fruit, as well as a bunch of black crazy ants. But as I ventured deeper into the cave, I spotted this. See those huge puffs of soil? Those soil structures look strangely familiar to me, kinda like termite mounds. Wait a sec, no way! And as I looked around a bit more and went back to examine some of the video I took exploring that area of the cave, have a look at what I spotted running across the screen. Did you see it? There. It's so fast you could miss it if you blinked. Check out this still shot. See it? That is a termite. Our termite colony was alive, and if these were indeed termite mounds beneath the Hallelujah tree stump, it meant that our termites were not dead and had moved into the soils, just like our marauders. Hooray! Such amazing news. All of this made me realize one thing. Yes, although our black crazy ants were indeed invading Pantdora and were displacing fauna from their homes, the ecosystem was still managing to push back and thrive despite their invasive presence. In fact, life itself was designed to adapt to adversity like invasives. The way I saw it, the black crazy ants were like a virus entering the human body and spreading. And sometimes a virus can claim the life of the infected person. But most other times, the body has a brilliant way of fighting back against such viruses with a newfound immunity to dealing with such viruses in the future. Sometimes a virus will simply integrate into a body and have no effect on the well-being of the whole system once a balance is achieved, and simply stay there. As I watched a marauder major patrolling the borders of their territory beneath the stump, which some of the black crazy ants were attempting to infringe upon, I was reminded that our marauders still had the faculties to stand up against the black crazy ants, as did the termites, as well as many of the crickets, and thank goodness so too did our Mantis. Therefore, I had every reason to expect that all hope was not lost for Pantdora, and that our ecosystem still had a hopeful future. I realized that an ecosystem actually needed such agents of adversity and challenge of the likes of the Dark Horde in order for the ecosystem as a whole to be strong. It reminded me of a quote by a man named Dr. Steve Maraboli, who said, "Look around you. Everything changes. Everything on this earth is in continuous state of evolving, refining, improving, adapting, enhancing, and changing." And so I felt invasives, like the Dark Horde, had in fact a hugely important role in Pantdora. Like heavy weights at a gym, or viruses to a body, the Dark Horde was training the components of our rainforest to become stronger and more resilient. And that was a great thing. And as I spotted Charlie once again perched at his favorite spot on the driftwood one night, I too, like him, wasn't too worried about a thing, and instead chose to feel awe at the world around, with confidence that in the grand scheme of things, all was well, and the future was exciting. But it didn't mean we couldn't do anything to help support a better balance within Pantdora. Because after all, even natural remedies, when a person's health is challenged, could help achieve a healthy balance much quicker. And this simile also applied to our ecosystem. The Dark Horde, though beneficial to our ecosystem in some ways, still needed to be kept in check. And a lot of you helped me to determine our next course of action. Oh, carnivorous pitcher plants, welcome to Pantdora. vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pantdora, my giant 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium. It's stunning, isn't it? This rainforest construction is my personal biological project, and its purpose is to study the evolution of a wild ecosystem with its various interconnected flora and fauna living within it. But it's about to be changed forever. You see, an unintentionally introduced invasive black crazy ant supercolony has run amok in the vivarium, endangering the precious ecosystem I've worked hard to craft. So my solution was this: Nepenthes, carnivorous pitcher plants that eat animals, including ants. But after adding them in, what would shock me the most was the ultimate revelation upon peeking into the very bellies of the pitcher plants to find out what the plants had actually eaten after just 24 hours living in the rainforest, which left my jaw on the floor. This is the craziest story of what happened when I added carnivorous pitcher plants into my giant rainforest vivarium to take down an entire invasive army of black crazy ants. Part 11 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, where plants eat the animals, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I covered the pots of the pitcher plants with moss and proceeded to place the pitcher plants into Pantdora. These plants needed to be planted separate from the rich soils of Pantdora because carnivorous plants, like these pitchers, have evolved to grow in nutrient-poor soils, and eating living creatures is how they get their nutrients. I was excited to test these pitchers to see how many insects, and specifically black crazy ants, they could actually consume in Pantdora. But I must admit, I had my doubts they could eat enough to stop the black crazy ants, whom we've named the Dark Horde, from completely taking over the tank. But little did I know, I would be very surprised by how this whole pitcher plant experiment would soon turn out. So the concept of these pitcher plants is simple. The insects are attracted to this opening of the pitcher by way of a sweet nectar, then fall inside to meet a watery doom, where they drown and get digested by the plant's enzymes. And looky here, a black crazy ant. Yay! And it looks like it's drinking something sweet from the stem. A nectar. Interesting. I always thought the nectar that attracts the insects was only located at the lip of the pitcher, known as the peristome. I had no idea it was secreted by the plant in other areas too. And it looked like the ant loved its taste. As it tapped its gaster in delight, I even caught the ant drinking from a nectar drop on the leaf, before it made its way down to find yet another nectar blob on the stem. When it was done, then came the crazy pheromone dance. Black crazy ants get their name from this erratic movement that makes them look crazy. But what this ant is doing is it is wafting "I've found food" pheromones all around the area to let nearby members of the Dark Horde know that it's lunchtime. And it looks like it's working. Nearby ants would get the message and come around. I couldn't believe things were already working as planned. However, it turns out the black crazy ants had plans of their own nearby. Oh no! The Dark Horde was once again on the move. I watched as one of their queens, along with brood, marched into a thicket of moss. As we've seen, these black crazy ants have been non-stop on the move. Nomadic in lifestyle, they set up temporary camps in strategic places around the rainforest before moving to new areas. But this time, when I realized where the ants were moving to, my heart dropped into my stomach. Oh no! Our giant trapjaw ant queen! Under this moss was a container in which lived a giant trapjaw queen ant and her brood that we placed into Pantdora since the beginning. We were hoping she would raise her first larvae into adulthood, thereby launching the start of a giant trapjaw ant colony in these lands. But seeing the black crazy ants now marching into this area of her container, I totally freaked out. There was a possibility, however, that the queen had sealed up the door to the chamber and was safe so I decided not to intervene and check up on the container when the Dark Horde had moved on. I had hoped the Queen and the brood was safe. It was then that I caught sight of the craziest scene. A jumping spider was up in the asparagus fern stalk, just above the ants, feeding on a black crazy ant that it had captured. But the ant, now dying, was releasing an alarm pheromone, pleading for its colony to help destroy the spider that was eating it. Nearby black crazy ants who picked up the pheromone message began darting up and down the stalks in search of the enemy. The spider, with its superior eyesight, darted higher up the stalk. It knew more of the colony would soon be alarmed and find its location. The ants were on a witch hunt for the spider, as they each also added to the alarm pheromone. I held my breath as I watched the news of an intruder spread to the colony below. News of the spider and their dead colony mate made its way to ground level, and soon made its way to the parade of ants. Which sent several warriors to deal with and hunt for the spider above their new camp. The ants raced up the stalks. I watched as one headed straight for the jumping spider, but the spider was quick and leaped away on contact. It knew now that it needed to escape the scene fast. It looked around and jumped to a nearby stalk. It watched as the black crazy ants searched high and low for it. But lucky for this spider, it would be able to enjoy another meal and live another day with a full belly, as the black crazy ants searched desperately for their infiltrator and missing colony member. I was happy to know that there were at least some creatures in Pantdora that were preying on members of the Dark Horde. But when they would eventually move out of this area, I needed to see if they had annihilated our giant trapjaw queen or not. I expected them to be out of here within a few hours, or perhaps by evening. I prayed that our giant trapjaw queen and her babies were by some miracle still alive in there. Either way, we really needed to deal with the Dark Horde and their invasion of Pantdora. I looked back at our pitcher plants, and black crazy ants were now all over the first pitcher plant. The second pitcher plant had also attracted the black crazy ant crowds. These pitchers were now the new talk of the town. I was most excited when I spotted the ants were now beginning their infatuation with the opening of the pitchers. I watched as ants crawled all over the peristomes. I felt the ants were getting closer and closer to falling in. Some were even hanging upside down from the hood of the pitchers. Would they fall in? I felt like a hunter watching a trap I had set. It seemed the pitchers were also luring the ants with nectar from the outside of the pitchers, as well as the hood. They drank cum gusto from these tiny drops of nectar. I actually wondered about this nectar, because it wasn't enough to completely fill the ants' social stomachs, but seemed to be just enough to keep the ants foraging the plant's surface. My heart almost stopped as I watched an ant venture into the mouth and almost slip, but then crawl out safely. Whoa, what? Guess the inside of the pitcher wasn't as slippery as I thought, but watching the ants, I did notice they weren't as balanced. They actually slipped a few times, and it made me wonder if the nectar had any intoxicating agents, making the ants slightly drunk or high. And then, suddenly, I caught sight of an ant wandering into the mouth of one of the pitchers and totally falling in. It never re-emerged. Another ant climbed in, but managed to climb out. My guess was that there was a certain point of no return line in the pitchers that once crossed was impossible to go back on. Suddenly, another ant wandered in and fell inside. Awesome! It was interesting as well to see that the ants falling in were not releasing distress pheromones, asking for help, which to me meant either the plant had a means of masking the distress pheromones from ants outside the pitchers, or the ants within were already submerged in fluid and simply couldn't. Or The ants on the outside were under the intoxicating influence of pitcher plant nectar and simply couldn't care to respond to pleas of help from trapped colony mates. I continued to watch the pitchers as they continued to catch ants one by one. I decided to allow the pitchers to do their thing and check up on them within 24 hours to see just how much these pitchers could actually trap. I had a probe camera now that could peek directly into the pitchers' bellies to check, but for now, I needed the camera to check something else. The dark horde had surprisingly moved on from the giant trapjaw chamber. Guess the jumping spider abduction had freaked them out, so they didn't stay long. I took the probe camera to peek into the chamber to see if I could find out about our giant trapjaw queen. Immediately, I noticed the opening of the container was not sealed up with soil. This concerned me greatly. Moving in, I could see no trapjaw ant queen. Perhaps she was concealed under this mound of soil? I removed the camera, removed the moss cover, and proceeded to carefully open the container by hand. Oh man, no queen, no babies. It was empty. Now, this could mean two things. One possibility is that the queen had actually left this container long ago and built a better, safer underground chamber for herself and her brood somewhere within the soils of Pantdora, which would be a great thing. Or that the Dark Horde had indeed murdered her and the colony. I truly hoped it was the former, but only time would tell. Now, despite this very concerning event, it seemed Pantdora also had a few happy surprises for me this week. The first of which was this, over at the Blackwater Pond. I spotted Rocksteady, our resident rhino beetle, and his cricket best friend hanging out by Blackwater Falls, having a refreshing drink. But this wasn't the surprise. The surprise was here. See it? A newly emerged damselfly lay delicately hardening on the vines over the pond. Wow! I couldn't believe we now had a damselfly in the rainforest. We've watched it grow up since we first discovered it as a nymph in the waters, having been introduced by way of the water plants. Look at its gorgeous eyes. I loved its color and knew it would be hardening over the next little while. I wondered what color it would be in its fully hardened form. I couldn't wait to find out. I also couldn't wait to see it flying through the skies, catching flies and other winged insects in the vivarium. Another surprise I discovered was inside the waters. Check it out. I spotted some tiny movements below the surface. Aw, how awesome! We finally had guppy fry. Baby guppies swam around, searching for little bits of edibles to feed on. This was perfect. They were so cute. Have a look at them. Some of the babies were already starting to take on their parents' gorgeous color. And judging from the females' fat bellies, it looked like more baby guppies were on the way. Eventually, if they start to overpopulate, we will need to add predators in the waters to control the guppy population. Any suggestions for predators to help control the guppies? The presence of all the new fish was so beneficial for the plants. The toxic nitrogen produced from their poop was being eaten up by the roots of the floating plants, the submerged aquatic plants, as well as that of the newly blooming vines of the rainforest. Oh, the vines of the rainforest canopy are definitely one of my most exciting ongoing journeys I've been happily following as Pantdora continues to evolve. Due to the dirty fish water of the pond being their ultimate buffet, the vines have finally begun to thrive with new leaves popping up all over Pandora's canopy. I couldn't wait for the canopy to be just full of this greenery. In fact, Pandora's plant life all over the rainforest was flourishing. The asparagus ferns were now sending out new foliage and shoots. Look at this shoot. Now you can see why they call them asparagus ferns, as they look like asparagus. And indeed, it's related to the asparagus we humans eat. This huge stalk will soon be like the other huge stalk to the left, simply hanging from the vines above. It's about 6 weeks that these plants have been establishing now, and I love that they are truly beginning to flourish with new growth, which is awesome because they are a favorite food to the grasshoppers of the rainforest, who I always see munching on its leaves and leaving behind molted former skins attached to its stems. We've completely watched this grasshopper grow up in Pantdora, which was super heartwarming because, are you ready for what I discovered next, guys? It was yet another awesome surprise. Look, I spotted a baby grasshopper moving up the glass, exactly like our grasshopper did when it was a baby. And not just one baby grasshopper, but many were now seen all over the glass. Have a look. It was so beautiful to witness and usher in the new generation of Pandora's grasshoppers, the very first Pandora-born grasshopper natives. I smiled, watching them do the slow-mo march, exactly like their father did when he was just a young grasshopper. Watching the coming of a new generation of life is so precious, isn't it? Anyway, moving on with the plant tour. I've never really talked about these silver-looking plants, but they are one of my favorites. These are a species of begonia, a gorgeous silver color on the top and a red underside. These plants grow in the understory of tropical forests, so to gather as much light as they can, they develop these silver pigments to absorb more light. I think they look real pretty. As do these nerve plants, which add an attractive splash of color to the forest floor. Of course, the various species of mosses, growing in poofs all over the lands, including on the surface of the driftwood, add to that signature cloud forest feel of Pandora, bordered by these cute Ficus pumila mini vines, which I'm hoping will creep further along the floor. I also have fallen in love with the look of this lime green philodendron at the rock shelf overhanging the pond, and these epiphytic telangias, which do not need soil to grow, but rather absorb their water through their leaves from the air, as well as the random periodic splashes from Blackwater Falls onto its leaves. Also part of the Telangia family, Spanish moss hanging from the vines has been thriving in this environment, which makes me so happy. Altogether, Pandora's plant life was a lush and thriving botanical garden of tropical plants, truly my dream tank. And I didn't know it yet, but the plants would soon be a major player at helping me deal with Pandora's biggest problem, the Dark Horde, the next day. Night fell in Pantdora. I spotted our Green Reaper, our female praying mantis, asleep on the glass. Stanley, our bush cricket, had also emerged to feed on vines and leaves in the canopy. Our various tree frogs, of which there were now 4, were awake to begin their usual nightly hunting sprees to feed on insects, and they weren't the only ones doing so. I spotted a baby cricket, now feeding from one of our pitcher plant's nectar. It seems the crickets were also attracted to the pitcher plant's ambrosia. It crawled around the outside of the pitcher and onto the hood. I watched wide-eyed, bracing myself for the moment it would fall in. The cricket seemed pretty proficient at navigating the outside of the pitcher, as it lapped up the minuscule samples of delicious nectar on the outside of the pitcher and on the peristome. I watched it drink and wondered if it would get drunk off the nectar, like the black crazy ants did, and eventually fall in. I then noticed more crickets coming around. 2 crickets were now feeding from the pitcher. They began to rough play, not knowing that this was absolutely the wrong place to be playing. Ants and a 3rd cricket came around, and I wasn't prepared for what happened next. Suddenly, a huge mama cricket came to lick the nectar off the peristome, causing one of the babies to crawl into the pitcher and eventually lose its grip, slipping to its doom. Oh man! Cricket slaughter. The pitcher ultimately wasn't giving up enough of the nectar to keep the adult female's interest, so she eventually moved on, to be sung to by persistent crooning males wanting to mate. The adult crickets were actually loving the new space around the pitcher plants, as males defended their desired singing areas. But thankfully, the pitchers were still continuing to catch black crazy ants, again and again. Oh, I just couldn't wait to check these pitchers the next day. It was the big day. I approached the pitchers to peek inside and see just how many insects they had captured. To my surprise, they were still capturing ants. This was the moment of truth. With my probe camera, I peeked into the first pitcher plant. And then, the contents of the pitcher plant's stomach was revealed. Whoa! Look at all those insects! It had captured a lot of black crazy ants, but what surprised me the most was all the winged elates it caught. See those ants with wings? Those are male and female elates, virgin males and queen ants, meaning the black crazy ants in charge of reproduction and growing the dark horde. I guess they too were attracted to the pitchers and fell in. Seeing this was perhaps the greatest news, because trapping all these reproductives meant better population control of the dark horde. I could also see a cricket or 2 in there. Alright, and now time to check the second and larger pitcher to see what sorts of things it managed to consume. I went in with the probe camera and was stunned by what I saw. Man, several baby crickets were seen floating around dead on the surface. But what truly shocked me about this pitcher was the amount of ants and other insects that had settled to the very bottom of the pitcher. That was a very considerable amount of ants, and I do see a cricket down there as well. Though I couldn't see the exact constituents of the mass of submerged insects very well, I bet there were a lot of winged elates down there too. This was all totally amazing to see. It was clear that these pitchers were hands down brilliant insect trapping machines. It had only been 24 hours, and the pitchers had proven to capture quite a bit of ants. And to think, these pitcher plants only had 1 pitcher each. There were more pitchers growing on the way, which would go on to capture a similar amount of insects. So what do you guys think? Do you think we should add more of these pitcher plants to deal with our black horde problem? After 3 days, I peeked into the pitchers again and was pleased to see that the first pitcher had caught an incredible amount of ants, most of which had sunken to the bottom of the pitcher and were now being digested by the plant. The second pitcher was also much more full than the last time, with most of the insects sunken to the bottom as they were being digested. Once the pitchers had enough insects, they would soon begin to wilt like some of the other pitchers, but the nutrients gathered from the trapped insects would definitely help the plant grow and create more pitchers. Overall, I was so happy with the results. I wasn't sure if the pitchers would help put a dent on the black crazy ant population, but I resolved to continue monitoring the pitchers' progress and see how well they grow in Pantdora. And if they thrive, I'll surely consider getting more. Perhaps try other species as well. I specifically wanted to see if they preferred the drier area behind the tree stump or the more humid spot closer to the fog stream up on the moss wall. Now, AC family, you won't believe this, but as I was looking at the moss wall, my eyes fixated to a place that instantly made my heart race. Look, in one of the talanjas, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The dark horde was nested into the talanja at rest. This looked like a considerable amount of the colony too. I guess the alluring pitcher plants had convinced the Dark Horde to station themselves at a location conveniently nearby, and I realized, as I watched the Dark Horde, inactive and mostly asleep, that this was the perfect opportunity to make my move. The giant Talangia had set it up perfectly for me. I went in and slowly moved away the Ficus pumila vine, trying my best not to alarm the colony. And then, when I was ready, yoink! I snatched the entire Talangia plant, which was easy because it wasn't attached to soil, and placed the entire plant with the colony into a sealed container. Have a look at how many ants there were in there. This was easily a few thousand black crazy ants, complete with egg-laying queens. This trapped colony could now be moved into an AC ant farm and make a great donation to a local school. Goodbye. I knew we had captured a great amount of the colony because I could see a stray queen wandering around looking for where the majority of the colony went. I abducted her to join the rest of the Dark Horde. Though there were several ants still left behind, the best case scenario was that there were no queens left behind. And if that was the case, then we would have single-handedly put an end to the Dark Horde once and for all. But if there was even just one queen left behind, the Dark Horde would eventually grow back to their powerful numbers. But the fact that we got rid of a majority of the ants was amazing, because it would give the other ants in the lands a better chance to compete with the Dark Horde and keep them from completely taking over the rainforest. Either way, I was so grateful this week to the plants of Pantdora. The pictures had actually surprised me with the amount of black crazy ants they were actually able to consume. So to me, they were a great choice. Thank you, AC family, for recommending them to me in the past. It was a great move. I then noticed that new asparagus fern stalk had been eaten, most likely by Stanley, our bush cricket, the night before. But this didn't bother me, as I could see new buds and stalks growing all over the plant, both from the main stalks as well as from the outer branches. Plants were resilient and regenerative life forms. This all made me realize how essential plants are for animals, and how we animals are essential for plants. I mean, check this. Stanley's discarded leftover leaves littered the rainforest floor, where it was being eaten by other insects like baby crickets, as were the discarded vines. The poop from these herbivorous insects would then go on to provide fertilizer for the plants. Some of the insects would fall prey to the predators of the rainforest, and the resulting poop from these predators would become food to soil creatures, which would then also poop and thereby provide more plant fertilizer. Some of the insects would fall into the pond, which would become food for fish and aquatic life, or simply rot, and both outcomes eventually produce plant food, which continues the cycle all over again, with plants nourished by animals, and animals nourished by plants. Of course, plants take in carbon dioxide produced by animals, and through photosynthesis, produce oxygen for animals to breathe in. Plants eating up the toxic nitrogen from the waters keep the waters clean for land animals to drink, and the aquatic animals to live in. It seems that for millions of years, plants and animals have been the biological yin and yang of nature, two teams of organisms intertwined in a complex and beautiful game of interdependence. But perhaps the most amazing thing I learned this week about plants was that each plant in our rainforest had evolved different and unique solutions to resolve the same necessary need for nutrients, whether it was extracting nitrogen and food directly from the soils, from the surfaces of decaying wood, directly from fishy pond water, collecting it from droplets splashed onto their leaves, or in the case of our new pitcher plants, obtaining it directly from cleverly captured insects within highly specialized traps. Every plant had its own brilliant design geared at survival, and their existence in the rainforest ensured all of life as a whole would thrive. And as I watched it rain in Pantdora, I couldn't help but stare at the beauty of the ecosystem we created, and was reminded of the fact that as long as the plants of our planet were living out their best lives, so too would we ours. But my work to defeat the Dark Horde was not done. Over the next few days, I didn't see any black crazy ant trail anywhere, which to me meant we had removed a considerable amount of black crazy ants. Only time would tell if we removed all queens, and therefore the colony for good. But in this Dark Horde absence, I knew now was the perfect time to set important competitors in place within the ecosystem, so Pantdora would become a more hostile environment in case the Dark Horde was attempting to make a comeback. It was time to introduce more ants, a native species that I felt would integrate seamlessly into the rainforest bioscape. While making it hard for the black crazies to thrive, these ants were bigger, tougher, and had a much more powerful defensive formic acid spray. And I've been wanting to introduce these ants since the very beginning of Pandora's creation, but couldn't until now. Oh, carpenter ants, welcome to your new home of Pantdora. Well. Lady Deathstrike, my beloved huntsman goddess, what do we have here? I see legs. Lots of tiny, beautiful legs. Perfect. The era of Arachnida is near. This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, with its own automated climate, winds, and photoperiod, home to a vast array of tropical plants, fungi, and animals aplenty, from herbivores to predators, to scavengers, ants to reptiles. They all live here, interconnected, forming an ecosystem within glass. It took me months of planning, 6 days to build, but a lifetime to dream about. It's indeed the greatest biological project and undertaking of my life. But Pantdora has had 2 months to mature and has definitely come a long way in its evolution since it was first created. So, join me on an updated grand tour of these lush lands as we explore Pandora's ever-changing and ever-evolving bioscape. You will love all the creatures that live in the rainforest now, as well as the incredible surprise event that I happened to stumble upon by pure fluke, which I'll show you at the end of this video. We also welcome our newest members to join our rainforest, a new colony of carpenter ants that I've been eager to add to these lands, as well as some other new arrivals that will have many of you shouting at your screen. Welcome to part 12 of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, a full update and epic tour of my giant rainforest vivarium to see what Mother Nature has been up to these past 2 months within our majestic tropical kingdom within glass, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Shh. Look, members of the Dark Horde, including a queen, were gathered within a pocket in the Hallelujah tree stump. These were among the remaining camps of invasive black crazy ants within the rainforest, and getting rid of them was imperative, or at least their numbers had to be controlled. So I had a plan. I watched as Dark Horde guards stood ready to fight around the last remaining members of their once great empire. It looked like the ants were asleep. It was my chance. Suddenly, from the skies, an alien black hole vortex came and sucked them out from their place, instantly transporting them to another dimension. I managed to spot several lone queens wandering around in search of their main colony, which of course were now gone, and I abducted them as well. It actually hurt me to have to intervene and do this, because I do love all ants, and it wasn't the Dark Horde's fault they were invasive. but it needed to be done if Pantdora was to thrive the way it was intended to. Because, well, let me show you how quickly the rainforest transformed and recuperated in just a period of 1 week after the once dominating invasive black crazy ants were largely removed from the ecosystem. The marauder ants were out celebrating and foraging. It's been a while since I'd seen these ants gathered above ground like this during the day. It seems the marauders were a lot freer now that we had eliminated their main competitor. Guys, by the way, I've been meaning to give this colony a name. What should we name them, guys? Let me know in the comments. Alongside the marauders were plenty of baby crickets who frolicked the forest floor, rather carefree. It was amazing to see so many crickets happily scuttling about in search of food. Both the marauders and the crickets were loving this dark horde-free existence. I suddenly caught sight of my greatest fear in the lands. A worm. But this was not just any worm. In case you haven't been following the series, these worms are carnivorous. My worst nightmare, as I do have a worm phobia. And worms that eat meat? My ultimate nightmare. These are land planaria, and I watched as it made its way towards the marauders. Would it eat the ants? I observed the scene wide-eyed and heart beating in my ears. Nope. Guess the worm didn't find these ants tasty, nor did the marauders find the worm to be a threat. These crickets better watch out though. This is Jiminy, a young cricket who's been through a lot in his not very long life, but he's been surviving and has grown much since we last saw him. I was happy to see our crickets and marauders were doing well, but there was something I really needed to do. A swarm of ants began trailing from their nest as a supermajor emerged to join in on the exciting endeavor. These were marauder ants, but not the colony in Pantdora, but rather my personal colony, the Leviathans. It was feeding time, and the ants were beginning to arrive in droves from the mouth of the sea dragon that forms the exit of their nest. But AC family, I wanted to show you this. You see that swarm? This is a colony that has been allowed to feed and grow over the course of 1 year, devoid of competitors or population regulating factors. Keeping ants this way is great, but in nature, an ant colony like this would have to contend with predators, natural events, and competing ant species that would help curb population and even possibly make them stronger. And so, it was time to add another player into Pantdora to ensure more competition among the ants in the lands so there would be greater balance and no one species dominating. This was a new orange carpenter ant colony that I've been waiting to introduce into the territories since the very beginning, but couldn't because of the Dark Horde's problematic dominion over Pantdora. Welcome to Pantdora, my beloved carpenter ants. I placed their test tubes into 2 holes within the Hallelujah tree stump, within which I knew the ants would love nesting. Interestingly, I spotted black crazy ants emerging from the hole, and one even carrying brood as it abandoned ship. I didn't mind that there were a few Dark Horde members in there, because I knew the carpenters would be able to deal with them. The carpenter ants were big enough to displace them and spray a powerful amount of formic acid if they needed to. The ants began to move their brood around towards the darker side of the test tube. The test tube at the top was instantly empty. I couldn't wait for this carpenter ant colony to move in and take up their place within the ecosystem as the newest ant species in town. But as cool as these newcomers were, they weren't the only ones scheduled for a grand homecoming. Oh, Lady Deathstrike. I approached the holding container of our huntsman goddess, who was still guarding her fattened coin-shaped egg sac, but she had a surprise to show me. Why, what have we here? Spiderlings had finally emerged after weeks of incubation. And my, did they look stunning! There's no mistaking, these spiders were Kiro's spawn, as they looked exactly like their father. I could see a tear in the egg sac, and couldn't wait for the full horde to arrive. Lady Deathstrike, your time is near. Just a little while longer until you fulfill your ultimate destiny. In the driftwood, I spotted our golden dragon, our resident sunskink. He's grown quite a bit since we first moved him in here, and has been enjoying being the apex predator of the lands. He's grown more and more comfortable with me filming him, and this was the closest he's ever let me get to him. I'm still trying to look for a female for him, so he could start his little sunskink family. My eye suddenly caught sight of something swaying above. It was our Green Reaper, Pandora's praying mantis. I smiled as I watched her swaying to a beat, playing only in her head, as she made her way across the top glass. She too has been eating lots, and as she made her way towards the canopy, I noticed something really neat. See her back? It looks like she'll be growing some wings soon, perhaps at her next shed. I couldn't wait to see her in her final form. Speaking of which, I did have another mantis that I was hoping would be a male, but sadly, a lot of you mantis experts confirmed that it was also a female. Guess I'll be letting it go, and keep my eye open for a mantis dude for our Green Reaper. Now speaking of new wings, check out this beauty. See it? There on the lemon lime philodendron plant. This was our new damselfly, and I just loved its color. We saw it freshly emerge from Pandora's waters in the last episode, and to be honest, I thought it had died because for a whole week I hadn't seen it. But nope, it was alive and well, and I'm sure was enjoying preying on the various flying insects, like forest flies and such, living in the rainforest. I couldn't get over its stunning colors of black, yellow, green, and orange at the tail. I never in a million years ever imagined one could keep a damselfly, but with a space as large as Pandora's, it was certainly possible, and it had a lot of room to fly and hunt. While some creatures were actively moving about hunting, others were staying in place and trapping. Our newest carnivorous pitcher plants were still doing their thing, attracting black crazy ants and crickets to their pitcher traps. Having caught so many insects to digest and acquire nourishment from, new pitchers were now rapidly growing and on the way. And hey, look there! That is one of the friendly ants we've been calling dwarf ants, which is actually a species of Tetramorium. I say friendly because it seems they have no enemies, and all ants seem to pay them no mind. I guess they also were attracted to the pitchers. Against the glass, I spotted Stanley, our resident bush cricket, who I initially thought was a female, calling her Lady Katie, but later discovered was a male, due to hearing it singing one night. I marveled watching Stanley breathe. It was amazing seeing how much his wings resembled a dead leaf, and his legs like skinny twigs or leaf stems. What a beautiful creature. Nearby, a close relative of his was a green grasshopper. There were 3 of these grasshoppers in Pandora now, which was great because they helped control the growth of the asparagus ferns, their favorite food. Also in these lands were these babies, which I initially thought were the offspring of the green grasshoppers, but that I later realized were actually slant-faced grasshoppers. We used to have a slant-faced grasshopper in Pandora, but it mysteriously disappeared a month or so ago, so I had assumed it died or was eaten. But I guess not without laying some eggs first, which is awesome. We'll soon have many slant-faced grasshoppers in Pandora as well. A movement took my gaze up to the canopy, where I spotted Rocksteady, our resident rhino beetle, climbing masterfully along the vines. What a majestic beast! I watched as he climbed into the bush, turned around, and headed back across the vine. My guess was he was searching for a female to mate with. And indeed, I was also searching for one for him to wed. I'd love to have more rhino beetles frolicking Pandora. Speaking of the vines, I was happy to see them continuing to burst in foliage. Have a look. New leaves and tendrils were reaching up and beyond, grasping onto anything its tendrils could touch, to pull itself up I always found the plant act of vining intriguing. It always made me wonder how plants perceive the world around them. They didn't have eyes, but it seemed like plants had the ability to somehow sense what their immediate environment is like. Take this asparagus fern, for example. It somehow knew there was a clump of Spanish moss it could lean towards and start to climb through. Its neighbor was eaten by Stanley the night before, so it almost seemed as though this time it was wanting to hide in the Spanish moss as it sent its stalk up into the canopy. Its aim was to eventually give rise to a huge fern that would hang from the vines. But all of this made me wonder about just how quote-unquote intelligent plants were. Recent studies have shown that plants can communicate with each other by way of electrical signals and can even give neighboring plants a heads up about herbivores and plant damage. Whatever the case, both the vines and the asparagus ferns were growing rapidly, and I could almost see evidence of this decision-making. Check out this part of the vine later in the day. See how it seems to have decided to grow and lean over? How did it know to grow that way? Check out this asparagus fern near the sleeping tree frog. Later that day, the stalk had grown to follow the vine, almost as if it were ducking below it to evade Stanley come nighttime. Anyway, it was great to see the asparagus ferns thriving, as a lot of animals depended on it. Check out these mealybugs taking advantage of the soft skin of this new bud from the stalk Stanley chewed up. And this isopod. Another neat surprise growing from the wood, I spotted a cool mushroom. Awesome! I was waiting for the day our driftwood would produce mushrooms. This one was the biggest one yet, and I was happy to see some fungi representation in these lands. Anyone know what species it is? Moving on to our blackwater pond, new fish filled the waters. Baby guppies were now growing up in the waters, feeding well. Have a look. Pretty soon the pond will be filled with colorful guppies. There were still plenty of crabs picking at things along the pond floor, as well as a few shrimp. However, I could not see any nerite snails, which I believe were eaten by the crabs. Speaking of new babies, I caught sight of one of our resident house geckos, awake early to begin hunting for insects. I love the pattern of this gecko. What a stunning lizard. Now I suspect that the geckos have been reproducing, as I've been spotting tiny gecko droppings all over the rainforest, which, if so, means the geckos have been laying their eggs somewhere away from my view. I'll be sure to let you know if I spot some gecko babies. A movement at the stump caught my eye. A carpenter ant worker was moving erratically, and I suddenly discovered why. They were moving the queen. Whoa! I watched as workers guided the queen along a path across the outside of the tree stump. I guess they didn't want to move into the hole I thought they would. I watched in amazement as the ants guided their queen like vigilant security guards along the outside of the stump. Where were they going? I watched to see. At several points, I held my breath as I watched the ants crawl upside down and vertically. I was nervous because one slip and the queen would have fallen, and who knows how difficult it would be to retrieve her, as it was a long fall to the bottom. But the ants masterfully scaled across the stump wall. They eventually reached their final destination, a darkened area on the stump where I couldn't really see. The ants proceeded to carry their brood to this location as well. I was surprised to see ants taking another route around the back of the stump. Here's one carrying a cocoon, and another carrying a fellow young worker. I was happy the ants had found their desired spot to nest. I discovered one ant left behind. It had crawled into this test tube and was fast asleep. It was time to wake it up, which I did, and it instantly disappeared into the stump to join the rest of its colony soon. With these new carpenter ants now residing in the stump, I knew they would apply some pressure versus the dark horde. Night fell in Pantdora, and the sight of how the rainforest transforms at night always takes my breath away. Have a look. The resident tree frogs were awake and beginning their nightly hunt as usual. Here was Kermit, who loves this pose. He makes me smile every time I see him in this position. Miss Piggy was relaxing on a plant nearby. All the tree frogs were nice and fat, and I spotted some frog poop nearby. From the looks of things, they'd been eating crickets. I spotted our Mantis sleeping up high in the canopy, and then spotted another house gecko hunting above. I highly suspect this gecko might be a different species from the other one we spotted earlier. Because of its bumpy skin and spiny-looking tail, my guess is this could be a Brooks house gecko. Not sure, but they were very prolific canopy hunters. Trailing along the asparagus fern, I spotted some acrobat ants. Up higher in the asparagus ferns was Stanley, contemplating which plant or vine he would murder next. But AC family, are you ready for this? Brace yourselves for the coolest sight. For what truly shocked me was the event I'd be witnessing in the wee hours of the morning. It was 4 a.m., before sunrise, when something in the plants caught me by surprise. I spotted something peculiar hanging from the leaves, and as soon as I realized what it was, my heart jumped into my throat. Oh man! The Green Reaper was molting! She hung in praying position as she separated from the remaining parts of her old skin. Check her out! The sight was truly something to behold. I couldn't get over the little folded buds that looked like they were going to become her new wings. I watched in awe as she continued to enter the world in her new skin. After an hour of just hanging there, she finally separated, and I couldn't believe my eyes as her wing vessels began to gradually fill with blood, unfurling her wings. What a miraculous process! Our Green Reaper would welcome a new day in a new body with a new pair of wings. I couldn't believe we had caught her undergoing the molting process at just the right time. When the sun was up, this was our Green Reaper's final form. She was huge, and those new wings were so cool. She would now be ready to mate, and now all I needed to do was find her a suitable male. So as you can see, watching Pantdora, our cloud rainforest vivarium, mature over the past 2 months has been a never-ending adventure of discovery, to say the least. Indeed, there have been ups and downs, twists and turns, surprises, and experiences of some of the most priceless moments, and it all has been a constant eye-opener at just how beautiful and miraculous life actually is. Pandora's stunning ecosystem was only 1,000 gallons of rainforest life, a tiny minuscule speck of the immense complexity and splendor that exists within an entire planet of life. If there's one thing that this project has shown me, it's that Earth is something inexplicably awesome, beyond anything that we humans can imagine, and that our obligation as Earth's custodians is to ensure that inexplicable awesomeness continues to thrive through careful conservation, vigilance, and love for all the life with which we share the planet. It has been my greatest honor to watch our rainforest ecosystem evolve and mature with all of you, and I vow to continue to capture its ongoing evolution and uncover all of its incredible biological stories as they unfold and take flight. And with this recent controlling of the invasive ants in the rainforest, I knew in my heart that Pantdora would now enter a new era of fruition, and I was excited to see where this epic rainforest journey would take us. By the way, in case any of you were wondering, I still haven't seen any sign of the fire ants, seen in part 5, which probably means they likely all died out and didn't have a queen. And I still haven't seen any signs of giant trapjaw ants either, hoping one day we do. I noticed that the asparagus fern stalk had decided to leap high above the vine now and arch over it, where it would soon begin spreading its leaves, with many new stalks on the way. A generation of crickets, whom all the predators of the rainforest hunted, had officially reached their teenage years. The marauders, once oppressed, danced joyously upon the mossy hills, and seeing snippets of all of these optimistic micro-scenes like this, happening all over the lands, reminded me that in Pantdora, against all odds, once again, life found a way. Goddess Lady Deathstrike, the hour has arrived. Your spawn is ready to emerge into a brave new world. The era of Arachnida has finally come. Welcome, my 400 huntsmen of the apocalypse, to your new kingdom of Pantdora. Run free. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, complete with lush tropical plants, fungi, and an established menagerie of creatures that live in a harmonious food web, a thriving tropical ecosystem within glass. But a major event is scheduled to take place in Pantdora that is about to shake things up and change everything. Goddess Lady Deathstrike, the hour has arrived. Your spawn is ready to emerge into a brave new world. The age of Arachnida has finally come. Welcome, my 400 huntsmen of the apocalypse, to your new kingdom of Pantdora. Run free. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Onto the fertile soils of Pantdora, I placed the holding container of our giant huntsman spider, Lady Deathstrike, and her hundreds of newborn spider babies, also removing the plastic that kept the horde of babies contained. And just like that, the historic introduction event of huntsman spiders into our rainforest was complete. Something I've waited weeks for. You see, spiders are some of the world's most important predators, and I knew
they would surely have a great impact on this rainforest. I was so happy to see the spiders all inside. Pantdora had entered the age of Arachnida. But before opening up this container to set Our Lady Deathstrike free, there was something important I needed to do first. Look at that abdomen. It was so skinny and practically imploded. She hadn't eaten for weeks during the entire incubation period, and all this time was 100% dedicated to protecting her egg sac until the arrival of her babies. Her last meal before this great fast was her ex-husband Kiro, whose crumpled remains still lay on the floor of her container. So, needless to say, Lady Deathstrike could eat a cow right now. Now, huntsmen normally eat insects, and there were plenty of insect prey here in Pantdora for her to eat. But when desperate, huntsmen are known to eat larger prey. So my fear was that if I were to let her go now, she might choose to go for the larger animals, namely the geckos and tree frogs of Pantdora, which is okay, seeing as this tank is supposed to be an ecosystem, with creatures eating other creatures for sustenance. But I would prefer the vertebrates start breeding first, before they start becoming prey to other animals. So, my solution was to feed Our Lady Deathstrike some crickets now, so she could fatten up, and then release her, so she would from then on, hopefully, start eating mostly insects once free, and leave the frogs and lizards alone for now. I placed in a couple crickets. And with lightning speed, she instantly took a cricket. It struggled in horror and pain as Lady Deathstrike injected her venomous mix of paralyzing neurotoxin and digesting cytotoxins. This cricket was dying a very painful death as it flailed its legs in a hopeless attempt to escape. Lady Deathstrike could feel the vibrations of the second cricket nearby, so she approached it. With the first cricket still in her mouth, the dying cricket could do nothing else but watch as its friend was next on the huntsman's menu. The cricket began to move, and Lady Deathstrike grabbed it with her legs and thrust it into her jaws for a lethal injection. 2 crickets were soon going to be in Our Lady Deathstrike's belly. This was the way of the huntsman. Skilled predators with voracious appetites, especially after giving birth to hundreds of babies, who were watching their mom now through the glass and learning through her example about this vital skill of catching prey. The babies were all over the outside of the container, taking in the world around them. Some had crawled onto the glass of the vivarium. Others had already begun to disperse and explore the lands. And soon Lady Deathstrike, too, would be able to join them in this vast and lush rainforest. But little did I know, things wouldn't exactly go as planned. I have a surprise for you guys. Turns out these spiders weren't the only ones having a grand homecoming today. AC family, this would not be the age of Arachnida without another player I've been waiting to add to our rainforest. Fellow tarantula lovers, this is for you. Within a holding container lay another spider I caught from the forest in my yard. This is a tarantula, native to my area, and boy was she stunning. She was only about an inch long, but if she's the species I suspect, she'll only grow another inch. She's a dwarf tarantula species, perfect for Pantdora. I released her into Pantdora, and she instantly dashed to the opposite end of the tank. She stood still for a bit, which allowed me to take a good look at her, which I tried to appreciate as much as I could in the moment, because as a longtime tarantula keeper, I knew full well that there was a good chance we might never get to see her again like this, as she would be proceeding now to create a burrow into the ground, somewhere discreet, and only partially emerge at night to snatch prey coming close. Then, before I knew it, she headed straight for a clump of ferns on the eastern end of Pantdora and climbed deep into the foliage. I hoped she would enjoy living here, eating all the insects she could catch. Though I had already accepted to never see her again, I had no idea that I was actually in for an interesting surprise later on. But meanwhile, as I saw our tarantula disappear into the ferns, I spotted another predator that was now well established in these lands on the hunt. A land planaria slithered along the glass. These things are my worst nightmare. It reached around in search of prey. In case you're new to these guys, these land planaria belong to a family of land flatworms called Geoplanidae, and they're carnivorous. They feed on other invertebrates by hunting, attacking, and capturing using physical force and the adhesive and digestive properties of their mucus. I once saw one eating a newborn cricket freshly hatched from its egg. So nasty. What I do find cool about them, though, is how they move. They don't squirm like earthworms do to get around, but rather move by way of microscopic hairs called cilia that push the worm along smoothly. Oh, I spotted a springtail. It better watch out. Oh, it managed to hop away. That was close. The worms actually have a pair of eyes, as you can see there. That baby cricket better watch out. Owners of planted aquariums know about their relatives, the aquatic planaria, because they infest tanks and can be a nuisance, exactly like these land planaria are for terrariums. They just showed up one day, assumingly introduced via the plants, and were now a permanent fixture in the rainforest. But going back to the crickets, as a herbivore and prey creature, they dominated Pantdora. A massive female came stomping through the foraging territory of the marauder ants. She was fat, pregnant, and looking for a place to lay her eggs. At this size, she isn't bothered by any of the ants in the lands, and is a true titan. It's actually quite amazing to see her standing next to a baby. The size difference is staggering. A marauder is chasing her away here, as these are restricted foraging grounds of the marauders. Only smaller critters allowed here, like baby crickets and soul creatures like that springtail. With her ovipositor, the cricket feels around the earth for the softest soils into which to lay her eggs. Newborn crickets, as seen with these white little guys, were still being born every day, at every hour. The cricket population was well on their way to being established. But then I saw a baby cricket running through a grouping of ants. Black crazy ants, along with a queen, were seen perusing the rocks. Look at them, searching for their next temporary encampment site. These black crazy ants were the dark horde, an invasive and dangerous species for the ecosystem. They were also accidentally introduced to the Vivarium by way of the plants, and I recently managed to get rid of a great deal of them. But turns out, they were well on their way to reclaiming their dominion, because what I spotted next brought a sickening feeling in the pit of my stomach. My eyes widened when I spotted their main encampment. The Dark Horde had stationed themselves right in one of the pitcher plants. These pitcher plants were actually planted in attempts to control the black crazy ant population. And though they did a fairly good job at doing so, I feared the ants had turned the tides. You see, these plants are killed by nutrients in their soils, as they've adapted to survive in nutrient-poor growing media in the wild. With the Dark Horde here, the ants were certainly pooping somewhere in the soils, and thereby killing the plant. I really hoped our pitcher plant would be able to survive them being around for a bit. And look, I even see queens in there. No brood yet, but nevertheless, the threat of the Dark Horde returning to power was imminent, and the ants looked like they had a plan in mind. Little did I know, they did. Plans to reignite an ant war, but this time with some new opponents. The babies began to move, little by little at first, but more and more the spiders grew in angst to begin exploring the world around them and practice moving around with their new, inexperienced legs. They were also beginning to discover just how fast their legs could actually move and take them. Lady Deathstrike was still working on her 2 crickets, taking her sweet time. Now, a lot of you were concerned that adding 400 baby huntsmen would kill the ecosystem and eat everything. However, have a look at this. See the size of the moving babies? As we move further and further back, you can start to see the true scale of the vivarium. It's a massive garden, even for a spider the size of Lady Deathstrike. As for the babies, they were actually quite stunning, with the most beautiful stripes inherited from their father. They each had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 eyes. And as you can see, they're easily excitable. It was hard to capture their movement bursts in focus. They were so fast. But more and more, the spiders became comfortable with using their legs. For now, most of them preferred being close to mom, but eventually, their instincts would kick in, and each of these spiders would wander off into the rainforest, with hunger being their greatest motivation. I spotted some spiderlings sprinting through the moss, and lo and behold, a spider had already captured its first meal, a baby cricket. How amazing! Pantdora was a literal buffet for the spiders, with a ton of these baby crickets everywhere. I watched as more and more spiderlings began to wander off into the wilderness. I couldn't imagine what it must be like for these new spiderlings. So tiny, and everything around them so huge. I mean, look at those water droplets on the moss. They look like massive glass boulders next to the spiderlings. I spotted another spiderling that had captured a cricket. Great work, spider. Guess they call them huntsmen for a reason. As it ran off with its prey, my eyes suddenly spotted a tiny ant. What is that? It was so small, and a species I didn't recognize. Don't worry, guys. It's too small to be a fire ant, I think. Anyone know the species? Don't tell me the fire ants are back. Anyway, over the next few minutes, I sat to watch the action as baby crickets came closer and closer to the hungry huntsman spiderlings. There was actually a lot of different prey the spiderlings could choose from, other than the crickets, like this tiny mite, also an arachnid. A cricket approached a spider, and I watched as it passed it, not knowing of the spider's presence. It was searching for moss to eat. It was lucky to escape death. Another cricket came dangerously close to spiders at the container, but it too, luckily, slipped away, unharmed. And then there was this cricket, also looking for a desirable clump of moss to munch on, but slowly made its way towards a spider waiting in ambush. Then, in an instant, the spider had lunged, but the cricket was fast and got away. That was crazy! Catching these very athletic baby crickets would take some serious skill and practice. It was a balance between knowing when to keep still and knowing when to pounce. I knew the spiders had the instincts within them to eventually become skilled at hunting and living up to their name. Some had already captured their first meal, having successfully passed their first test to surviving the Pandoran wilderness. They would also need to learn how to avoid becoming prey themselves, as there were plenty of predators that could eat them, including the land planaria, which could now smell them all around. To be completely truthful, the majority of these spiderlings would not make it to adulthood. How many of them would was something only time would tell. Meanwhile, they had plenty of food to fuel their growth into adulthood and become one of Pandora's most fearsome predators in the food chain. As for Lady Deathstrike, I expected to release her when she was completely done eating the next day. But little did I know, my ultimate plans for her release would not quite go as expected. Speaking of fearsome predators, another top predator of Pantdora caught my eye. There, in the plants. If you weren't looking carefully, you'd miss her. It was our Green Reaper, Pandora's resident praying mantis, with her beautiful new wings. She was huge, and for sure hungry now, since she had just molted. I was awestruck as I watched her swaying back and forth as she strutted forward in the most mantis-like way. and then to my surprise, leaped. Wow! I had no idea mantises could leap like that. She landed onto a piece of driftwood, and when she was ready, she began to proceed upwards. I then noticed she was climbing into a danger zone. This wooden cavern was the den of our resident sunskink, who is often seen lounging here. For sure, he could see the Green Reaper from within the darkened shadows of the driftwood. And I held my breath, hoping he wouldn't emerge like the gold-scaled dragon that he was, to attack or eat the Green Reaper. She moved cautiously up and came out atop the driftwood safely. Thank goodness. In Pantdora, you just don't know who can come showing up out of the darkness, you know? She looked around to decide her next move, then proceeded forth. I tried my best to really enjoy seeing our Green Reaper living her life out in the rainforest, because sadly, she wasn't scheduled to live very much longer. You see, she recently molted into her final form with wings, which means she didn't have very much time left. In nature, her mission now was to find a mate within the next few weeks so she could pass her genes on to the next generation of mantises. I've always been sad at how short the lives of mantises were, but so is the sad reality of praying mantis life. Let's hope we find a male for her before she ultimately reaches the end of her life journey. Night fell in Pantdora, and the misty air blanketed the lands, covering everything with dew. The marauder ants were out and busy foraging for food, mostly sprouting seeds. I'm really proud of this ant colony for surviving all this time against 2 invasive ant colonies in their lifetime here, namely against fire ants and the black crazy ants. In our last episode, I asked you guys to suggest names for this marauder ant colony, and one of you suggested we call them the Terra Raiders. And I like that. Happy to see the Terra Raiders doing so well in our rainforest. Our newest ant resident in Pantdora, an orange carpenter ant, was spotted wandering the ferns in search of food. These carpenter ants are a largely nocturnal species, and I couldn't wait for their colony to be huge. And then there were the acrobat ants. These rather chaotic ants were quite funny. They were introduced to the vivarium by way of the vines, and now were everywhere, in constant threat pose, with their gasters held high above their heads, ready to spray formic acid at any moment. They were very small ants, but full of bravado and confidence, as they inspected every crevice and corner, even attacking random imagined threats in darkened corners. I'm not sure what their purpose is, being so war-happy, but I guess there's always that one group of rowdy kids in the class, shaking things up, right? I watched as acrobat ants slung formic acid gang signs to intimidate a gecko and a roach, minding their own business and hanging out on the tree stump. The gecko was unfazed, but the roach got annoyed and moved on. It was then that I noticed something totally amazing with the gecko. Do you guys see it too? Look at her torso. She was pregnant. You can see those 2 light-colored bulges through her skin. Those are eggs, and she'll be laying them very soon, somewhere in the rainforest. I couldn't wait to finally see baby geckos running around. I spotted a huge snail sliding along the driftwood, and I smiled because this was the same snail we spotted many episodes ago, but back then it was much smaller. Upon further research, this snail is a well-known invasive known as the horntail snail that has conquered many tropical forests of the world. Another resident we haven't seen since part 6 was the huge Madagascar hissing cockroach I found chilling behind the moss wall. Happy to see it's still alive and well. I spotted a millipede in the Tillandsia, some tree frogs, and up high in the canopy, our Green Reaper feeding on a huge dubia roach. I was happy to see her enjoying her first meal. as a full adult, and also happy to know that there was finally a predator large enough to prey on the huge adult roaches. Soon Lady Deathstrike would also help control the large roach populations. She had finished her cricket meal and was now cleaning her fangs. It had rained just before nightfall, which caused the spiders to further disperse from their birth chamber. I spotted spiders on the glass and could tell which spiders had passed their first test and managed to score their first meal. Those spiders that had eaten had darkened abdomens full of food. Look at how full this spider was, and you could actually even see its heart beating. Some were busy consuming meals they had just caught. A newborn cricket was wandering about, perhaps only a couple minutes old, and luckily the spider it came in contact with had eaten and wasn't interested in it. It was then that I noticed webbing. Under the ferns, an underground tunnel had been excavated at the place our new tarantula was last spotted. How awesome! She's been busy. Happy to know that there was a chance we might see her after all. Her tunnel actually had a second entrance here, and her burrow was a U-shape. Adding all the arachnids was so far going smoothly, and that made me quite happy. I couldn't wait to release Lady Deathstrike to join her babies in the rainforest the next day. But before heading to bed, a commotion caught my eye over at the tree stump. The black crazy ants were on the move and up to something. I spotted a dwarf ant moving along the stump, but it was moving faster than usual. Something was going on here, and as I looked closer, I discovered what was happening. The dwarf ants had decided to nest in the driftwood, and members of the Dark Horde were chastising them. I watched as a dwarf ant lunged at the black crazy ants, who had no qualms with getting up in its face. "Back off," the dwarf ant threatened. The black crazy ants didn't budge. The black crazy ants slithered around and knew they were much faster than the dwarf ants to feel threatened. It seemed the black crazy ants wanted in on where the dwarf ants were nesting, probably to steal their young to eat them. The dwarf ant stood its ground bravely and lunged when they got near. Suddenly, I watched as a black crazy ant blasted the dwarf ant with a cloud of formic acid, which sent the dwarf ant fleeing to a corner. In pain, it tried to clean the acid from its antennae. The injured dwarf ant decided to flee the scene, as more dwarf ants emerged to fight the Dark Horde. This was where their nest was, and they were willing to fight the Dark Horde with all they had. It was crazy to see this because the dwarf ants were usually left alone by the other ants, and were generally friendly in nature. But seeing them now in defense mode, I was rooting for them and hoping they would win. I watched as the black crazy ants ran all around the defensive dwarf ants, as the dwarf ants were defending their home base. The black crazy ants really wanted in through their nest entrance, but the dwarf ants weren't going to let it happen. They were armed with little stingers, and if the black crazies got too close, they'd be sorry. The dwarf ants held their ground against the Dark Horde, and luckily were managing them well. Had the Dark Horde been as big as they used to be before I called back their numbers, these dwarf ants would have been dead meat. But after the incident, I watched as the dwarf ants began transporting their colony to another hole. Guess they felt their current location was much too dangerous. They even brought their young virgin queen elates to the new site. Crazy to watch once again how invasive creatures can displace native ones in an ecosystem. But this all showed me that the great ant war of Pantdora was not over, and that the Dark Horde was still a threat that we needed to keep our eye on and control for the sake of the ecological balance and all life in Pantdora. By morning, the sun came streaming in to bathe the forest with a warm golden light. As I watched the lights dancing upon the plants, I pondered about how our rainforest project was going. Were we achieving the insight we were hoping for? Was I doing a satisfactory job at caring for this Pandora's box of life? It's truly been an eye-opener being the creator of worlds and steward of this rainforest within glass. The lives of all the living beings in this vivarium continue to blow my mind. I often wonder if our entire planet is also a huge sacred garden of a vivarium that a bunch of aliens, God, or some other immense entity out there is caring for and observing as they continually introduce new members to the system and schedule historic events to take place. Was that how life on Earth was formed? Some creator of worlds slowly and carefully adding to the planet and observing his creation from the other side of some containing proverbial glass? I wondered if it, they, or he was happy with how everything turned out, happy about how we humans have progressed, survived, and overcome great adversity as a species. If this was the case, and all of Earth was like one massive version of Pantdora, I'd like to imagine that Earth's creator was proud, just as much as I was, of Pantdora and how far it had come. I was excited to see how far our vivarium creation would continue to grow in complexity, beauty, and splendor over time. And it was then that I realized that Pantdora was not just a biological project, but in a lot of ways was also a philosophical and spiritual one. But enough talk. It was time to unleash the beast. Lady Deathstrike was now ready to be set free into Pantdora, where she could feed on large crickets, large roaches, and other creatures. I moved in to open the container to our giant huntsman goddess. Lady Deathstrike, welcome to Pantdora. What? I received a message on my mobile. From Exotic Slayer.
Hey yo, AntsCanada, it's Exotic's lair. Remember me? Well, if you don't, then I'm the one that snuck into your ant room about a year ago. Not something to be proud of, to be remembered for. Sorry about that. But anyways, I hear you're looking for a male praying mantis. Man, you won't believe this, but I actually have a friend named JP who actually lives around your area. And he just said he found a male praying mantis. What a coincidence. And he also said that he doesn't know what to do with it. So, ding ding ding, I will get him to send a praying mantis to you right now. Peace, man.
Whoa. Okay. Change of plan. We had some important order of business to tend to, AC family. Hang tight, my Lady Deathstrike. You'll be set free here soon. My. Well, what have we here? Why, hello, my Grey Reaper. So nice to see you. I've been waiting for your arrival for a very long time. Welcome to Pantdora. I have someone special I'd love to introduce you to. Meet your ultimate fate, the Green Reaper. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, home to a tropical ecosystem within glass that grows more and more beautiful, complex, and biodiverse with each passing day. But one of the top predators in the ecosystem is the Green Reaper, this beautiful praying mantis, who is so fat right now and can hardly breathe, and you're about to find out why. I must say, it's been the craziest 24 hours that I actually haven't been able to sleep. When you guys see what happened, you'll understand why I call it the biggest crisis in the history of Pantdora. It all started yesterday with the introduction of our Green Reaper suitor. My. Well, what have we here? Why, hello, my Grey Reaper. So nice to see you. I've been waiting for your arrival for a very long time. Welcome
to Pantdora. I have someone special I'd love to introduce you to. Meet your ultimate fate, the Green Reaper. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. When I first approached the Vivarium with our Grey Reaper in hand, our Green Reaper immediately took notice through the glass. And when I actually placed him in and closed the door, I had no idea that it would be the start of the craziest showdown I had ever seen. At first, our Grey Reaper didn't realize that he was being watched by someone twice his size, up high in the canopy. I wondered what was going through her mind. Did she like him? Did he pass her standards? I hoped she wasn't looking at him like food. The night before, as we saw in the last episode, she had devoured an entire roach, so I assumed she wasn't thinking about eating him, or at least I hoped. I had also fed the male some crickets before adding him in here, just for extra precaution, so he too wouldn't have cannibalism on his mind whenever the two mantises did meet. I watched wide-eyed at the female, staring down at the male, as I waited for one of them to make a first move. I wondered if the Grey Reaper could smell our female's pheromones in the air, and judging from his increased breathing, I bet he did. They stood like this for a very long time, about half an hour, with the male still not noticing the female. He didn't know it yet, but he was in for the biggest test of his life. I would keep my eye on the two, but meanwhile, I caught sight of something very concerning nearby. In the pitcher plants, the Dark Horde, the invasive black crazy ant colony we've been working on controlling, was stationed in hiding. The queens looked around knowing full well that their mission was to bring their once powerful colony back to glory. Their presence here in the plant was already beginning to rot the pitcher plant's new leaves due to all the lethal ant poop the Dark Horde was producing, which was toxic to pitcher plants. Knowing the black crazy ants were squatting and pooping in its soils, the pitcher plant was rushing to send out new pitchers to hopefully trap the black crazy ants like it had been doing so far, with its one pitcher that consumed a lot of black crazy ants in its time around. I hoped the Dark Horde would move out of here soon. But little did I know, another organism would be showing up here soon at this very Dark Horde camp that would take full advantage of these black crazy ants, overstaying their welcome. Another ant species caught my eye, and when I spotted them, I chuckled. If it wasn't our menace to Pandoran society, the acrobat ants were racing across the glass and forest floor in their usual threat pose. This ant was in a rush, and as I followed it, I saw what it was so excited about. I yelled when I spotted the sight. Yay! See it? The acrobat ant had found a plant insect and was milking it for honeydew. In case you're new to this behavior, plant insects, which are essentially plant parasites that suck the juices from the plant's leaves and stems, create a sweet byproduct called honeydew, which you're about to see in a second. The ants stroke the plant insects, kind of like milking a cow, then drink the delicious sweet honeydew that squirts out. I was happy the acrobat ants discovered the plant insects first, and not the black crazy ants. When the ant moved on to drink from other plant insects, I was able to get a better look at the ant cow it was milking. This was what was called a scale insect. Now watch the acrobat ant. It begins to stroke the scale insect with its antennae gently. This tickles the scale insect, which soon causes it to extrude a little tube that squirts out the sweet honeydew, which the ant relishes. Pretty neat, huh? The ant will continue to do this over and over again until it is full and can bring the nutritious honeydew back to the colony. For many ant species, honeydew makes up a great portion of their diet, and many ants will protect these insects like personal herds of cows. I was happy our acrobat ants had discovered the plant insects as a food source. But as far as the parasitic plant insects go, things were starting to get a bit out of control. Have a look at this. See all those white fluffy things that look like snow? Those are mealybugs, another type of plant insect. They look like wool on the asparagus ferns. Up close, they look like this. Now these plant insects also produce honeydew, but it seems the ants haven't really discovered them as a honeydew source yet. They look pretty cool, but they do produce really quickly, and they needed to be controlled. So my solution was this mealybug assassin. She's a lady beetle whose diet consists of plant insects like the mealybugs. I released her into Pantdora, and she instantly flew away. I hoped she would survive and help control the quickly spreading mealybugs. The Grey Reaper was breathing hard. Do you think he could feel he was being watched? He surely could smell the female's pheromones in the air. Perhaps he too was releasing pheromones that was putting our Green Reaper under a charm spell. Soon I noticed our Green Reaper was also breathing hard. And that was when he noticed. For the first time, our two mantises were locking eyes on each other. He instantly began to sway. I was honestly so scared for him, and I wondered what could possibly be going through his mind right now. This was actually the first time I'd ever seen the praying mantis courtship or mating ritual. One thing's for sure, that Green Reaper stare was terrifying. He stood still. What on earth would happen next? Who would make the first move? And then something really unexpected happened. Movement of the Spanish moss. The Green Reaper began to minutely wobble the Spanish moss on which she hung. The Grey Reaper watched, seemingly mesmerized by the movement. What was our male going to do in response? I watched as she continued to wobble the moss. The Grey Reaper was breathing hard now, and to my utter surprise, he pooped. Oh, guess she literally scared the crap out of him. And then, in an unexpected turn of events, the Grey Reaper began to move away from his place, in a direction away from the female. What? I think him moving away was a surprise move to the female as well. He clearly just wanted to get out of there. I guess that perhaps he didn't feel it was the right time to breed with her and decided to bail. But this rejection moment was clearly affecting our Green Reaper. Judging from her demeanor, she was either feeling heartbroken or mad. Either way, it was then that I realized that this mantis mating process was going to be much more complicated than I thought. I then caught sight of someone up on the Hallelujah tree stump. It was our resident sunskink. He's so beautiful. I believe him to be full grown now, and I often marvel at the new shape of his body, the speckles on the side of his body, and how he just lounges around, knowing full well that he runs the rainforest as the apex predator. By the way, guys, he still needs a name. Let me know your name suggestions for our golden dragon here. I'm also looking for a female to pair him with, so we could one day have a nice family of sunskinks running around the forest. I spotted him looking at something flying all around him. He wanted to eat it. When I saw it land, I discovered it was Pandora's damselfly. She was so gorgeous. Look at her. Her face was so pretty and actually looked like an elegant lady. No wonder they call them damselflies. I loved her color. We actually watched her grow up since she was just a little nymph in the waters. Now, I was always sad that she was the only damselfly flying around here in the rainforest. But that was until I spotted this AC family, you will love this. Into the Blackwater Pond we go. And there it was. I spotted another damselfly nymph. Or at least it looked like one. Any of you care to verify if we could expect another damselfly on the way? It was quite large, just under an inch long. These nymphs are carnivorous, and I knew that it was enjoying all the new baby fish that were swimming in the waters. Speaking of baby fish, there were so many guppies now, and the adult females were huge, with more fish on the way. I estimated that there were about 30 or more fish in these waters now, but I did catch the adults eating their own babies, so I wasn't too worried about population control. Plus there was the damselfly nymph, also preying on the fish. It was great to see our aquatic ecosystem doing so well and developing. Sadly, I couldn't see any more shrimp. Guess the waters had grown unideal for them, with all the fish dirtying up the environment, as shrimp require pretty pristine nitrogen-deficient waters. The crabs, however, were still thriving and doing well. And so were these. Look! All the dirty pond water was a literal feast for the vines, who had their roots dipped into the pond, eating up the toxic nitrogen and turning it into the most beautiful of leaves. Vines were now sprouting up into the canopy, even against the top mesh. I couldn't wait for the canopy to just be full of these green vine leaves. I looked back at our Green Reaper, and she was still staring down at the male, who was standing completely still now. It was then that I noticed how shiny and iridescent the male's wings were. See it? He had the most beautiful metallic sheen to his back. I wondered if this iridescent shine looked attractive to the females, perhaps reflecting wavelengths of light that the female mantises could really see well. I really wanted our male to be her knight in shining armor, but I wasn't going to rush this process and allow him to do his thing. The female attempted the swaying technique in attempts to get his attention, but he had no reaction to her attention-seeking tactics. She then started to shake the Spanish moss harder, which eventually caused the asparagus fern he was on, which touched the moss, to also shake. After several minutes of vigorous shaking, to my surprise, she turned away. What? Guess she lost interest in him, as I watched her make her way up the Spanish moss. And then, the cutest thing, she looked back to check on him. He was still not moving. She continued up again, and then, "Are you sure you're not coming?" He definitely wasn't going to pursue. She proceeded up the moss further. "Are you sure?" Looking back a third time. Nope, not moving. And hilariously, a fourth time. "You sure?" Crickets. And a fifth time, just in case. "Are you sure?" The whole time our Grey Reaper was not willing to budge, and just stood there, breathing hard. She looked at him 1/6 and final time, before proceeding on her way in the opposite direction, high up in the canopy. I couldn't believe this arranged mantis marriage was not really working out as easily as I thought. I figured breeding the mantises would be a lot easier, but I guess not. Poor green mantis. I suspect she was totally willing. Grey Reaper, what gives? Come on, bro. It seemed like an ordinary beautiful night in Pantdora, as the nightly mists filled the land. I always felt Pantdora had a totally different vibe and spirit at night. And indeed, The team of Pandora nightlife was different from that of the day. The male was surprisingly still in the same spot as he was hours earlier, still unmoving. The Green Reaper had stationed herself far away under a vine and was fast asleep. At ground level, I spotted one of the house geckos. Such cool toes that help them stick to the glass. Gecko toe pads are equipped with microscopic hook-like cells called adhesive lamellae, which allow the geckos to stick onto the glass. We saw in the last episode that at least one of the geckos was pregnant with eggs. I couldn't wait to finally see baby geckos running around. Rocksteady, our resident rhino beetle, was on the move, probably looking for a female to breed with. And indeed, I'm looking for a female for him. The Terra Raiders, our marauder ants, were busy foraging for food. Up on the glass, I was surprised to see this, a huntsman spider, and it was pretty big. Look at the size of it compared to my finger. Don't worry though, this was not one of the baby huntsmen released in the last episode. This was a juvenile huntsman I released way back in part 6 during the Legacy GAIA event. The 400 or so baby huntsmen from the last episode were still small, but slightly larger than last week. I hoped at least some of them would survive into adulthood, but I knew it would be a long journey for them to reach their full size, assuming they managed to escape being preyed upon. Speaking of adult huntsman spiders, their giant beastly mother, Lady Deathstrike, would be added to Pantdora once the mantises finished mating, a precautionary measure in case she would want to prey on the male mantis before doing his deed. I spotted a jumping spider sleeping in its silken burrow in the stump, and Stanley, our bush cricket, up high in the canopy, looking for leaves to chew on. The roaches were also out and about, looking for edible matter to feast upon. I spotted the tree frogs, awake and ready to begin their night's hunt. Hi, Kermit. Of all the tree frogs, Kermit was definitely my favorite. I don't know when their breeding season starts, but I couldn't wait for him to mate with Miss Piggy. I know it's tree frog breeding season once Kermit here starts singing at night. But with all the nightly regulars I spotted, this night was different from the rest. Some new life forms were making an appearance. Under the stump, I spotted these. Mushrooms. Look at that fuzzy mycelium. They kind of look like oyster mushrooms. Anyone care to identify them? I also spotted these cute mushrooms at the foot of the stump. And ready for this, guys? These mushrooms. They were growing from the pitcher plants. How awesome to see them here. They had these cute cone-shaped caps that looked like Asian hats. It was then that I realized how brilliant it was that the mushrooms sprouted on this night. Do you think the fungus knew the black crazy ants were parked here? These mushroom caps were surely sending out its spores now, especially when it rained, which would then fall onto every member of the Dark Horde, and the ants would thereby assist in spreading its spores to new areas of the rainforest whenever they moved out. What was even more cool was that the fungus was probably feeding on the poop and nutrients that the ants were leaving behind in the soils in order to erect these overnight mushrooms, thereby saving our pitcher plants from dying from ant poop poisoning. How neat it was to see how the story of these three organisms, the ants, the pitcher plants, and the fungus, played out to everyone's benefit. As the sun rose to greet a new day, the frogs headed up the canopy to prepare to sleep high up in the vines. My eyes looked over at the Green Reaper, who was still asleep, but I freaked out when I spotted this. Our male Grey Reaper was climbing the Spanish moss with his eyes locked right at the Green Reaper. OMG, I think he was going to make his move. He was totally going to pursue her. Finally, this was the big day. I wonder if prior to this, he felt she wasn't in the right position. Perhaps the tactic is to sort of stalk her and surprise her from behind. But he was so slow making his approach. 1 hour later, he was up on the asparagus fern. Then, an hour after that, he was on the screen mesh, making his approach. Oh, he was getting closer. She was just waking up now from her slumber. But then, something unexpected. An hour later, I spotted our Green Reaper facing our male, who was stationed up high on the mesh, not moving. Oh my, this was the showdown of the century. The moment of truth. My heart began to race as I watched our Green Reaper and our Gray Reaper staring at each other. The female seemed receptive now, and very interested in the Gray Reaper. What type of interest, however, was the ultimate question. The suspense was killing me. I would hate to be the male under so much pressure right now, but the drive to mate was strong. Now, he had one advantage over the female in that he was capable of flight, while she was more of a jumper and not a flyer. But look at that glare. But then I noticed something that completely freaked me out even more. Our male didn't seem to notice yet, but the Green Reaper was slowly inching her way closer to him. Look at that foot, moving ever so slowly, micromillimeter by micromillimeter. The male began breathing fast, or possibly releasing more pheromones. The female had both front legs reaching forward now. The male began wobbling. OMG, she was so close now. She was still hyper-focused on him, and suddenly, a worrying feeling of fear hit the pit of my stomach. The male suddenly made the decision to turn away from the Green Reaper and abandon the operation as she inched closer and closer. No! He looked over his shoulder and noticed she was getting closer, so he froze in his tracks. I screamed as the Green Reaper came within striking distance of the male, who was now acting without thought and wobbling his way away. Fly! Fly now! There was nothing I could do but watch as the Green Reaper made her approach. It was moments like this where I wondered if I should intervene, but would that be compromising what this ecosystem project was about? Should I let nature take its course? Perhaps this was part of the mating ritual. As a spectator, the suspense was unbelievable, and I watched the space between the two mantises begin to close. I shut my eyes and said a little prayer for the Grey Reaper. And when I opened my eyes, the Green Reaper had striked, and in a flurry of arms and spikes, I watched in horror as the Green Reaper began to feast on the male. She chewed happily into one of his arms, then moved on to devouring his torso as he tried desperately to stop her with his other arm. But there was no saving him now. She bit into his heart, and I watched in sheer terror and sadness as our Grey Reaper met the end of his life in failure to breed and fulfill his ultimate destiny of passing on his genes. He sucked! Try again, creator of worlds, she said, as she continued to feast on him. This was all very sad, that our mating attempt didn't work out. But the biggest surprise of all was coming later that day. Our Green Reaper had finished her meal and was now so fat, but the Terror Raiders were shouting in delight. The greatest news had reached the colony, and workers were scrambling to get to the scene. Mantis guts lay on the leaves, and leftover body parts littered the ferns below, marking the fall of a great night. The Terror Raiders were on site, ready to take home the feast of leftover Grey Mantis body parts. At least the Terror Raiders were benefiting from our Grey Reaper's death. Some black crazy ants had found a stray arm, which I wasn't too happy about at first, but later I discovered was wrestled away from them by the Terror Raiders, who were now taking it and all body parts home. Happy to know that at least the Terror Raiders now had the upper hand at competing with the Dark Horde. This was actually not only a win for the Terror Raiders, but also one for all of Pantdora. I began to think about the Grey Reaper. His death had affected me deeply. But as I watched the Terra Raiders parade their newly collected food back to the nest, in complete joy and excitement, I began to consider that at least the Grey Reaper's death didn't go in vain. The Grey Reaper's leftover body parts meant food for all these ants. I even spotted the acrobat ants, enjoying the guts. The Green Reaper herself was now fat with him in her belly, which in nature might have actually helped her in the event that she does successfully get fertilized by her next suitor. I suspected that Mantis cannibalism like this was not something out of the ordinary, and maybe even had a purpose. Perhaps the temperature wasn't right in Pantdora, or the landscape wasn't right. Perhaps she was still hungry, or maybe some other environmental condition wasn't met in order for the mantises to successfully breed. If the foliage was a bit more dense, maybe the Grey Reaper could have done a better job at sneaking up on the female. Maybe if the temperature in Pantdora was ideal, the female would have been in a better mood to mate. Or if she ate more prey, she wouldn't have eaten the male. I didn't know. But perhaps the female ultimately eating the male had an actual purpose in nature. I began to imagine what it would be like for the babies had the mating been successful. If baby mantises were born in Pantdora, but temperatures were too hot or too cold, maybe they wouldn't thrive. If the vegetation of the area wasn't bushy enough, perhaps the baby mantises wouldn't have enough places to hide from predators once hatched. If Pantdora was lacking in the prey department, then the baby mantises might be born into an environment lacking an ample amount of food. I began to consider that perhaps the mantis's mating failure might not necessarily be a bad outcome, but instead perhaps a necessary one. Nature has an intelligence and a way to ensure life persists and thrives. I began to consider that perhaps the Green Reaper's reaction to the male was in fact Pandora's reaction to the male, deciding that the Grey Reaper would be more beneficial to the system as food than as an agent for the replication of more mantises. I also considered the possibility that maybe the Grey Reaper didn't have the secret sauce, the right genes, health status, or knack for survival that would ensure the best and strongest offspring, hence leading to the Green Reaper saying no and eating him. I realized that when nature is allowed to run its course, there are no mistakes, and it probably wasn't the Green Reaper's moment to breed. I resolved to try again as soon as I found another male for her, and hopefully then, the conditions in Pantdora will be just right to welcome some new mantises to the rainforest. But meanwhile, I had an adult huntsman spider named Lady Deathstrike that I promised I'd be releasing into Pantdora. If we ever find a male mantis again, I'll make sure to only add him in if she's well fed, or I'll take our Green Reaper out and mate them in a separate space. I opened the huntsman's container and left it there for Lady Deathstrike to come out on her own time. I left Pantdora to be for the rest of the day. And now for the reason of the huge crisis I was talking about at the start of the video. And though the whole failed mantis breeding was sad, it wasn't the reason for my previously mentioned insomnia. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, complete with a menagerie of animals and beasts, great and small, exotic, beautiful, and some menacing, that all coexist in an ecosystem within glass. Having this slice of rainforest in my home has been one of the most gratifying experiences of my whole life. That wasn't until last week, when Pantdora, my ultimate biological dream of a project, became my greatest nightmare of a crisis. I had an adult huntsman spider named Lady Deathstrike that I promised I'd be releasing into Pantdora. I opened the huntsman's container and left it there for Lady Deathstrike to come out on her own time. I left Pantdora to be for the rest of the day. Subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. I couldn't believe the doors were opened. How could this happen? Well, actually, I knew how it happened. The magnets that hold the glass doors of the vivarium shut have been growing somewhat weaker and weaker over time. But I never imagined the weight of the doors would open the vivarium on its own. I distinctly remember closing the doors before I had left. Something must have pushed it open while I was away. But what? I also wondered how long the doors had been opened. It could have been as long as 10 hours since I was last at the tank. So the big questions were, what animals had escaped? And if so, where in my house were they? What made matters worse was that I had left the door of the ant room open that whole time, so they could literally have been anywhere in my home. I didn't know it yet, but I was in for an interesting journey and species hunt that would lead me to the answers to all of these questions. First things first, I made a list of all the animals that were of the utmost concern. Included in the list were creatures that I was afraid might actually die if they were living in my home long enough, like the tree frogs, which need moisture, potential pests that could be problematic if loose, and creatures that would cause me to die if I ever saw them loose in my home. This list would help me find out what animals escaped and needed to be recovered. But of all the animals that could have possibly broken loose, there was one in particular I was most concerned about. I began to take inventory of the creatures in Pantdora. And peeking out of his driftwood hollow, peering through the mist, was our resident sunskink. Yay! He was out sunbasking on his driftwood, looking at me with a sort of casual smirk. "Sucks to be you," he said, staring at me through the glass, with his full happy belly of crickets. He had it made here in Pantdora, with a fully established cricket population all around him, so it was no surprise that he chose to stay in the sunskink paradise. In the last episode, I asked you guys what we should name him, and several of you suggested Smaug, the dragon antagonist from J.R.R. Tolkien's 1937 novel, The Hobbit, who guarded his gold and treasure. This to me was a perfect name, as I've been calling him Pandora's golden dragon with golden scales and side speckles that resembled coins. Thank you, Smaug, for staying in Pandora. He'll get used to his name soon, I'm sure. I then spotted another predator, the Green Reaper, our resident praying mantis female. I was happy to see her in here too. What struck me as crazy though, was how fat she was now. In the last episode, she had totally devoured a male suitor that I attempted to introduce her to, but that she rejected. I believe she may have eaten once more after that, because look at that abdomen. How much can this mantis fit in her belly? Seriously. Wow. A movement in the stump caught my eye. Oh no! The Dark Horde, the invasive black crazy ants, were on the move from one opening in the stump to another. These pesky invasives have been so problematic, and just a few weeks ago, I thought I had nearly eradicated them. But look at what I discovered. Brood! The queens have begun the regeneration process of their future army. More workers were on the way. Well, that didn't take very long. I was actually half hoping these ants moved out of Pandora when they had the chance, so I could just vacuum them up in my home somewhere. But I guess they weren't that dumb to make such a move. The most we could do was support the growth of the other native ant species in Pandora, their competitors, so the Dark Horde's growth rate slows down. But this sight was not good. Speaking of the native ants, you won't believe what I spotted as I was checking up on them. The acrobat ants were busy in the asparagus ferns, tending to their ant cows. They had discovered the scale insects as a source of sweet honeydew a week ago, and were now protecting the scale insects aggressively from other ants, like the Dark Horde. I watched as the acrobat ants rested protectively over the scale insects, which had grown so much now. Every now and then, the ants would cooperatively stroke the scale insect in hopes to get it to produce honeydew for them to eat. But it looked like this particular scale insect had been stroked dry. It needed more time to produce honeydew, but the acrobat ants were willing to wait. The Terra Raiders, our resident marauder ants, had just taken a bunch of male mantis body parts home to their nest earlier that day. So I was pretty sure they hadn't left during the open door crisis. I spotted a super major patrolling the moss, and that was when I spotted these. There, look. Some mysterious orangey reddish ants were seen all over the moss floor. I had spotted them in a previous episode, but now their numbers were large enough for me to really notice them. What on earth were they? They kind of looked like fire ants, but a lot smaller. Strange that they suddenly began to appear out of nowhere. But I suspect that their queen was introduced into Pantdora through the soils of one of the plants, and took several weeks to finally produce workers, which were now appearing all over the place. And my, were they busy. Anyone want to take a stab at what species they are? For now, let's call them gnome ants. They seem to be amicably sharing foraging territory with our Terra Raiders, which was cool. Happy to discover that the list of native ant species in our rainforest was still growing. But that wasn't all. To my surprise, another new species had joined Pandora's growing list of wildlife. I was shocked to discover this animal. A tiny frog had appeared out of nowhere. What species was this? Was it a greenhouse frog? It must have been introduced from the plants long ago, but I hadn't discovered it all this time until now. It was literally so tiny, about 2 centimeters long. I imagined it had been feeding on the tiniest of creatures, like ants, baby crickets, and flies. Happy to see this little frog hopping around the forest floor. And amazing to me that we were still discovering new species within our rainforest. A full vertebrate at that. The forest floor seemed to be just teeming with life. Feeding from a large pile of tree frog poop was a group of mites. I loved seeing the soil creatures of Pantdora doing their thing, helping to break down waste into usable fertilizer for all the plants and mosses. It always blew my mind how in nature, it seems one animal's byproduct and waste is some other creature's food. Check out this tree frog dropping, which was still kinda shaped like a cricket, that the acrobat ants were managing to find edible bits from. In nature, nothing goes to waste, and I was pleased to see evidence of this cycling of nutrients everywhere in Pantdora. I knew the soil creatures were effective fertilizer producers because the plants of the forest were flourishing now, more than ever, especially the asparagus ferns, who were non-stop sending out new shoots. Asparagus ferns were blooming from shoots high up in the canopy now and pressing up against the front glass. These ferns were a vital source of food for the herbivores, like the grasshoppers, who have now reached full maturity. It was amazing to me that we watched these grasshoppers grow up in the rainforest from just tiny little nymphs. Of course, close relatives of the grasshoppers, the black forest crickets, now abundant in the lands, with a constant self-renewing population, were also prolific herbivores, mostly controlling the moss growth. The adult crickets were always either eating, courting, mating, or laying eggs. But the apex herbivore of the lands lay quietly under the lemon-lime philodendron. Stanley, our resident bush cricket, was asleep, waiting for nighttime, when he would emerge to begin his spree of plant destruction. No other herbivore in the lands has been as destructive to the plants and vines as he. He was pretty thorough at munching on the newest shoots of the asparagus ferns, destroying the vines, and munching on the newest vine leaves. I almost felt he would strategically leave certain leaves to grow, and then come back to them as soon as they were the perfect size. Now, as destructive as Stanley was for the plants, I knew that without him, the rainforest would have grown uncontrollably in vegetation. Speaking of the vines, it was time for me to do a tree frog count up in the canopy where the frogs slept. 1, 2, 3. One tree frog was missing. Kermit, where are you? Guess I'll have to wait for night for the official tree frog count. I continued to go through my list. Then, we come to my worst nightmare, the carnivorous worms. Ugh, there were so many of them now, and the thought of them breaking loose in my home made me twitch. These were the land planaria, also unintentionally introduced by way of the plants. These carnivorous worms eat small insects and are always on the hunt. Now, of course, these were the first creatures I begun to research after the open door crisis. But according to online sources, they only thrive in moist environments. And I suppose if they did get loose in my home, they would dry up and die. Time for me to invest in a dehumidifier as well. but seeing the planaria up on the dry tree stump made my skin crawl, imagining that it could be my bed. Scolicophobia is just so crippling. And then another discovery that almost left me convulsing. Look! What is this long black thing? Is this a horsehair worm? Ah! For those of you who don't know what a horsehair worm is, praying mantises and other insects can get infected by these black parasitic worms called horsehair worms by drinking water contaminated with their eggs, or in the case of mantises, by eating prey that drank horsehair worm egg contaminated water. We've all seen the viral shorts, I'm sure. These worms develop inside the mantis, then when ready to break out, take control of the mantis's body and nervous system to seek out a body of water to drown in, which causes the horsehair worm to bust out of the mantis and enter the water, where it lays its eggs, which starts the horsehair worm life cycle all over again. Discovering this horsehair worm-like thing in the asparagus ferns sent me hollering. What was worse was it was in a place directly under where the Green Reaper had eaten the male. Ah! Could this have crawled out of the male mantis's body while it was being eaten? Furthermore, could our Green Reaper now be infected with horsehair worm? Was that why she was so fat now? I wanted to cry. I guess we'll just have to see if one day we find the Green Reaper in the pond. I prayed we wouldn't. And now to address the pink elephant in the room. The huntsman spiders. 2 weeks ago, I had released around 400 newly hatched huntsman spiders into Pantdora, and indeed, I could still see them all around the rainforest, and they were definitely growing bigger. It was impossible to tell if any escaped though, as they were so small, and I wouldn't be able to tell anytime soon. Anyway, I wasn't too afraid of the babies. Let's just be optimistic and cross them out as a species of concern, for now. I was happy to eventually spot the juvenile huntsman spider I placed in at the start of this vivarium, quietly feasting on a cricket. He, or she, was starting to get quite big. It was over twice its original size now, and cool to know that it had managed to evade predation and hunt for itself all this time. But the biggest question was regarding the biggest spider of them all, Lady Deathstrike, who I released into Pantdora in the last episode. Did she escape into my home? I couldn't find her anywhere in here, but I knew I would have to ultimately wait for nighttime to find out. Night fell in Pantdora, and I continued my search for creatures. I spotted a tiny snail, more huntsmen out for the hunt, and tree frogs. 1, 2, 3 tree frogs, but still no Kermit. Now, in terms of the termites, I decided that it was safe to cross these out on my list, because after thinking about it for a while, I realized they only really emerge in the wee hours of the night, and also don't do well in dry environments. I also don't feel it was possible for them to move their fat queen up the glass and through the open doors. It was highly unlikely that the termites had escaped. In terms of all the cockroaches, also after further thought, none of the roaches in Pantdora were pestiferous species, and would likely die of starvation or drying up if loose in my home. Let's just cross them out too. I counted the geckos. 1, 2, 3. Thankfully, all were inside, including the one which had been pregnant with eggs. Her body was smaller now, which meant she had finally laid them somewhere. Guess we can expect baby geckos soon. But no matter where I looked, I could only locate 3 tree frogs, and no giant huntsman spider. Kermit and Lady Deathstrike were missing in action. This worried me greatly. I eventually decided to go to bed and start looking for them again by morning. Little did I know, I was in for some interesting surprises. It was 5 a.m., and visiting Pantdora, I was shocked to see a movement in the darkness. It was a frog, but my heart jumped into my throat when I realized the frog was on the outside of the glass. Wait a sec, I rushed to turn on the lights in the ant room. And lo and behold, it was Kermit, trying to get back into the vivarium. Kermit, I've been looking everywhere for you. Hilarious to see him trying to get back in. I carefully collected him into a container. And placed him back into the rainforest, where he instantly hopped back in. Welcome back home, Kerms. Missed you. And thanks for coming back. Over the next few days, I continued to look for Lady Deathstrike everywhere in Pantdora, as well as in my home. I kept my eyes peeled as well for any baby huntsman spiders, roaches, crickets, land planaria, yuck, or anything else that might have escaped Pantdora and didn't belong in my home. For about a week, I checked shoes before putting them on, curtains, under furniture, plants, and anywhere I thought a giant huntsman might want to hide. And finally, several days later, very early in the morning, the most unexpected thing happened. Caught! Alright! Lady Deathstrike secured. I was so happy to have her recovered. With the final Pandoran found, I was quite pleased to actually find out that we didn't have that many escapes. As far as I could tell for now anyway. It seems most of Pandora's creatures decided to remain inside the vivarium. Guess it was a good sign that the environmental conditions within the tank were pretty ideal compared to what lay beyond its glass walls. With regards to Lady Deathstrike, she was the most concerning escapee on my list. Not because I was terrified of her, though to be fair, she was pretty menacing looking, but because, in a weird way, after caring for her for so long, watching her mate, give birth, and protect her egg sac, and eventually release all her kids into the rainforest, I loved her at this point. I wasn't afraid of her, because I knew deep down that huntsmen are categorized as not being of medical concern to humans, meaning their venom is quite weak, and you would suffer some pain and swelling from a huntsman bite, at best, assuming you weren't allergic. But these giant spiders, contrary to the movies, aren't even aggressive, and will always choose to flee, only biting as a last resort for survival. In fact, huntsmen like Lady Deathstrike here actually do live in human homes, including mine, which is why it was no surprise that she was happy to jump out and into my home when given the chance. As mentioned in a previous episode, I live in Southeast Asia now, located right smack in the middle of a tropical forest, and geckos, huntsmen, ants, and more often manage to make their way into my place without paying rent. I'm pretty used to it now, and anyone who's lived in the tropics or Australia knows exactly what I'm talking about. But living out here among the trees, bugs, and beasts has taught and inspired me to be peacefully integrated with nature. At this part of my life, I've been trying my best to live sustainably growing my own food, while also running a small-scale private rescue for pet animals needing homes. I've learned that we people eventually find ourselves needing to get back in touch with nature. Every time I stare into Pantdora, enraptured by its beauty and purity, I'm reminded that there seems to be a part of us all that gravitates towards the natural world because we are an inescapable part of it. They say that humans colonizing Mars will happen within our lifetime. But me, if the doors to that opportunity were open to mankind, I've decided I would stay. Earth was made for us. We were made for Earth. We just need to each do our part with every mindful step to help return us back to a place in harmony with our provenance, learning from our mistakes along the way, to be the best guardians we can possibly be for every fellow life form that shares our grandiose house, the greatest vivarium of all, planet Earth. Because if there's one thing that Pantdora has taught me, it's that no matter how far we wander off, there's still no place like home. Oh, great! It looks like Lady Deathstrike has finally emerged. So awesome to finally see her in... Wait a sec. What? No way! Okay, seriously? Again? Vote in my community tab to affect this story.